Visit your local Trusted Choice independent agency, Insurance Service Associates in Forest City, or go to insureisa.com.
Hey Harris Teeter shoppers, it's easy to save on fuel with Harris Teeter's new Fuel Points program. Just use your VIC card every time you shop and you'll earn 1 fuel point for every dollar you spend on participating items. For every 100 fuel points you earn, you can save 10 cents per gallon on fuel purchases at any Harris Teeter fuel center and participating BP or Amoco location. The more fuel points you earn, the more you can save. Up to $1 per gallon. Terms and conditions apply. Visit harristeeter.com to learn more.
My Harris Teeter.
Your home of the 6-time national champions, right here on the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. Fully equipped staff are ready to help you and answer any questions you have about insurance policies. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
At McCurry Deck Motors, you can browse a selection of vehicles that includes all of the top models in Chevrolet, Buick, and GMC lineups. The McCurry Deck Motors lineup of vehicles checks all the boxes, ensuring that they will have the perfect vehicle for any car shopper that visits their lot. Come visit and see what's in store for you and your family with the McCurry Deck quality reputation of fair deals and customer service. Try the Chevy. Find new roads with Chevy. At McCurry Deck Motors, we're the home of Chevy, Buick, and GMC. 1740 U.S. Highway 74A, Forest City.
I'm Sean Castle, served in the United States Army. I am unstoppable because Paralyzed Veterans of America is by my side. And for the rest of my life, I will be unstoppable because they are there with me.
Learn more at pva.org.
Get the first weather forecast at 6:05 here on 100.9 FM 590 AM WCAB Rutherfordton.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield of North Carolina, the official health insurance partner of Carolina Athletics. Tar Heel fans, put your game face on and practice your 3 W's. Wear, wait, wash. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of North Carolina. We resolve to help North Carolina stay healthy. Well, Notre Dame coming to Carolina really anything but healthy right now, having lost Trey Wirtz, one of their guards, for a couple of weeks due to a sprained ankle against Virginia. Elijah Taylor out for the season after having left ankle surgery. Robbie Carmody is expected to return later this year after tearing an ACL a season ago. So it is a short roster for Notre Dame with the record of 3-5 on the season, and Eric coming off a 66-57 loss to Virginia. The tale of prep for two teams, I'm guessing, couldn't be more different from facing Virginia to now facing Carolina.
Well, I think that's right, although I think, this Carolina team presents itself a little differently, but I think everybody in the league would put Virginia in kind of that different category, although I think that it's also something that they're trying to change. They, being Virginia, is trying to change that a little bit this year if they have the opportunity. They're not playing at an excellent level themselves right now, but, you look at Notre Dame and you look at this team, and the first thing you notice is, gosh, despite some changes, this is a Mike Bray stamped team. These guys, it is a super short rotation. You talk about the loss of Trey Wirtz on a sprained ankle against Virginia. Now you're talking about a 6-man rotation, at least from what he's played before. It's only been a 7-man rotation that's played any kind of substantive minutes. But you look at a team that lost Mooney last year. I know we're going to talk a little bit about that, but they've got a very good inside presence. They've got a perimeter presence that is veteran, and guys are playing 35, 36, 37, 38 minutes a game. So, there's going to be, and they don't foul. That's how they can get away with it, that's another thing that Mike Bray, I touched on it in my open. This is a team that doesn't foul very much, so they very much play within themselves. They take some lumps because of that, but they're also a team that I think is very much better than their 0-2 start to in conference play. I think this is a good quality team that if Carolina can win, it will be a coup.
You mentioned the fouls. Notre Dame's averaging 12.6 fouls per game, which is the fewest in the NCAA among teams to have played multiple games. On the minutes side of things, big fella, Prentice Hub, number 1 in the ACC in minutes played. Dane Goodwin, one of his backcourt mates, is number 2 in ACC minutes, and we'll talk to Mike Bray about how realistic it is for those guys to keep this pace going. But as we continue here, you talk about John Mooney, who was an ACC double-double machine the last couple of seasons. He's now gone and off into the pro ranks, but Nate Laszewski has really stepped up, and to take a look at his numbers, they're not so far off from where Mooney's were a season ago.
Well, I think Nate Laszewski is a guy that he's got more size than Mooney. He's 6'10". He's not quite as stout from a width standpoint. He's only listed at just shy of 230 pounds. But, you know, it would be remiss almost to say Laszewski without saying Jawan Durham in the same breath, because Jawan Durham is taller than Laszewski, at least by listed height. He's 6'11", 230. Laszewski 6'10", 227. But last game against Virginia, you talk about this duo, they were 15 of 22 combined. That's 68% from the field. You look at their rebounds, there were 11 rebounds, 2 assists, a steal, a block. And, I mean, you know, Durham had 19 points, but Laszewski, 28 points against Virginia. So these guys are big-time players, and it's something that the way Virginia plays with their defense, it really makes a struggle for big men. And you look at our output in the past years, you can see that on the scoreboard, so or in the box score. So when you look at this Notre Dame team, they do have components. I think that, you know, Mike Bray's a good coach. He's somebody who in a lot of ways I think about how his teams matriculate over the course of the season, and they will get better. And right now they've got some good pieces they just have. But look, they were the first team to beat Kentucky. You know, that was kind of the eye-opener for Kentucky, that they were having a tough start to their season. They lose at Duke by 10. They lose to Purdue by 10. And then they lose to Virginia. And so they're losing to quality teams. I mean, it would be a little bit scary to think if we put ourselves in the same category, how do we come out against those squads right now? Yeah, pretty tough schedule for both of these squads, both in search of their first ACC win here this afternoon. We've got to hit the pause button, but when we come back, Eric will stay with us. Adam Lucas will join us. Plus, we'll talk to Coach Williams in the Continental Tire Coach's Corner. Carolina and Notre Dame from Learfield IMG.
When you're craving delicious, crunchy snacks, reach for the brand you grew up with. Utz. Delicious snacks like Utz Ripple, Wavy, or Kettle Classic chips, sourdough pretzels, or cheese curls. Utz snacks have been made by the same family for nearly 100 years. Cooked craft style with only the highest quality ingredients and delivered quickly for the freshest snacks ever. Utz Snacks. Freshness you can hear and authentic flavor you can taste with a satisfying crunch. Everyone loves Utz.
Hey, Carolina fans, are you a diehard Tar Heel looking to show your support from home this year? Join the Rams Club and make an impact on the Carolina student athletes you cheer for on the field, on the court, or in competition. Rams Club memberships start at $25 and are for Tar Heels of all ages. You can join the fun by visiting ramsclub.com/join. Go Heels.
Libman makes a difference. The Libman Mop Crew is part of our winning team by making sure the hardwood is clean and safe for the players every game at the Smith Center. No matter what kind of flooring you have at your home court, Libman has the tools to keep it clean. Their mops, brooms, and brushes are proudly family made in the USA. Visit Libman.com to see their whole lineup and for a store locator. That's Libman.com. Libman, the official hardwood floor care provider of Carolina Athletics.
This is your home for the Tar Heels. The Tar Heels Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Hey, all you. Justice, Rosenbluth, LT, Jordan, Hansbrough, Geo. This is Jones Angel, voice of the Tar Heels. Certain names in Tar Heel athletics resonate across generations, bringing to mind an unmatched commitment to excellence. When someone mentions Smith's Drugs of Forest City, I think of a similar commitment to excellence. Since 1939, Smith's Drugs has served Rutherford County with the highest quality customer service and care. The friendly staff at Smith's Drugs not only provides you with prompt service, they give you the individual attention needed to understand your medication and how it works. This same level of care is exhibited by the staff in the Smith's Drugs Home Medical Equipment Department. And don't forget about the old-fashioned soda fountain, where you'll be served up the best pimento cheese sandwich in North Carolina. Call on Smith's Drugs of Forest City at 828-245-4591, located at 139 East Main Street in downtown Forest City, where they've been putting the customer first since 1939.
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers of Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. They continue to strive hard to keep that honor. Come on in and see for yourself. Take a look at the all-new design 2021 F-150 or reserve an all-new 2021 Bronco coming in the spring. Don't miss out on the automobile you've been wanting at the Sisk Family Ford price. Take your pick while the picking is good on Oak Street in Forest City.
Justice, Rosenbluth, LT, Jordan, Hansbrough, Geo. This is Jones Angell, voice of the Tar Heels. Certain names in Tar Heel athletics resonate across generations, bringing to mind an unmatched commitment to excellence. When someone mentions Smith's Drugs of Forest City, I think of a similar commitment to excellence. Since 1939, Smith's Drugs has served Rutherford County with the highest quality customer service and care. The friendly staff at Smith's Drugs not only provides you with prompt service, they give you the individual attention needed to understand your medication and how it works. This same level of care is exhibited by the staff in the Smith's Drugs Home Medical Equipment Department. And don't forget about the old-fashioned soda fountain, where you'll be served up the best pimento cheese sandwich in North Carolina. Call on Smith's Drugs of Forest City at 828-245-4591, located at 139 East Main Street in downtown Forest City, where they've been putting the customer first since 1939.
Nobody gets a better deal than the
tonight and see how they do with a pretty significant post presence for Notre Dame.
Next question, and this one revolves around the backcourt, Adam, from Brian Boone. What's Anthony Harris's situation, and how could he help?
Well, he could obviously help in the backcourt. Carolina could use his tenacious defensive intensity and also maybe a little shooting from the outside. He is participating more than Sterling Manley is at this point. He's slowly working back to being able to run some full court things. I think people got a little excited about some pictures they saw online. That was half court work. In the games, they make you play the whole 94 feet. So that's a little different. That the pictures you saw don't mean he's ready to play today, but he's getting there.
All right, guys, good stuff as we now move into the Continental Tire Coaches Corner, brought to you by Continental Tire. Innovative technology, driving confidence for a dealer near you. Just go to ContinentalTire.com.
Coach, it feels like about 3 weeks ago we were here talking about North Carolina Central taking the place of Elon on the schedule, and here we are today with Notre Dame popping up in a place that a lot of people thought Syracuse was going to be. How did this game come together in really just a couple of short days?
David, it really came together in about 30 minutes. We had seen that Pittsburgh and Duke was canceled earlier in the week, and we already knew that our Syracuse game was canceled, and I just made the statement to Clint. I said, it'd be good if we could get Notre Dame on Saturday if they're supposed to play Pittsburgh. And he said, well, no, Pittsburgh's still playing. And I said, I thought it was because of something at Pittsburgh. And he said, no, Pittsburgh had something that didn't meet all the protocols, and Duke didn't feel comfortable. So that's the reason they canceled that game. And so I didn't think anything else about it whatsoever. And then all of a sudden on oh, gosh, I can't remember what days today is, but I guess it was Thursday. I get a call about 3 o'clock in the afternoon from Clint Gwaltney, and he said, unbelievable, but Pittsburgh has canceled their Notre Dame game. And got a call about 10 minutes ago from the ACC office, and I said, all right, let me call my staff and see if they have any big negative that I don't know about. And I called them, spoke to them about 5 minutes, and I told them I was going to call Mike Bray, and Mike and I were on the phone for 2 minutes and decided to play, and so we decided to talk through it for 3 or 4 more minutes to make sure we weren't forgetting anything. And then I got off the phone with him, called back, and told Clint and called the ACC office and said we're going to go. But, I mean, literally, I'm not exaggerating. It was 30 minutes that and it's the way things are going to have to be done right now. You have to be a little bit nimble on your feet, and you have to be able to make some adjustments. The biggest thing I said to Mike Bray, is I said, Michael, I don't see any advantage or disadvantage for either one of us, but I want your opinion on this too, and let's make sure that we're not hurting one person and not thinking about it. And he said no, and I said, well, because we had to play on the road and you played at home Wednesday night, but you've got to travel this time and I don't have to travel. And so, I really didn't see any big advantage or disadvantage for either one of us. And so Michael's always been a good guy and easy to work with and very straightforward and honest. So we really got it done pretty quickly.
Coach, in terms of your program, I know you weren't happy with the result midweek at Georgia Tech, but in looking forward, how beneficial is it just to get a chance to get back out there and play a basketball game today?
Well, I think our team would much rather play today than continue practicing. There's no question about that. But we've got to start playing better. We can't keep saying, well, we got to play better, we got to play better. By God, sometime you got to draw a line in the sand, and by God, do it today. And so we got to play better. And the kind of deal is at Georgia Tech, I told them we could play better and still may not win, and that's the same way it is today. But we've got to start playing better basketball, and if we do play better, then we have a, quote, better chance to win as well. And the players would always rather play games than practice.
That's head coach of the Tar Heels, Coach Williams, in the Continental Tire Coaches Corner. We'll talk a little football with Mac Brown when we come back after this from Learfield, IMG.
North Carolina's 26 electric cooperatives recognize the best classroom projects and the teachers who create them through the Bright Ideas Education Grant Program. These grants provide funding for creative projects in grades K through 12. Congratulations to Bright Ideas grant winner Lori Gill of Blowing Rock Elementary School. Her project, Improving Spelling and Writing Online with Co-Writer app, is sponsored by Blue Ridge Energy based in Lenore. If you're a teacher with a bright idea, visit ncbrightideas.com.
In a time when preventive care is more important than ever, routine oral checkups could save your life. That's why Delta Dental of North Carolina offers individual dental plans starting at less than $1 a day. For example, our large network of dentists can detect 120 signs of symptoms of diseases before they're life-threatening. Keep your healthcare costs low and your health at an all-time high with the power of preventive dental plans from Delta Dental of North Carolina. Choose your health first. Choose Delta Dental.
Hey Carolina family, this is head football coach Mac Brown. As official sponsor of Carolina Athletics, Wells Fargo understands being a Tar Heel means there's no off season. With a Wells Fargo Tar Heels debit card, you can show off your Carolina pride no matter where you are. It's your colors, your team, your card. Visit wellsfargo.com and search Card Design Studio to learn more.
Copyright 2020 Wells Fargo Bank N.A. All rights reserved.
Live coverage of Carolina basketball continues after this.
Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton. McCurry Deck Motors has been providing the stylish Buick for families for generations. Come browse a new selection and you'll find the car that everybody's talking about. The family-owned dealership is deeply entrenched in our community. They understand the needs of the customers and will work with them to find the perfect car, truck, or crossover for their lives. Experience the new Buick at McCurry Deck Motors. Take a look around the website to learn more about everything offered at McCurry Deck Motors, 1740 U.S. Highway 74A, Forest City.
Hello, this is Dwayne Hunt with Insurance Service Associates. Are you on disability? Or maybe you're on Medicare? Or maybe both? Come see me, Dwayne Hunt, at Insurance Service Associates about a Medicare Advantage product brought to you by Humana. Please give me a call, 245-5301 at Insurance Service Associates, 127 East Trade Street, Forest City.
It's game day for Carolina and Notre Dame here at the Smith Center. Also for the Tar Heel football team and Texas A&M Aggies down in South Florida at the Orange Bowl. And just yesterday, Coach Mac Brown met the media for the final time before his team takes the field.
I wish we had longer to have worked because of the guys that aren't playing, because we're going to be a different team than we were when we were last down at Hard Rock Stadium. But you know, our game with Miami, our game with Clemson last year, nobody thought we had any chance to win. So everybody said, they're going to kill them. And then we got in a game, had a chance to win, and didn't do it. But really showed us that we could. So we're better than we play. So let's play up to who we are, not just average. And then this year's game with Notre Dame, I felt like we thought we were going to win. We were in it for 3 quarters. We just didn't do what we needed to do in the second half offensively. But I thought the kids realized this is the number 2 team in the country. And now they say this is a playoff game. And I constantly say, who's going to win, Notre Dame or Alabama? Who's going to win, Clemson or Ohio State, and why? Tell me why. Why are these teams in the position they're in, and what do they have to do to win? So it's fun to listen to the young people and what they believe and what they think and talk. And they know that A&M is just as good as Notre Dame, and it probably came down to a really hard discussion at the end on who should be number 5, and that at some point we'll probably expand the playoffs, and A&M would have been the first team in. So they understand the magnitude of the game. They know how good A&M is. They're very aware of the 4 guys we don't have playing. They know that not one person in America is going to pick us to win outside of our room. So we have very direct, transparent conversations all the time. So they're fully aware of the fun challenge is what we call it.
That's head coach of the Carolina football team, Mack Brown, as we're closing in on 15 minutes to tip-off presented by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. After the break, you'll hear the Delta Dental moment that made you smile, and we'll check in with Notre Dame head coach Mike Bray from Learfield IMG College.
To show you how easy it is to file a claim with Geico, we hired a soap opera star.
Gracious me, my car has storm damage and I've had to file a claim. Could it possibly get worse? Will my claims team leave me for someone else? Someone less intense?
No. Actually, when you file a claim with Geico, you get your own dedicated claims team who promises to stay with you throughout the process.
Oh, I've never known such loyalty. I can't wait for the second season.
Geico. Great service without all the drama.
In a time when preventive care is more important than ever, routine oral checkups could save your life. That's why Delta Dental of North Carolina offers individual dental plans starting at less than $1 a day. For example, our large network of dentists can detect 120 signs of symptoms of diseases before they're life-threatening. Keep your healthcare costs low and your health at an all-time high with the power of preventive dental plans from Delta Dental of North Carolina. Choose your health first. Choose Delta Dental.
Duke Energy is honored to recognize social justice and racial equity grantee Durham Committee on the Affairs of Black People for their work to address social justice and racial equity in our communities. In addition, Duke Energy is committed to overcoming racism in our state and has pledged to offer an annual social justice and racial equity grant cycle in North Carolina. Visit duke-energy.com/racial equity to learn more.
This is your home of the 6-time national champions, right here on the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Make this holiday season holly jolly with big savings from Carolina West Wireless. Have a new iPhone on your Christmas list? Then this is one sale you don't want to miss. We have the full lineup of new iPhones in our Santa bag. Get $350 off the just released iPhone 12 to put under the tree. While you're there, wrap up a new iPad for $100 off. Plus, you can still get the iPhone 11 series for $350 off, or the iPhone SE for just $5 a month. Come into our holly jolly holiday event at Carolina West Wireless today. Certain restrictions or conditions may apply. See store for details. Visit CarolinaWest.com/terms and conditions.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
Hello, this is Dwayne Hunt with Insurance Service Associates. Are you on disability? Or maybe you're on Medicare? Or maybe both? Come see me, Dwayne Hunt at Insurance Service Associates, about a Medicare Advantage product brought to you by Humana. Please give me a call, 245-5301, at Insurance Service Associates, 127 East Trade Street, Forest City.
Building a smarter energy future for you. Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. This is the Reed's Jewelers pregame show.
Delta Dental of North Carolina, celebrating 50 years of insuring North Carolina smiles. Last year's season opener was not only an ACC game, but one for the record books. The highly anticipated debut of freshman point guard Cole Anthony did not disappoint. The Heels trailed Notre Dame 31-30 at the half, but the second 20 minutes belonged to Anthony.
Carolina down a triple with the basketball in transition. Playtech to Black up high to Anthony. He'll try and tie it, and does. Boy, I'm glad he's on the team.
In the wake of what Anthony accomplished in the second half of his first career game at Carolina, his head coach, Roy Williams, marveled at the freshman.
His toughness is something that I've really appreciated since the first time I watched him play as a high school freshman. I think he's one of the toughest between those lines, during conditioning, during the simplest little thing. That is one tough little nut. I used to call a couple other players that who were pretty doggone good.
In all, Anthony scored a game-high 34 points, which was not only a Carolina record for points by a freshman in his debut, but an ACC record as well. That's the Delta Dental of North Carolina moment, celebrating 50 years of insuring North Carolina smiles.
Well, that certainly was a moment, one that Mike Bray was on the other sideline for. He's back in Chapel Hill today, and when we spoke earlier, he remarked on what a strange year this season has already been.
When Roy and I finally connected on Thursday, we both said, look, we got to play a game. Well, we'll be there. What works? And, you know, we were scheduled to play at 2. What works for you guys? And, you know, so certainly the kids need to play a game. And obviously, you know, we have a lot of respect and always loved playing the North Carolina program since we've been in the ACC. We seem to see Carolina a lot lately.
Well, there have been some good battles lately as well, and for the last several, John Mooney had been your go-to guy, but in his place it seems like Nate Laszewski has really stepped up, and my question to you is, did you expect Nate to make the jump that he's made from last year to this year?
You know, I thought he'd make a big jump, but he's made even a bigger jump, and I'm really proud of him. We've had a lot of guys in that junior class. I call it the light bulb going on as a junior, and his is burning really bright, and he's a very confident young man right now.
Speaking of confidence, Juwan Durham projects a lot of that on the defensive end, and in an era where there aren't so many shot blockers as there used to be, how do you see him impacting the defensive end of the floor?
Well, with North Carolina's size and how they use their big guys, you know, Juwan being active and being able to maybe change some shots and have their bigs look around a little bit at least can really help us. You know, Juwan and Nate defensively play well together, and tomorrow's the ultimate challenge with a couple bigs that Carolina runs through at you.
On the subject of your backcourt, Coach, it's a shame that Trey Wirtz isn't going to be able to play in this after spraining his ankle against Virginia. You've got Prentice Hubb and Dane Goodwin. I think they're the top 2 minutes per game guys in the ACC right now. And, you know, these players want to play. Realistically, do you think that they can continue to shoulder this load as the season wears on?
You know, I think we have to try and find a way to shave those minutes down a little. There's no question. You're right. It's unfortunate because Trey Wirtz was going to help us in that department, and hopefully we'll have him back midweek. But for a North Carolina kid not to be able to play in the Dean Dome, I feel for him a little bit, but he'll get another crack. He's going to be with us a couple years. But no, those guys, we have to play some zone, and that saves their legs a little bit since they play extended minutes, Dane and Prentice.
Coach, last thing, I think the last time we spoke, you said one of the commandments within your program is thou shalt not turn the ball over, and that commandment has been adhered to over the course of time. What is it that you do as a coach and as a staff to maintain such a good ratio of turnovers over the course of time?
Yeah, it's something we really stress. You know, I have a sign up in the locker room, and it's really my team rules, and they're real simple. Don't skip class. Don't throw the ball away. You and I will get along just fine. And that's really kind of what our program boils down to. So they hear it so much, and I think the older guys now in our culture enforce it. I still don't like where it's at right now, even though it's not bad. Don't get me wrong, but I'd like it to be a little bit better. But it is something we believe in, and it's helped us stay efficient.
And that is Mike Bray, the head coach at Notre Dame. After another break, we'll update the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard. Carolina and Notre Dame coming up from Learfield, IMG College.
At UNC Health, we're experts in primary care and caring. Our specialists don't just see a condition. We see you, the whole you, mind and body. Because when we know you better, we're better at getting you well and keeping you well. And with more experts in each office, same-day appointments, and more urgent care centers, it's no wonder it's the better way of primary caring. Find the right provider for you and your family at uncprimarycare.org.
From the mountains to the coast, 2.5 million North Carolinians are members of an electric cooperative. And as a co-op member, you are part of exciting efforts to build a brighter future in the Tar Heel State through new energy services, support for local communities, and innovative energy programs that make the electric grid more efficient and sustainable. Learn more at ncelectriccooperatives.com/brighter.
Hey, it's your home, and I need to ask you a few favors. In the kitchen, there's a spider stuck between the window and the screen, and I know it's dead, and technically it's outside, but it's still freaking me out. Can you flick it out or something? Also, just to save some money, and it's super easy, could you bundle your home and car insurance with Geico? Last thing, could you take the holiday decorations down? Yeah, I'm one of those.
Geico. For bundling made easy, go to geico.com today.
This is your home for the Tar Heels. The Tar Heels Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Justice, Rosenbluth, LT, Jordan, Hansbrough, Geo. This is Jones Angel, voice of the Tar Heels. Certain names in Tar Heel athletics resonate across generations, bringing to mind an unmatched commitment to excellence. When someone mentions Smith's Drugs of Forest City, I think of a similar commitment to excellence. Since 1939, Smith's Drugs has served Rutherford County with the highest quality customer service and care. The friendly staff at Smith's Drugs not only provides you with prompt service, they give you the individual attention needed to understand your medication and how it works. This same level of care is exhibited by the staff in the Smith's Drugs Home Medical Equipment Department. And don't forget about the old-fashioned soda fountain, where you'll be served up the best pimento cheese sandwich in North Carolina. Call on Smith's Drugs of Forest City at 828-245-4591, located at 139 East Main Street in downtown Forest City, where they've been putting the customer first since 1939.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. Fully equipped staff are ready to help you and answer any questions you have about insurance policies. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
Network Studios, Carolina and Notre Dame just moments away from the Smith Center on the hardwood. But before we get you back to basketball coverage, let's check on the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard, focusing on football. The scoreboard update presented to you by North Carolina Farm Bureau, helping you is what we do best. It's a final score in the Gator Bowl. 23rd-ranked NC State falls to Kentucky 23-21. Bailey Hockman completes 27 of his 40 passes for 268 yards and a score, but it's not enough for NC State. They fall by 2 points and end their season at 8-4. That means the ACC's last hope for a bowl victory comes from the Tar Heels. Carolina and Texas A&M in the Orange Bowl coming up at 8 o'clock tonight. The Tar Heels are in a major bowl for the first time since 1950. Stay right there, because when we come back, we'll continue our pregame conversation with Roy Williams, and we'll give you our tools to victory. It's the Reed Jewelers pregame show from Learfield.
Today tastes like movie night.
Okay, whose turn is it to choose?
And everyone's favorite hit, pizza and Coke. Today tastes like front row seats for all. Like cushions and popcorn. And counting the seconds.
Pizza's here.
Today tastes like a slice of the action. Like we belong here and now. And it never tasted this good. Coca-Cola. Together tastes better.
This season, there's one thing I'm looking forward to. Yeah, that. And the great game day food. We can still celebrate big because I shop at Food Lion. Like topping my sliders with bacon and cheese, adding a twist to my guac with roasted tomatoes, turning up the heat on my hot wings with jalapeno poppers on the side, and I'll pick up some treats in the bakery.
Food Lion's got the fun and affordable food you need to keep your game day spirit high. Because this is our home. And that's our Food Lion.
Every day in the U.S., more than 9 people are killed and 1,000 injured in crashes involving a distracted driver. You can't control other motorists, but you can control how you operate your vehicle. Avoid distractions while driving, like texting or checking social media. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/GoHeels.
To learn more, visit your local Trusted Choice Independent Agency, Insurance Service Associates in Forest City, or go to insureisa.com.
Carolina basketball continues after this.
McCurry Deck Motors has been providing an impressive selection of automobiles for over 50 years. At McCurry Deck, you can browse the great selection of GMC automobiles and drive away in one knowing you have gotten the best deal possible. The team at McCurry Deck Motors counts it a privilege to make you a happy and satisfied customer. Why not test drive one of the comfortable and stylish GMCs today? At GMC, we are professional grade. At McCurry Deck Motors, we're the home of GMC, Chevy, and Buick. 1740 U.S. Highway 74A, Forest City.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. Fully equipped staff are ready to help you and answer any questions you have about insurance policies. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
Today, millions of people all across America are building a life in recovery from addiction and mental illness.
Helping themselves and helping each other.
Join the Voices for Recovery.
Together, we are stronger.
For confidential information and treatment referral for mental and substance use disorders, call 1-800-662-HELP.
Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
100.9 FM, 590 AM, WCAB, Rutherfordton.
Carolina basketball is brought to you by State Farm. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Wells Fargo, official retail bank sponsor of Carolina Athletics. This is the Reed's Jewelers pregame show.
As we continue our conversation with Coach Williams in the Continental Tire Coach's Corner. Coach, you faced a team in Notre Dame that doesn't turn the ball over a lot, doesn't seem to foul a lot, historically moves the ball pretty well. Am I missing anything that you see when you look at a Coach Bray coach team?
And they make a lot of shots, make a lot of threes particularly. It's Michael does a great job. I mean, he's won more games than anybody in the history of Notre Dame basketball, and so you know that he's been around the farm a couple of times. But he looks at the style, the kind of players he has, and then tries to put in a style that fits them. A few years ago they had some big guys, so they got the ball inside a lot more than they do right now. Now Lefesky is 4-man, is also a three-point shooter, and so you've got to be aware that they may go with Nate as the 5-man and four perimeter players, and that really creates matchup problems for us. So if that's the case, just like at Georgia Tech, we've got to make the inside more important and hope you make some shots from the outside as well. But we have an advantage inside, our size and our scoring and rebounding. Well, then we've got to make that important. So it's up to perimeter players to get the ball inside, and if it comes back out, be willing and able to make a shot. And Michael's hoping that he can make 15 to 20 threes, and that will help them win.
That's the head coach of the Tar Heels, Roy Williams, in the Continental Tire Coach's Corner, which brings us to our keys to the game, brought to you by Crumley Roberts. Eric Montross, my key for this one, Carolina's got to find a way to finish now.
Yeah, I think it's going to come down to some real basics tonight. Finish is certainly one of them, but free throws and turnovers against this team could be particularly important.
That'll conclude the Reed's Jewelers pregame show. We will have the tip-off between Carolina and Notre Dame coming up right after this from Learfield. IMG.
Hey,
Hey, Carolina fans, are you a diehard Tar Heel looking to show your support from home this year? Join the Rams Club and make an impact on the Carolina student athletes you cheer for on the field, on the court, or in competition. Rams Club memberships start at $25 and are for Tar Heels of all ages. You can join the fun by visiting ramsclub.com/join. Go Heels!
To celebrate State Farm's surprisingly great race, we gave this game day jam surprisingly great lyrics. I saved a lot this year because I called the pros. I am calling State Farm. I gotta make a phone call. We got that coverage here. Protect your car at home. I am calling State Farm. I gotta make a phone call. You can just call now. There's a little bit of great race with a little bit of great. Look at my quote now. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Pizza or wings? The debate older than time itself. But here at B-Dubs, we've got an insider tip. New pizza wings are the flavor of pizza on wings. That's both your favorite foods together to make your new favorite food. So get to B-Dubs and chow down on some meaty, savory loopholes. The only thing we don't serve is regrets. Pizza wings, one of 4 new sauces at Buffalo Wild Wings. Available for dine-in, takeout, and delivery.
Pizza wings available for a limited time. Delivery subject to availability. Fees may apply.
This is your home of the 6-time national champions, right here on the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
McCurry Deck Motors has been providing an impressive selection of automobiles for over 50 years. At McCurry Deck, you can browse the great selection of GMC automobiles and drive away in one knowing you have gotten the best deal possible. The team at McCurry Deck Motors counts it a privilege to make you a happy and satisfied customer. Why not test drive one of the comfortable and stylish GMCs today? At GMC, we are professional grade. At McCurry Deck Motors, we're the home of GMC, Chevy, and Buick. 1740 U.S. Highway 74A, Forest City.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. Fully equipped staff are ready to help you and answer any questions you have about insurance policies. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
Today, millions of people all across America are building a life in recovery from addiction and mental illness.
Helping themselves and helping each other.
Join the Voices for Recovery.
Together, we are stronger.
For confidential information and treatment referral for mental and substance use disorders, call 1-800-662-HELP.
Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
100.9 FM, 590 AM, WCAB, Rutherfordton.
Dave Nathan welcoming you back to the Smith Center for ACC basketball between Carolina and Notre Dame. We'll introduce you to today's starting lineups presented by Libman after we pause 10 seconds for a station ID. Down the lines on the Tar Heel Sports Network.
And you are listening to the Tar Heels on 100.9 FM, 590 AM, WCAB Rutherfordton. It's 4 o'clock, 54 degrees.
Our lineups presented by Libman, protecting the hardwood of Carolina basketball. First for Notre Dame, 3-5 overall and 0-2 in the ACC. Coached by Mike Bray in his 21st year. Again, it's an injured bunch right now, so the Irish will start Prentice Hub, Cormac Ryan, and Dane Goodwin in the backcourt. The two forwards, Jawan Durham, the UConn transfer, and Nate Laszewski, who just had that 28-point performance midweek against Virginia. For Carolina, coached by Roy Williams in his 18th year at Carolina, the Tar Heels with a 5-4 mark, also 0-2 in the ACC. Again, it's a little bit of a different starting lineup. Some usual suspects like Leaky Black, Caleb Love, Armando Bacot, and Dayron Sharp getting his second start. Kerwin Walton also into the lineup, getting his second career start. And so Eric Montross, that means that Garrison Brooks begins his second consecutive game coming off the bench.
Yeah, and I think it's if there's ever a guy that's going to be able to handle it, he'll be the guy. I think that he understands that it's about productivity and about production, and you're seeing in Bacot and Sharp, two guys that are arguably the most not arguably, they are the most statistically productive out there. I think a lot of times freshmen are not getting the amount of time that they might otherwise get because defensively they have to be really present. But right now Garrison needs to take a back seat, and I think it'll make him rise to the occasion. I think it'll make our team better.
Carolina in the home whites coming off the sideline just beneath us here at concourse level. Notre Dame and those Notre Dame Blues with the gold numerals and lettering. Coach Bray, by the way, when we spoke yesterday, was excited about the 66-degree temperatures here today in Chapel Hill. Had no idea that meant he was going to wear shorts for today's game, but seeing is believing. Coach Bray in the short pants.
Hey, you know, we were in Asheville instead of Maui, so I mean, you know, we're full of conundrums.
It'll be Baycott to jump at midcourt against Jawan Durham as Carolina and Notre Dame match up for the 34th time, and for the first time this season, one of these two teams will have an ACCW. Our officials for this afternoon's festivities: Ramey Steins, Keith Kimball, and Lamar Simpson. It's Steins to toss it up between Durham and Baycott, and here we go. Baycott wins the tap. Caleb Love has it in the backcourt, and we're underway from Chapel Hill. The Tar Heels moving from right to left to begin action here today at the Smith Center as Love pounds it out high right side, swings it past top of the circle to Walton, pulls up at the right elbow, had his shot blocked by Hub, and it comes free to Goodwin. Carolina with an opening turnover, and the Irish have their first possession some 20 seconds into the ball game. Ryan swings it left side to Goodwin, matched up with Black. Tried to bounce it for Durham. It's pinballing all over the place. Last off of Durham's knee over the sideline, far side. And Eric, Carolina takes it right back from a team that hardly ever turns it over.
You know, it was a pretty good move by Walton. He was looking for his shot, took a step in. That's a good place, and then he found himself caught. And then on the opposite side, Baycott did a really good job of getting Durham out of his comfort zone.
Black enters the post near side to Dayron Sharp, who tries to go up with the hook shot. He's fouled by Durham, and that will send the big, lanky freshman to the free throw line for a pair. That's the first foul on Durham, and it's the first team foul against Notre Dame. If there's one thing that Sharp could probably work on, it's his shooting at the charity stripe, where he's just 2 for 8 over his last 3 games.
You know, Dave, but you look at these two guys, and here's a clean make, as that's nice, high-arching, soft shot, hits nothing but the bottom of the net. You know, when Sharp and Baycott are in there, it really pressures the defense. I talked earlier in the pregame about Baycott being so aggressive once he catches the ball. Second free throw also good for Sharp as Carolina takes a quick 2-0 lead.
And a little full court pressure asserted by the Tar Heels as Notre Dame gets it into Hub, who walks it up the floor against Love. Here he comes across the white timeline with a couple of seconds to spare. Gets a high screen from Leschewski. Now has a pass deflected by Baycott, stolen away by the Tar Heel sophomore. Up court to Love, bounce pass to Sharp. He has it taken away from behind by Ryan, who saved it from going over the baseline to Hub. Bounce pass near side. Durham on the lay-in, gets it to go over Leaky Black. And we are tied at 2. Carolina wasting no time getting it front court with Black entering the post to Dayron Sharp. Nice drop step. He faked inside, came back around the front of the rim, and drops it in for his first field goal. Sharp has all 4 of Carolina's points.
Well, and he caught it inside the charge circle, and Durham was between him and he and the basket. Really had nothing he could do. Still a good little alternate move by Sharp as he took it straight to the rim.
Walton defending Ryan outside the three-point arc right side. Gives it to Leschewski in the corner. Leschewski enters the baseline to Durham, back to Ryan. A three-pointer's on the way, and it rattles in good from the right side. Notre Dame with its first advantage, now up 5-4. We played almost 2 minutes here in the Smith Center.
You know, Walton was quick to get on Ryan to contest, but he slipped right in front of where Coach Williams is standing. Ended up face down on the floor as Ryan had the open 3.
Baycott, floater from 12 feet, rattles out. Sharp up high for the offensive rebound. He stepped on the baseline, and it's a turnover back to Notre Dame. Eric, I think the Irish were in a zone that time, and Baycott found a soft spot just inside the foul line, but couldn't connect. Irish basketball up a point inside 18 minutes to go here in the first half.
Well, but we need to also focus on what Dayron Sharp just did. Again, contesting the open jumper at 15 feet. It results in a miss, but he is so active inside right now.
Carolina clears the glass. Black left side to Walton in the near corner. Back inside to Sharp, tried to wrap around fake to Baycott. Jump stop, missed from in tight, off the back of the rim. Rebound to Notre Dame and Leschewski. The Tar Heels one and done on the offensive end of the floor. And with 2.5 minutes gone by, it's still a 1-point advantage for Notre Dame at 5-4.
one of the few misses for Dayron inside.
Oh, Love almost with a steal in the backcourt as he tapped it away from Hub, but he stepped on the near sideline. It remains with Notre Dame, and a rare substitute off the bench for Coach Bray's team. It's Nikola Jogo, who is the first man to replace Dane Goodwin. Again, it's a short-handed roster after Trey Wirtz, who's originally from Charlotte by way of Santa Clara, turned an ankle against Virginia. Coach Bray hated it that a Carolina kid couldn't come back home and play here in Chapel Hill. So here's Notre Dame still with the ball. 5 seconds on the shot clock. Ryan, not sure if he knows it yet, 1 on the shot clock, and there's the horn. Notre Dame totally out of sorts on that offensive possession. Credit the defense by Carolina, and what started it was that initial deflection by Caleb Love.
You know, it's interesting. There was almost no reaction from the Notre Dame bench as the clock fell down to 2 and then 1, and they were just kind of watching. I think they assumed that there was a knowledge of what the time was, that he was going to pull up for a deep 3, but no such luck.
Baycott had the ball deflected, and now he taps it over the near sideline, out of bounds, back to Notre Dame. So just to go back to Wednesday's game against Virginia, Notre Dame had 7 turnovers and only forced 5, and it feels like before the first media timeout, Eric, we're going back and forth here more so with turnovers than anything else.
Yeah, I think, you know, sometimes we think it's just teams getting used to one another. I think Carolina's trying to push the ball. They're trying to catch the post players, almost forcing it, as we have another miscue at the top as Durham tried to come down and hit Prentice Hub on the wing, but it was deflected that time, I think, again by Sharp or Love. And these teams are a little bit ragged right now. I think we should expect to see that calm down here in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, 14 total possessions so far. Half have resulted in turnovers. R.J. Davis on the floor right now for Carolina along with Brooks, and there's another steal. Carolina lobs it down court. It's off the knee of Ryan in front of Coach Bray, and it remains Carolina basketball with 16-19 to go in the first half. It's 5-4 Irish. Carolina's still got Sharp and Walton on the floor along with Black, 3 of the original 5 starters. Davis and Brooks now on the floor off the bench as Notre Dame remains in the 2-3 zone, sagging off the Carolina shooters. Davis at the top of the circle. Swings it left side to Black. Bounce pass to the baseline. Brooks back outside to Walton. He hit 3 the other day against Georgia Tech. He hits his first here this afternoon. Carolina back out in front, 7-5 on the Kerwin Walton triple. 15:50 and counting to go in the first half. Tar Heels up 2. Irish basketball. Leszewski on the left wing. Hands it back to Hub on the drive. Another deflection by Black. It comes to Ryan. To Jogo in the near corner. He sinks a triple, and that puts the Irish back up by a point, 8-7. So the turnovers, and there's another one by Carolina on the travel, have come as a surprise. The outside shooting by Notre Dame, no surprise. 15:33 still to play here in the first half. It's Notre Dame 8, Carolina 7 from Learfield IMG College.
Sometimes the simplest things can make the biggest difference. An extra pair of hands, a smile, or a shoulder. At North Carolina Farm Bureau Insurance, we feel the same about home and auto coverage, affordable rates, trusted service, and local agents. After all, making one simple difference in your life helps you make a big difference in another's. Farm Bureau Insurance. Helping you is what we do best.
For your sales. This is your home for the Tar Heels. The Tar Heels Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers of Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. They continue to strive hard to keep that honor. Come on in and see for yourself. Take a look at the all-new design 2021 F-150 or reserve an all-new 2021 Bronco coming in the spring. Don't miss out on the automobile you've been wanting at the Sisk Family Ford price. Take your pick while the picking is good on Oak Street in Forest City.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. Fully equipped staff are ready to help you and answer any questions you have about insurance policies. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
Missing Carolina basketball in person? Bring the experience home with Coca-Cola. Heels Hoops from Home packages starting at $30 each. Packages include a men's basketball yearbook, men's and women's basketball posters, stadium cups, popcorn tubs, and so much more. Order your Coca-Cola Heels Hoops from Home package today on GoHeels.com. Well, the Tar Heels trail the Irish right now at 15:33 to play in the first half, 8-7. Eric, we've seen a myriad of turnovers from both teams, but something that really stood out to me in the first few minutes, the amount of deflections Carolina got, especially from Caleb Love.
Yeah, Caleb Love doesn't have any steals credited to him, but I think when you look at what he's doing on the perimeter, the messaging to him at the Georgia Tech game without a start, first time he hadn't been in the starting lineup was, look, you got to raise your defensive level of play. And so I think he's becoming more aggressive but measured. You can overruns. Coach Smith always would tell us in practice, overruns are a lazy man's way of playing defense. And so you can overrun and look really good and look like your effort is there, but in fact you actually hurt your team, as we're waiting for Notre Dame to take the inbounds here in just a minute. But he's doing a good job of being measured, getting his hand on the ball. He's using his athleticism and his ability and his anticipation to really help the Heels' defensive cause right now.
Ryan walks it up the floor for Notre Dame, up a point with just under 15.5 to go in the first half. Goodwin trying to get past Walton, swings it back to Ryan, right side to Hub. Shot clock inside 15 seconds as the Irish reversed it around left corner. Long three, rattles out, no good off the hand of Cormac Ryan, and Carolina clears the glass with 5 minutes gone by here in the first half, trailing by a point. Brooks, right elbow, ball over the head, takes a bounce, steps back, enters the block to Sharp, spinning and weaving and falling down on the baseline. Another Carolina turnover sends it back to the Irish with 14:56 to go in the first half. That is turnover number 5 now on Carolina. The Irish have given it away 4 times in what has been kind of a herky-jerky first half here in Chapel Hill.
Well, I'm going to tell you, Dayron's doing a lot of really good things. The last couple of times he had an interior miss where he turned into traffic. He turned over his left shoulder into traffic instead of baseline where he didn't have any traffic. It would have been easy too. But that time, it's a little too much movement. If he catches it, he's got such good position. He goes right up. They're not going to foul him. He's oversized compared to everybody that's out there right now, and he just needs to take and make the easy play.
Good one, a three from the right side with 10 seconds on the shot clock. Buries it in the face of Kerwin Walton. So Goodwin's got a triple. Jogo's got one, as does Cormac Ryan. The Irish lead by 4, 11-7, with inside 14.5 to play in the first stanza from the Smith Center. Both these teams 0-2 in the ACC in search of their first W, as Brooks doubled on the block, gets it back outside to Davis, swings it left side. Leaky Black nails a triple. Doesn't happen often, but for Leaky, that's his 3rd on the season, and it brings the Tar Heels back within 1 at 11-10.
We'll see if that opens up the inside a little bit. Notre Dame really sitting tight on the laps of the post players because there hasn't been a perimeter shooting presence for Carolina, at least historically, even though they've got a couple threes today. Quick drive to the basket by Leszewski is missed on the outside. Garrison Brook contested it, and now it's into the hands of Carolina moving up court.
And it's Dayron Sharp, hook from the right side, too strong off the window. Brooks there with an offensive rebound and a fresh 20 for the Tar Heels, still down by a point. As Black pulls up from 14 right side, off the front of the rim. Brooks another offensive rebound at the foul line. Takes a bounce, sends it right corner to Black, finds the open man, Kerwin Walton. The three-pointer rattles around and falls. When it's going your way, it's going your way. And Kerwin Walton is having a field day so far with a couple of triples. Carolina up by a bucket.
Well, if you want to make yourself indispensable to this team, be a shooter.
Ryan swings it near corner to Jogo, defended by Brooks. Puts it on the ground, sends it out to Leszewski. Three-pointer left side, swishes home for the big junior from out of Jupiter, Florida. Leszewski's got a triple, and it's 14-13. Played just over 7 minutes here at Carolina as Walton gives it inside far block to Sharp. Hook from the baseline, spins in, and it's good for Dayron, who's got an early 6 for Carolina. Averages just inside of 8. And he has come to play early. Carolina up 15-14. Jogo set the high screen for Hub, who gives it to Goodwin. Driving baseline, stepped on the line. And that'll give us a pause in action here as Playtech, Puff Johnson, and Armando Baycott check in. Black, Walton, and Sharp check out for Carolina. Here comes Tony Sanders Jr. into the game for Ryan. And again, the Irish just don't have much of a bench and have played almost exclusively zone throughout the first 7:28 of today's ball game. Heels with the ball up 15-14. Davis out on the right wing, brings it towards the middle of the floor. Wraparound pass, Johnson a lefty three. Missed it from the near side. Baycott an offensive rebound. Sends it back out to Davis. Clunks off the back of the rim. Baycott another board, and Carolina going to work on the glass. Baycott's efforts will be rewarded with a couple of free throws, and that's the second foul picked up on Jawan Durham. And big fella, for a team that lacks a lot of size and a lot of numbers, that is a big storyline here with 12-13 still to go in the first half.
Well, you look at the number of offensive rebounds. Carolina's got 4 offensive rebounds early into this game. Not even 8 minutes played yet as Baycott prepares for free throw number 1, which is up and uses a little bit of rim, ends up falling off the front, but a soft shot. And one of the things that Durham in particular has found, and Leszewski will be up against it, as will Dojo, who's been up against some of the interior players for Carolina, although he's coming to the bench as well. Right now, we'll get you caught up on substitutions in just a moment. But when you're playing inside and you're going that aggressively to the offensive glass, a lot of times it's almost like just a reaction foul. As a quick offensive rebound, Puff Johnson puts in the missed free throw from Baycott. Back up for 2. Carolina up 17-14 with 12:05 on the clock.
Up court pass finds Sanders on the floor for the first time this afternoon. And Notre Dame sends it to Hub, the lefty in the far corner. Ball won't fall, and the rebound to Brooks. Carolina's rebounded its last 5 missed shots as Brooks puts it on the floor. Little hand check there from Goodwin. That's his first and the team's third. Carolina, by the way, still has not committed a foul, and we've got 11:48 left to go in the first half. The Tar Heels, thanks to some great work on the offensive glass and some nice outside shooting, have taken a slim lead here midway through the first half. 17-14, Carolina leading Notre Dame from Learfield.
Tired of cooking at home? Change it up without getting up. Just order Jersey Mike's through our app for no-contact delivery or no-contact at-the-door pickup. Jersey Mike's. Be a sub above.
At UNC Health, we're experts in primary care and caring. Our specialists don't just see a condition. We see you. The whole you, mind and body. Because when we know you better, we're better at getting you well and keeping you well. And with more experts in each office, same-day appointments, and more urgent care centers, it's no wonder it's the better way of primary care. Find the right provider for you and your family at uncprimarycare.org.
To celebrate State Farm's surprisingly great race, we gave this game day jam surprisingly great lyrics.
I saved a lot this year because I called the pro. I am calling State Farm. I gotta make the phone call. We got that coverage here. Protect your car at home. I am calling State Farm. I gotta make the phone call. You can just call now. There's a little bit of great rates with a little bit of Jake. Look at my quote now.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
See for yourself. Pick up the phone, visit us online, or better yet, stop by your local office today. Farm Bureau Insurance. Helping you is what we do best.
Today's game is sponsored by Harris Teeter, assisting you with groceries this basketball season. Each week, one winner will receive free groceries for every assist through the Big Four Grocery Assist Sweepstakes. Visit harristeeter.com and look for the Grocery Assist Sweepstakes section to enter. Carolina leading Notre Dame 17-14 with 11:48 left to go here in the first half. That last foul, by the way, was on Matt Zona of Notre Dame. Want to set the record straight on that. So 3 team fouls on Notre Dame. Carolina still hasn't committed a foul, but the Tar Heels have certainly been the aggressor on the boards on both ends of the floor.
It's exactly where the advantage lies. I mean, even though Leszewski and Durham are really good, they've been caught off guard a little bit by the intensity of Baycott and Sharp, particularly to start the game. Garrison Brooks came in and was contributed nicely when he was in. But I think what's happening right now is Notre Dame's realizing that it's a hard balance to find. You want to have a board presence, but you also want to make sure that you don't put yourself in a position where when you're already playing with a 6-man rotation, you don't want to go even more shorthanded. And they found themselves with Durham with 2 fouls sitting on the bench, and they've got a real size disadvantage right now. In fact, Dane Goodwin, who comes in, is certainly capable, but he's going to have his hands full.
Carolina gets it in as we restart play. Davis, Playtech, Johnson, Baycott, and Brooks, the 5 on the floor for Carolina, leading by 3. Davis on the dribble right side. Bounces high post to Brooks. Spins on Leszewski. Hook shot from the baseline. Rims out. And the rebound to Notre Dame and Leszewski. Hand off to Hub. And the Irish Jets with their 3rd rebound of today's game. The Tar Heels +6 in that category as Hub penetrates. Kicks it into the corner. Sanders, nothing he can do with it as Brooks hounds him outside the 3-point arc. Hub, lefty wraparound pass deflected out of bounds by Carolina. The Tar Heels swarming to the ball handler, and with 12 seconds on the shot clock, Notre Dame has it left baseline out of bounds. R.J. Davis comes out for Carolina. Sanders comes out for Notre Dame. Zona re-enters for the Irish. It's Playtech, Caleb Love, Brooks, Baycott, and Johnson on the floor for the Tar Heels. Hub to Goodwin, left side. Johnson defending as the shot clock trickles inside of 5 seconds. Goodwin pulls up inside the paint, goes over Johnson. Shot well short. It's an air ball. Baycott pulls it out of the sky. Outlet pass to Love. Here comes the Tar Heel freshman down the near sideline. Tar Heels up 3, 17-14, just over 9 minutes into the ball game. Brooks on the entry. Turns around, has a shot sent back by Leszewski. And Notre Dame defending well here midway through 1. Leszewski gives it back out to Hub on the Carolina logo near midcourt. Tries to set the high screen. Now Zona sets the screen. Hub, high cross-court pass to Ryan with 12 on the shot clock. Ryan pulls up from way beyond the 3-point arc. Rattles out. Zona with an offensive rebound. Back outside. Leszewski, a 3 from the left wing. He's got a pair, and Notre Dame draws even with Carolina at 17, approaching 10 minutes to play in the half. Brooks, the hook shot from inside the light blue paint. Hits off the right side of the rim, and Notre Dame on the glass. Hub spinning down the near sideline, gets by Love all the way to the basket. Lefty lay-in is good, and the Irish from down 3 now to up 2, 19-17, big fella.
Well, Carolina's got to be smarter about the matchups inside. I mean, Brooks is going against Leszewski and has been 0 for 3 on his last 3 attempts. A long-distance 3 from Playtech is missed, but Baycott into the hands of Baycott. He's had smaller guys on him, and they just haven't been looking for him in the post. Instead, it's been focused on Brooks. You got to go to your strengths. You have to be smart about your matchups.
Zona inside back, outside to Hub, off the heel of the rim. Rebound to Playtech. 19-17, Notre Dame up by 2, 9:29 and counting to play in the first half. Baycott hands off to Love on the curl. Floater from the left elbow off the front of the rim. Hustling for the loose ball is Johnson. He can't get to it as Zona rips it away on the ACC lettering just inside the foul line. And the Irish walk it up the floor, still leading by 2. Cross-court pass on the near sideline. That's Goodwin, defended by Playtech. In front of Coach Robinson for Carolina, behind the back dribble. Jump shot from 17 off the front iron, and he can't save it before it hits the end line in front of Coach Williams. And that'll send it back to Carolina with 8:59 to go in the first half, and the Irish really substituting as best they can. Jogo comes back in for Goodwin. Here's Sharp and Kessler checking in for the Tar Heels. Baycott and Brooks take a seat on the sidelines.
You know, I got to tell you, I think that group that just has substituted out, I mean, it was part of a 5-some for Carolina that just wasn't playing really smart, good, efficient basketball. So we'll see if this update gets Sharp back in the game, add Kessler into the mix. He hasn't been there. Put Leaky Blacks back in, see if that can help.
Sharp, far side of the lane, spinning on Zona. Tried to clear some space, got none. Sends it back out to Love, and there's a collision out near the top of the circle where Jogo ran right at him and right into him. That's Jogo's first, and the team's 4th on Notre Dame. Carolina, again, has gone 11 minutes and 21 seconds without committing a foul in the first half, but it's the Irish leading Carolina 19-17 as Black gets it in from the near sideline to Love. Notre Dame into more of a traditional man-to-man as Platek gives it off to Kessler at the top of the circle, hands off Love, a 3 from the left side. Looked good, but just caroms off the back iron. Leszewski with the defensive rebound at the foul line, and the Irish come front court. Here's Elijah Morgan on the floor for the first time, bouncing it into the far corner for Ryan. Quickly doubled by Black and Kessler. That forced him into a double dribble, and another turnover for Notre Dame gives it back to the heels. The bad news for Carolina is they've missed their last 6 field goals. Their last make came better than 4 minutes ago at the 12-10 mark. We're approaching 8 minutes to play in the first half, and it's still Notre Dame 19, Carolina 17. Kessler has his intended pass for Platek, stolen away by Ryan, up to Leszewski. Now to Morgan on the drive. Around Love, and he's fouled on his way to the basket by the Carolina freshman. And the Irish with a chance to add to their tally with 7:53 left to go in the first half. But first, immediate timeout. It's the Irish 19, the Tar Heels 17. We're back to the Smith Center after this from Learfield.
From the mountains to the coast, 2.5 million North Carolinians are members of an electric cooperative. And as a co-op member, you are part of exciting efforts to build a brighter future in the Tar Heel State through new energy services, support for local communities, and innovative energy programs that make the electric grid more efficient and sustainable. Learn more at ncelectriccooperatives.com/brighter.
Live coverage of Carolina basketball continues after this.
Justice, Rosenbluth, LT, Jordan, Hansbrough, Geo. This is Jones Angell, voice of the Tar Heels. Certain names in Tar Heel athletics resonate across generations, bringing to mind an unmatched commitment to excellence. When someone mentions Smith's Drugs of Forest City, I think of a similar commitment to excellence. Since 1939, Smith's Drugs has served Rutherford County with the highest quality customer service and care. The friendly staff at Smith's Drugs not only provides you with prompt service, they give you the individual attention needed to understand your medication and how it works. This same level of care is exhibited by the staff in the Smith's Drugs Home Medical Equipment Department. And don't forget about the old-fashioned soda fountain, where you'll be served up the best pimento cheese sandwich in North Carolina. Call on Smith's Drugs of Forest City at 828-245-4591, located at 139 East Main Street in downtown Forest City, where they've been putting the customer first since 1939.
WCAB. Granville Towers has housed generations of Tar Heels, and it's easy to see why. Enjoy spacious rooms, a friendly community, convenient amenities, and the best on-site dining at the Agora. Picture yourself in the heart of Chapel Hill, right off Franklin Street. Applications for the 2021-22 year accepted in January. Granville Towers, the place to be at UNC. Well, this afternoon, we're inside the Smith Center for a hastily put-together game between the Tar Heels and Notre Dame Fighting Irish. This one came together on New Year's Eve, and here we are on January the 2nd, and basketball live and in living color here in the Smith Center. 7:53 left to go in the first half. It's Notre Dame 19, Carolina 17. The Irish at the foul line for a pair after Love committed his first foul and the team's first. It's Elijah Morgan shooting free throws, and this is how far down the line that Coach Bray has had to go to use personnel. Morgan has played in just one game so far this year. That came at the top of the schedule against Michigan State, where he had 3 points against the Spartans.
You know, Dave, trying to assess as Morgan makes the first free throw, and Notre Dame creeps ahead now by 3 with 7:53 on the clock. Trying to assess why is Carolina looking so ragged here in the last few minutes. And one of the things that I think could be an option is you look at the absence of Kerwin Walton. Right now, Carolina has no perimeter shooter that's going to command the respect. And what that means is that when Carolina is so focused on getting the ball into the post, Notre Dame can sit in the post players' laps. Right now into Kessler. He's got it short, but short off the front rim on Leszewski's defense. Into the hands of Morgan moving up court for Notre Dame.
21-17 Irish, 7.5 to go here in the first half from Chapel Hill. Jogo defended by Playtech. Halfway between the three-point arc and the midcourt stripe left side. Sends it over to Morgan. Now Leszewski defended by Sharp on the left baseline. Shot clock at 10 seconds. Leszewski splitting Kessler and Sharp and laying it in high off the glass. Oh, he's a talent. He's got 8, and the Irish lead is now 6. Kessler, top of the circle, hands off to Love. Cross-court pass, right side to Black. Into the corner to Sharp. Now Kessler on the block. Nice, easy hook shot for the big man from Georgia. Kessler into the scoring column with his first basket. It makes it 23-19. The Tar Heel deficit now 4 with inside 6:50 to go in the first half.
And credit Sharp with that nice pass into Kessler. Kessler was deep. I mean, had he not caught that ball, it would have been a 3-second violation. He caught it quickly, turned it right over the top, and nobody could, in Zona, who was on him, couldn't mess with him.
Jogo on the drive, sent back by Kessler. The loose ball comes to Playtech, tapped away to Love. And it's Carolina still maintaining possession to Sharp. Had the ball knocked away momentarily, comes to Playtech left side. 23-19 Notre Dame. Love a 17-footer straight away, too strong. Rebound fought for by Playtech, comes to Kessler, back outside to Playtech on the way, no good. And Sharp, can he save this one? Yes, he can. And a new 20 for Carolina, approaching 6 to go in the first half, down by 4. Kessler, fadeaway from 12, spins out. Sharp, an offensive rebound. He can't finish, taken away by Zona. And after some furious activity underneath, Notre Dame comes away with it, walking it up the floor.
Well, Carolina didn't have a lot to show for that, but that was a really good, intense offensive possession. A lot of good close opportunities. There'll be a lot of makes in the future if they continue.
Ryan's 3, not a make from the left side. Rebound to Carolina. Love on the drive, left side, throws it off the window. Wave off the make, says Ramey Steins. The foul is on the floor, and it'll stop play with 5:36 to go here in the first half. 23-19 Notre Dame, and a whole bunch of substitutes coming in for Carolina as Kessler, Sharp, Love, and Playtech head to the bench. Davis, Walton, Brooks, and Baycott join Leaky Black on the floor for the Tar Heels, who have it left baseline out of bounds. Goodwin, Leszewski, Hub, Ryan on the floor for Notre Dame, along with Elijah Morgan. Heels with the ball down 4, inside 5.5 to go here in the first half. Black, right wing, bounces it to Baycott. Spins over Leszewski with the half hook. How did that not go? Somehow it rolled around the rim and spun out. Leszewski with the loose ball rebound. And Carolina one and done again offensively. Eric, there have been some ebbs and flows to this game with turnovers and makes and now misses, crushing Carolina here late in the first half.
But those misses are coming from, inside 3 feet. And so, you bring them to a huddle and you say, guys, what can you say? I mean, those are going to be high percentage shots they're going to make. Right now, they're not.
Goodwin, a long 3, bottom right in the face of Garrison Brooks. That's Goodwin's second three-pointer, and it makes it 26-19. Carolina down 7 and 1 of its last 12 from the floor. Walton snaps a pass cross-court near side to Davis. Looks for Brooks, who turns and faces on Leszewski. Over the head pass right side to Walton. 10 on the shot clock for Carolina. Back outside to Brooks. Black now with it. 5 on the shot clock. Brooks a 3. Hit one on Wednesday. Hey, he hits one on Saturday. It's good for the senior from Alabama, and Carolina cuts into this Notre Dame lead. It's 26-22 Irish.
Yeah, that one didn't use the glass like it did down in Atlanta.
Notre Dame up 4 with the ball. Morgan a 3 from the near corner. Off the front rim, rebound to Baycott. Here come the Heels with an even 4 minutes to go in the first half. Trailing by a 26-22 margin. Brooks got it in the paint, lost it, taps it back out to Davis. He lets fly, won't fall. Rebound tapped to Goodwin in the far corner, and the Irish maintain possession with inside 4 minutes to go in the first half, leading by 4.
But Garrison Brooks had a really good look had he not been stripped. Reason why? Walton sitting there on the perimeter, drawing the defense out. Morgan could not drop into the lap of Garrison Brooks.
Hub step back 3 from the left side. Too strong. Rebound to Baycott, and the Tar Heels on the move again, coming front court. Davis, overhead pass to Black, left side. Thought about the 3, then thought better of it. Hands to Baycott, to Walton, straight away 3. Bounds off the side of the rim, right to Black, drives, baseline, floats, and you guessed it, scores with the foul. Black to the free throw line for one. We've got timeout on the floor. It comes with 3:16 to go in the first half. Carolina fighting back, now down by just two. 26-24 from Learfield, IMG.
Catches it, the spin move, drop step to the baseline. Two-handed jam. Steps back for three. Nailed it from way downtown. Drives the lanes, kaboom, count it, and gets the foul. Are you kidding me?
Keep the excitement of game day going in a Nissan. With game-changing tech that makes every drive as exciting as a game-winning buzzer beater. Get to Nissan, proud partner of Carolina Athletics.
Home of the six-time national champions, right here on the Tar Heels Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. Fully equipped staff are ready to help you and answer any questions you have about insurance policies. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
Gilbert Talks Taxes is on the air every Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. Get the latest from the IRS in North Carolina. That's Gilbert Talks Taxes every Saturday from 8 to 9, only on WCAB.
Thank you for making WCAB your radio station of choice in the foothills. Now get the best of both worlds. 100.9 FM and 590 AM Rutherfordton.
Did you know that right now Geico is offering an extra 15% credit on car, motorcycle, and RV policies? It's on top of what Geico could already save you. So what are you waiting for? Visit geico.com to learn more. We've got 3:16 left to play in the first half from Chapel Hill. Carolina fighting its way back here before halftime, now trailing Notre Dame 26-24. Leaky Black to the free throw line for one after just picking up the foul on Cormac Ryan, which was his first and the team's fifth. And Eric, the Tar Heels, it really comes as no surprise, going to work on the glass, and eventually you figure that work combined with some in-close shot making could be the difference here for the Tar Heels.
Well, I do think, Adam was talking with us here during the break, and he made a great point, which, we're going to wear this team down simply because the number of bodies that Coach Williams is throwing into the scrum here. It doesn't have the desired effect yet, but look, you got 3 minutes. Honestly, I feel like it's lasted longer than I would have expected. They've been able to withstand the barrage of size, the barrage of players, and Notre Dame still holds a 26-24 lead. You look at it, obviously most of that coming on the fact that 6 of their 9 field goals have been three-pointers, but the rebounding numbers are up. The 19-13 discrepancy does not show the feel of the game. It feels like Carolina is converting on everything, just as they did or on all the rebounds. Leaky Black just converted the three-point play.
So Black now is 6 in the game. Carolina down 26-25, approaching 3 minutes to go here in the first half. Leszewski with the ball out near the top of the circle, defended by Baycott. Hands off to Hub on the drive left side. Sends it back out to Leszewski. With 12 on the shot clock, Leszewski finds Ryan cutting to the rim. He can't find an alleyway, so he gives it back to Goodwin, who drives right side. Too strong off the window. Rebound to Walton in Carolina. The Tar Heels defending well and now have a chance to take the lead. Entry pass. Baycott goes up strong and dunks it all over Leszewski. Carolina back out in front, 27-26.
Well, Leszewski's lucky he didn't pick up a foul. Baycott had him on kind of the backside of his right shoulder, and there was some contact. Not saying that it should have been a foul, just saying it was potential. But Baycott, credit him for great position, credit the offense for putting him in that position to catch it where he did.
Leszewski tries to answer on the other end of the floor. His three-pointer from the near corner. Too short. Rebound to the Tar Heels, who are on an 8-0 run. Davis into the left corner. Black cross-court pass. Walton back inside. Baycott back inside over Leszewski. Can't get it to go off the window, but he collects the foul, and he's back to the free throw line for a pair. The Tar Heels absolutely going to work on the interior here late in the first half.
Well, Kerwin Walton ought to have a star on his jersey because he came in and that's when this run started. He's been such a deflector of the defensive attention for the interior post. It's been tangible to watch his effect on the court. R.J. Davis is going to be replaced now by Andrew Platek, who's coming to the game for Carolina as Baycott makes his first free throw. He'll have the second one coming, but it just, I can't tell you the difference in the look of that defense. You know, Carolina's +6 with Walton on the court, and it just right now it's staring you like a bright light in the face.
Baycott connects on both free throws, so the Tar Heels lead by 3, 29-26, with an even 2 minutes to play in the first half. Black defending Hub, bounces it far corner to Jogo, back outside to Goodwin right side. Pumps got Platek in the air, sends it into the near corner. Zona lets fly from 3, too short, and foul away from the ball on Carolina. I think Ramey Steins caught Baycott with a hold, and that'll keep it with Notre Dame. Still 1:48 to play here in the first half. Heels up by 3, 29-26. It's the first foul on Baycott, just the second team foul on Carolina, as the Irish work it around the perimeter near side. Now reversing it to Ryan on the left. Mismatch with Baycott. Got some distance between he and the big sophomore and swishes home a reigning 18-foot jumper.
Boy, Ryan's, really kept his composure, even though he's got guys 6'10", 6'11" matched up on him on defense.
Baycott tries to answer on offense, flings one off the glass, too strong, rebound to Notre Dame. And as we approach 1 minute to go here in the first half, the Tar Heels lead by the slimmest of margins, 29-28. Ryan, some nifty ball handling, gets a high screen from Zona that sent Kerwin Walton sprawling for a moment. Jogo on the drive, sends it over to Zona, hands off to Goodwin with a minute to go in the first half. 10 on the shot clock. The Irish and Jogo stepping back. A long two from the corner. Brooks couldn't close out, and Zona, well, we've got a whistle and a foul called, I think, on Garrison Brooks, whose forehead is right up against the stanchion underneath the basket, and that's one that Brooks wishes he would have had back there on the block out.
Well, the last two fouls, Baycott and Brooks, and why has it happened? It's happened because they've been extended. Notre Dame's done a really good job of forcing the perimeter, forcing the interior post players for Carolina to play against the perimeter on defense, and what it's doing is it's putting them into unfamiliar territory, and so that, just like that time, Brooks leaked out thinking that he was done with his rebounding job. He wasn't. In fact, he's got to take the shooter out of the game. As a deep shot this time by Cormac Ryan, a miss for Notre Dame into the hands of Leaky Black, pushing it up court.
Carolina with the ball in a 1-point lead. 30 seconds to play in the first half. At a 11-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock as Walton's three from the top of the circle. Well short. Rebound tapped out to Hub on the drive. Sinks one as it takes about 2 laps around the rim. Left side it goes down, 30-29. Notre Dame up by a point. Hub now with 4 in the game, and the Irish take their first timeout, leaving us with 20.4 seconds left to play in what has been pretty hotly contested first half here, with the Irish at one point jumping up by as many as 7 at 26-19. The Tar Heels respond with an 8-0 run, and now, Eric, presumably Carolina's got the half's last shot.
They do, and you look at Carolina's team, they're shooting 32% from the field. Really paltry number, but Black is 2 of 3, Sharp 2 of 4, Walton 2 of 4, and those are the guys that are shooting above 50% right now for Carolina's team. So you can tell everybody, and it hasn't been for a lack of good shots, but a lot of those, remember the flurry of activity when Carolina was looking really ragged, they had good shots almost at point blank range. They just missed. So some of that is contributing to the percentage point that we see. But with 20.4 on the clock, we'll see Leaky Black in a rare point guard position as he brings it forecourt to see if they can pull off the last second make.
10 seconds left to play in the half. Black rocking it back and forth. Left side gets a high screen from Brooks at the top of the circle. Comes right side, sends it back to Walton with 4 on the clock. Left side to Brooks. Fakes to get away from Leschewski. Lets fly. Missed it left. And it's half over for Carolina and Notre Dame. Well, back and forth we went, and it's been an entertaining 20 minutes so far here from the Smith Center. But after one half of play, Notre Dame takes a 1-point lead into the locker room, 30-29. We'll take a break, send things back across the street to Matt Krause, who will walk you through the Wells Fargo halftime Show with scores, stats, and plenty of highlights. Tar Heels down a point to the Irish, 30-29 from Learfield IMG.
Hi, Tar Heel fans. It's Jones Angel for UPS. Your customers want more from your business. You have to make more happen, whether they're in Chapel Hill or on the other side of the world. Globally or locally, UPS is building solutions to help businesses give their customers exactly what they want. More. Made easy. UPS, official logistics company of Carolina Athletics.
Catches it, the spin move, drop step to the baseline. Two-handed jam. Steps back for three. Nailed it from way downtown. Drives the lanes. Kaboom! Count it. And gets the foul. Are you kidding me?
Keep the excitement of game day going in a Nissan. With game-changing tech that makes every drive as exciting as a game-winning buzzer beater. Get to Nissan, proud partner of Carolina Athletics.
Home for the Tar Heels. The Tar Heels Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. Fully equipped staff are ready to help you and answer any questions you have about insurance policies. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
Gilbert Talks Taxes is on the air every Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. Get the latest from the IRS in North Carolina. That's Gilbert Talks Taxes every Saturday from 8 to 9, only on WCAB.
Thank you for making WCAB your radio station of choice in the foothills. Now get the best of both worlds. 100.9 FM and 590 AM Rutherfordton.
Welcome into the Wells Fargo halftime show. At the break, Carolina trailing Notre Dame by the thinnest of margins. It's the Fighting Irish 30 and the Tar Heels 29. Matt Krause with you inside our Tar Heel Sports Network studios. Let's get things started in the Wells Fargo halftime show with a scoreboard update presented to you by North Carolina Farm Bureau. Helping you is what we do best. The Tar Heels and the Fighting Irish, one of 3 games in the ACC today. The other 2 have gone final. Louisville, a road winner over Boston College, 76-64. David Johnson, a career best 20 points in the victory for the Cardinals to go with 8 boards and 3 helpers. Louisville improves to 7-1 overall, 2-0 in the ACC with the win. BC dips to 2-7. They are winless, 0-3. in ACC play. Clemson goes on the road to Coral Gables and wins it by 1, 66-65. Amir Sims, 25 points in the victory for the Tigers, including a go-ahead bucket with 19 seconds left. A runner in the lane to put Clemson ahead for good, and Clemson with the win goes to 8-1 overall, 2-1 in the ACC. Miami falls to 4-4, 0-3 in conference action. Shifting gears to the top 25, final scores from earlier. Number 8, Texas, goes on the road to number 3, Kansas, and dismantles the Jayhawks. 84-59 is your final score as Texas hands Kansas their worst home loss of the Bill Self era. Elsewhere, number 11, Creighton defeats Providence on the road, 67-65. 12th-ranked Missouri, a winner on the road against Arkansas, 81-68. Speaking of road wins, number 2, Baylor handles Iowa State in Ames, 76-65. A ranked-on-ranked showdown in Piscataway, New Jersey. Number 10, Iowa squeaks past number 14, Rutgers, 77-75 is your final. What a day for Luka Garza, 25 points in the win for Iowa. Games in progress at this hour. They both come from the Big 12. Closing in on halftime, number 9, West Virginia in trouble. They trail Oklahoma 32-17 in Norman. Just about 2 minutes left in the first half there. In Lubbock, Texas, number 13, Texas Tech, also in trouble, visiting Oklahoma State, leading the Red Raiders 35-25. On the football scoreboard, 2 bowls have gone final from earlier. Number 23, NC State falls to Kentucky 23-21 in the Gator Bowl. And number 11, Indiana suffers just their second loss of the season. The Hoosiers fall to Ole Miss 26-20 in the Outback Bowl in Tampa. They played 1 quarter at the Fiesta Bowl in Glendale, Arizona. 25th ranked Oregon and number 10, Iowa State, all even up at 7 apiece. And of course, coming up at 8 o'clock tonight, the last bowl on the docket for today. It's the Orange Bowl from Miami Gardens, Florida. The number 13 Tar Heels take on number 5 Texas A&M. But on the basketball court at the half, it's Notre Dame 30 and Carolina 29. We'll be back with more of the Wells Fargo Halftime Show after this from Learfield.
Every day in the U.S., more than 9 people are killed and 1,000 injured in crashes involving a distracted driver. You can't control other motorists, but you can control how you operate your vehicle. Avoid distractions while driving, like texting or checking social media. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/GoHeels.
To learn more, visit your local Trusted Choice Independent Agency, Insurance Service Associates in Forest City, or go to insureisa.com.
Owning an LS tractor is about a lot of things.
For me, it's about lift capacity.
It's about the hydraulics.
Owning an LS, it's about how well it's made.
Steel, baby. More features.
Standard features.
It's about the land. Making it better.
Having something to pass down.
It's about owning the best.
Find your local LS dealer at lstractorusa.com and see what it's about for you.
Carolina basketball continues after this.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
WCAB, WCAB, WCAB.
The ultimate first half highlights are brought to you by your local Carolina BMW dealers, providing legendary performance, exceptional offers, and a premium ownership experience. At BMW, we only make one thing, the ultimate driving machine.
At the half, the Tar Heels in a 1-point hole against Notre Dame, 30-29. Time now for the BMW Ultimate First Half highlight. 3 different Tar Heels leading the way with 6 points in that opening half, including Leaky Black, who hit this early 3.
As Brooks doubled on the block, gets it back outside to Davis, swings it left side. Leaky Black nails a triple. Doesn't happen often, but for Leaky, that's his 3rd on the season.
Carolina would grab the lead shortly after Kerwin Walton stays hot from long range.
Brooks, another offensive rebound at the foul line. Takes a bounce, sends it right corner to Black, finds the open man, Kerwin Walton. The three-pointer rattles around and falls. When it's going your way, it's going your way. And Kerwin Walton is having a field day so far.
Later in the half, Walker Kessler stopping a Notre Dame run by using his size inside.
Into the corner to Sharp. Now Kessler on the block. Nice, easy hook shot for the big man from Georgia. Kessler into the scoring column with his first basket.
Garrison Brooks, not necessarily known for his three-point shooting, but he makes a second triple in as many games.
5 on the shot clock. Brooks a 3. Hit one on Wednesday. Hey, he hits one on Saturday.
More Leaky Black, this time a jumper to pull Carolina within 2.
Hands to Baycott, to Walton, straight away 3. Bounds off the side of the rim, right to Black, drives baseline, floats, and you guessed it, scores with the foul. Black to the free throw line for 1.
At the break, Notre Dame leading Carolina 30-29. We'll check on your first half stats after this from Learfield.
Every day in the U.S., more than 9 people are killed and 1,000 injured in crashes involving a distracted driver. You can't control other motorists, but you can control how you operate your vehicle. Avoid distractions while driving, like texting or checking social media. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/GoHeels.
To learn more, visit your local Trusted Choice Independent Agency, Insurance Service Associates in Forest City, or go to insureisa.com.
Hunt Brothers Pizza, the official pizza of Carolina Athletics, joins Tar Heels fans across the nation cheering Go Heels. Whether you're at home watching the game or out on the road, download our Hunt Brothers Pizza app to find a location near you. The Hunt family has been proudly serving our delicious original crust pizza to North Carolina families for over 20 years. With all toppings, no extra charge, and 10 to choose from, there's sure to be a topping combination for everyone to enjoy a Hunt Brothers Pizza.
Home of the 6-time national champions, right here on the Tar Heels Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Justice, Rosenbluth, LT, Jordan, Hansbrough, Geo. This is Jones Angel, voice of the Tar Heels. Certain names in Tar Heel athletics resonate across generations, bringing to mind an unmatched commitment to excellence. When someone mentions Smith's Drugs of Forest City, I think of a similar commitment to excellence. Since 1939, Smith's Drugs has served Rutherford County with the highest quality customer service and care. The friendly staff at Smith's Drugs not only provides you with prompt service, they give you the individual attention needed to understand your medication and how it works. This same level of care is exhibited by the staff in the Smith's Drugs Home Medical Equipment Department. And don't forget about the old-fashioned soda fountain, where you'll be served up the best pimento cheese sandwich in North Carolina. Call on Smith's Drugs of Forest City at 828-245-4591, located at 139 East Main Street in downtown Forest City, where they've been putting the customer first since 1939.
Welcome back to the Wells Fargo Halftime Show. It's Notre Dame 30 and Carolina 29. Let's take a deeper look inside the numbers, brought to you by UPS, working together to achieve great things like the Tar Heels. That's problem solving. Visit UPS.com to learn more. UPS, proud partner of Carolina Athletics. Tar Heels 31% from the floor, 10 of 32. Carolina 4 of 12, 33% from long range. Additionally, the Tar Heels 5 of 7, 71% at the foul line. Contrast that to Notre Dame, 11 of 28 overall, 39%, 6 of 16, 38% from behind the arc, and 2 of 2, a perfect 100% at the foul line. Leading scorers for the Tar Heels with 6 points apiece, Leaky Black, Dayron Sharp, and Kerwin Walton. Leading the way for Notre Dame with 8 points, it's Nate Leszewski. Add it all up, you get a Notre Dame lead, 30-29 over the Tar Heels. Let's step aside now, 10 seconds, station ID on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
And you're listening to the Tar Heels on 100.9 FM, 590 AM, WCAB Rutherford. 4 minutes before 5 o'clock, 52 degrees.
The Halftime Show is brought to you by Wells Fargo, official sponsor of Carolina Athletics. Tar Heels trying to make a comeback. They trail Notre Dame by 1, 30-29. Back to Dave and Eric after this from Learfield IMG College.
Start with a foundation of toughness, then add exceptional intelligence and dominating power. That's how you build a winner. And that's how Ford builds their lineup of vehicles with features like EcoBoost technology for a winning combination of power and performance. Another reason why Ford is America's best-selling brand 10 years in a row. Leaders aren't born, they're built. And in the Carolinas, they're built for victory. Learn more at buyfordnow.com or contact your Carolina Ford dealer today. Based on 2010 through 2019 calendar year sales.
Tired of cooking at home? Change it up without getting up. Just order Jersey Mike's through our app for no-contact delivery or no-contact at-the-door pickup. Jersey Mike's. Be a sub above.
Globally or locally, UPS is building solutions to help businesses give their customers exactly what they want. More made easy. UPS, official logistics company of Carolina Athletics.
This is your home for the Tar Heels. The Tar Heels Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers and it shows. Fully equipped staff are ready to help you and answer any questions you have about insurance policies. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers of Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. They continue to strive hard to keep that honor. Come on in and see for yourself. Take a look at the all-new design 2021 F-150 or reserve an all-new 2021 Bronco coming in the spring. Don't miss out on the automobile you've been wanting at the Sisk Family Ford price. Take your pick while the picking is good on Oak Street in Forest City.
Chores or projects cause you to miss any of the Tar Heels game action? Let LS Tractor help make short work of them. From normal yard maintenance to those larger projects, LS Tractor has the machine for you. Visit lstractor.com to see the difference. LS Tractor, what's it about for you? Start of the second half here in Chapel Hill. Dave Nathan, Eric Montross, Adam Lucas, John Brockwell all on scene as Notre Dame leads Carolina 30-29. Big fella, the Irish have the ball to start out the second half. Does this feel it's going to be a game of threes for Notre Dame versus a whole bunch of twos for Carolina coming up?
Well, I hope Carolina starts making the whole bunch of twos. They've had lots of opportunities, and you certainly think that Notre Dame is not going to be able to change too much as Leszewski launches a long one off the front rim. But Juwan Durham back in the game after being saddled with 2 early fouls. He gives them some good size presence inside.
Leszewski's missed shot rebounded by Davis. The Tar Heels go right inside to Dayron Sharp, who goes right to the cup, lays it in, collects a foul, and he's heading to the free throw line for one. Leszewski picks up his second foul, and that'll be our Duke Energy powerful play of the game. Dayron Sharp, 8 points now in today's ball game, and for the moment has Carolina up 31-30 with the free throw on the way. 32-30, Carolina leads by a deuce.
Well, I'm going to beat this into your head because right now Walton on the corner, Baycott at the top, Sharp was on the post. Because Walton was out there, Baycott caught that ball exactly where he wanted. Nobody could come help off of Walton as the shooter, and it gave him a wide open play. Conversely, the other side, Juwan Howard just circled around Baycott on his defender and dunked the ball in. So a quick deuce for Juwan Howard as he gets back into the game after those first half fouls.
32 all. Sharp to the hook shot right in the middle of the paint. Can't get it to fall. Leszewski with the rebound somehow maintained his foot there on the floor to negate a travel, and the Irish have it with a minute gone by in the second half, tied at 32. Sharp hounding Ryan outside the three-point arc right side. Leszewski left side, banks one in. Oh boy. Leszewski into double figures with 11, and it's 35-32. The Irish up by a triple.
Leszewski with 7 rebounds. I mean, he leads both teams in rebounds. He's just showing that his numbers are enduring even in this game as a short shot by Sharp right in front on the short baby hook. Baycott tries to grab it on the ground, can't get it. Davis now to Leaky Black.
So a fresh, well, not a fresh 20 for Carolina as the shot clock's now at 10 seconds. Baycott gives it back out to Davis. Shot clock at 7. Baycott sets the high screen for RJ. Pulls up for 3. Let's fly. Too strong. Baycott taps the rebound to Leszewski, who pulls it out of the sky at the left elbow. And the Irish would stand pretty furious onslaught of attempts there by Carolina. 2 minutes into the second half, Irish still lead by 3. Hub swings it far side to Goodwin. Now bounces to Durham, 18 feet from the basket. Back to Goodwin. Never really seemed to get possession of the ball, and it goes off his fingertips over the baseline, out of bounds to Carolina. Well, Eric, 17:51 to go in the ball game. The Irish up 3. Baycott checks out. Brooks comes back in to team with Walton, Black, Davis, and Sharp. And again, no surprise, Carolina going inside early and often to begin the game's second half.
Yeah, I think they just need to almost take a half breath, because right now they're almost frenetic in their pace in the half court set. It doesn't have to be so antsy when you get the ball. Just make a good, concise move, rely upon your offense, play off of your teammate, and you're going to find good options.
Davis, a pretty good option from 3. Cans the three-pointer just right at the top of the circle, and the Tar Heels tie the game at 35 on Davis's first field goal of the contest.
Well, I wish folks could have seen that. If you're listening to us, you probably can't see it, because that was a really good offensive set for Carolina. They were very measured, had good spacing.
Goodwin's three from the right wing, off the heel of the rim. Rebound to Carolina. The Tar Heels miss in tight with Black. Fumbling it off the right side of the rim. And the glass cleared by the Irish. Ryan on the drive. Kicks it back out to Leszewski. Wide open three. Can't let that happen if you're Carolina, as Leszewski drains his second triple of the second half. Pumps his fist as he turns to go back down court and defend. But the Irish up 38-35, a little more than 3 minutes into the second half.
Leszewski's now 4 of 6 from behind the arc.
Brooks turns on Leszewski, goes right into his chest, misfires. Sharp's offensive rebound. He can't get it to go, and it's tapped away over the baseline by Carolina. And the Irish control it with 16:31 to go in the ball game, leading by 3, 38-35. Here comes another big off the bench for the Tar Heels. It's Kessler checking in for Sharp, and for Coach Bray, who's really only got about 6 or 7 players at his disposal right now, to see the Tar Heels rolling in 3, 4 these 6'10", 6'11 guys, it's just got to be driving him bonkers. But somehow he's found a way to stay competitive, as Leszewski's three from the left side, no good. Goodwin a rebound, and another 20-second shot clock for the Irish. Ryan right wing, cross court to Goodwin. Approaching 16 to play in the ball game. Goodwin on the drive, lost his footing, and a good reason why. Looks like he tripped over Kessler, who just puts his hands in the air. Ramey Steins, though, blows the whistle as Kessler, Eric, collects his first and the team's first.
You know, Kessler's fault for letting him drive on that direct line. However, Leaky Black was coming in off that wing and should have been there to take the charge. It was the absolute perfect setup to take the charge at the ACC logo. He would have gotten a player control foul against Notre Dame, but instead he gave a half turn and did not keep his body in line with the dribbler.
Zona checks in for Durham on the out-of-bounds play. 16 minutes to go in the ball game. Irish with the ball up 3. Shot clock at 10 seconds. Hub on the left wing, drives on Kessler. There's Black to help. Swings a pass across the court, and it's off the hands of Cormac Ryan, out of bounds to Carolina on the far sideline, which brings us to a stoppage in play. 15:53 left to play here in the second half. It's Carolina trailing Notre Dame 38-35 from Learfield.
Pizza or wings? The debate older than time itself. But here at B-Dubs, we've got an insider tip. New pizza wings are the flavor of pizza on wings. That's both your favorite foods together to make your new favorite food. So get to B-Dubs and chow down on some meaty, savory loopholes. The only thing we don't serve is regrets. Pizza wings, one of 4 new sauces at Buffalo Wild Wings. Available for dine-in, takeout, and delivery.
Pizza wings available for a limited time. Delivery subject to availability. Fees may apply.
Live coverage of Carolina basketball continues after this.
At McCurry Deck Motors, you can browse a selection of vehicles that includes all of the top models in Chevrolet, Buick, and GMC lineups. The McCurry Deck Motors lineup of vehicles checks all the boxes, ensuring that they will have the perfect vehicle for any car shopper that visits their lot. Come visit and see what's in store for you and your family with the McCurry Deck quality reputation of fair deals and customer service. Try the Chevy. Find new roads with Chevy. At McCurry Deck Motors, we're the home of Chevy, Buick, and GMC. 1740 U.S. Highway 74A, Forest City.
Do you need some extra money in your pocket? Try Insurance Service Associates, your local independent agent. We can shop your auto and home insurance with several companies to get you better coverage and the best rate. Insurance Service Associates at 127 East Trade Street in Forest City for auto, home, or commercial insurance. More choices, better coverage, best rate. That's Insurance Service Associates, 245-5301.
For any surface and every season, there's a Continental tire that delivers superior performance, from ultra-high performance tires like the Extreme Contact Sport to passenger touring tires to all-terrain light truck tires like the Terrain Contact AT. Continental has a tire that gives you confidence no matter the road conditions. 15:53 left to play in the second half. We're in the Smith Center, and Notre Dame leads Carolina 38-35. It's a huge day of Carolina athletics, with not only this game taking place, but the Tar Heels and Texas A&M Aggies in the Orange Bowl coming up later tonight. The kickoff will be just after 8 o'clock. The Reed's Jewelers pregame show comes your way at 7, just after the Coca-Cola postgame report concludes here from the basketball side of things. Well, Eric, Carolina 12 of 40 from the floor. That's an even 30% even with those 5 makes from three-point land, Carolina just hasn't found a way to get the shots in the paint to fall here against an overmatched and outsized Notre Dame bunch. What will it take?
Well, 7 of 26 as Adam Lucas put together, 7 of 26 from 2-point field goal range. That's pretty darn bad. And I think Carolina, I really believe that they are rushing themselves. As Kessler backs in, he'll try and take a little undershot, but he got underneath the basket and tried to go reverse, couldn't get it, never made it above the rim in traffic. Again, you got to be smart. Just because you catch it in the right spot doesn't mean you got to take the shot. You have to read the defense and not feel like you're force-feeding yourself.
Ryan gets a screen from Zona, dribbles right. Walton defending with the shot clock at 10 seconds. Irish up 3, approaching 15 minutes to play in the ball game. Hub spinning on Walton, goes with the left hand, and it rolls in. Oh, it touched everything. Then it hung on the heel of the rim there for just a second before it dropped through. Hub now with 6 in the game, and the Irish lead up to 5 at 40-35. Can Kerwin Walton change that? You bet. A long-distance bomb from dead away, and it's 40-38. Kerwin Walton, 3 threes now in 2 consecutive games.
We caught it on the 45 opposite the Carolina bench, and folks lost track of him. Cormac Ryan lost track, and he just took a couple dribbles and took right off.
Hub's 3 from the right wing, bounds off the back of the rim, rebound to Carolina. Davis on the drive right side, stripped by Hub, and it's over the end line. Still Carolina ball with 14:39 to play. Here comes Dayron Sharp in for Kessler. Might have heard him clap his hands as he comes off to the near side. Juwan Durham checks back in now for Leszewski, who comes out. And remember, Durham picked up those 2 early fouls. He still has 2 as the Irish lead by that margin. Quickly inbounded from Davis to Black, Brooks, Sharp, and Walton on the floor for Roy Williams' team. Coach Williams in the near corner, pointing out instructions to his team, who has the ball offensively, as Zona kicks an intended leaky Black pass for Dayron Sharp. And that'll reset the shot clock at 20 seconds with 14:28 still to play in the game.
One of the hardest things for guys to do, as Kessler came out and was frustrated, is to recognize how big you are. And that sounds kind of like an odd thing to say, but remember your size.
Well, Dayron Sharp's got some size, but that won't do him any good on the lefty hook off the window. Rebound to the Irish.
He just rushed it, Dave. I mean, again, he had everything was right. I just think he's quick to finish, to let go. You just got to follow through, have a little more stick-to-itness.
Durham drove on Sharp, kicks it into the far corner. Hub drains a long 2. That's 8 in the game now for Prentice Hub, and it's 42-38 Irish. Inside 14 to go in the ball game. Tar Heels down 4 with the ball. Brooks, 16-footer, buries it.
You got to keep it simple, Dave. I mean, it's not a hard game. The thing that we're making it hard right now because we're always just almost, like I said earlier, you're frantic out there. Things are moving so fast. You want to be quick, but you don't want to hurry. That's Coach Guthridge said that famously to the post players when I was in school. Be quick, but don't hurry. But you can apply that across the board. So make your good play. You can be quick enough to beat everybody, but if you hurry, you take all the odds that are in your favor and you stack them against yourself.
Durham drains another long 2 from the left wing with the shot clock inside at 10 seconds. So Durham with 6 in the ball game. It's 44-40 Notre Dame. Almost 7 minutes gone by here in the second half as the Irish took a 1-point lead into the break after leading by as many as 7 in the first 20 minutes. Carolina with the ball on offense. Shot clock at 10 seconds. Sharp in the short corner, gets it to Brooks. Left side, Walton, another 3. Here we go. Oh, it won't fall. Rebound to Durham. And the Irish with the ball up 4. Inside 13 minutes to go as Hub takes the length of the floor. Sharp pinned it against the glass, but an easy goaltend call for the officials. The basket is good. Hub now with another field goal, give him 10 in the game, 46-40. Goodwin checks out for the Irish. Ryan checks back in. Platek comes in for Carolina. R.J. Davis takes a seat just beneath us for the Tar Heels. And the Irish look like they're back in that 2-3 zone.
Got to have a lot of movement here. Move the ball, move the ball, move the ball.
Platek right side to Love. Love, one bounce and a cross-court pass to Black. Left corner, Platek, 10 on the shot clock. Sharp turns, faces, drives on Durham, goes with the righty hook shot and draws another foul on Juwan Durham. That's his 3rd.
It's a great move by Sharp. But I still think, and I know it ended up putting him at the line, and I'm a big Day'Ron Sharp fan because of how hard he plays and what he's doing. He's showing us all kinds of potential. But that move, again, he's done it twice in this game. He's turned over the wrong shoulder into the defender. And I think part of that is because as a player, and he misses his first free throw, Puff Johnson will come in for Leaky Black for Carolina with one more free throw coming. Also, Leshevsky will come back in, presumably, here at the dead ball. He'll come in for Matt Zona for Notre Dame. But I think well, go ahead, Dave. I'm going to let you finish out.
Sharp's second free throw hits the back of the rim and then drops through the net, so he's 1 of 2, and it's a 5-point lead for the Irish, just over 12 to play. That's 10 in the game for Sharp. And the Irish have Ryan dribbling outside the perimeter. Swings it to Jogo. Now Leshevsky left side. Bounces it to Durham, who remains on the floor with those 3 fouls. Next whistle takes us to an official timeout. Under 10 on the shot clock. Ryan drew some contact from Sharp. And Eric, I know that's one of those calls that will make you shiver just a little bit. Big man committing a foul 20 some odd feet from the basket, but Sharp collects the foul. That's the second on Carolina and the first on the freshman from Greenville. And again, it takes us to an official timeout. 11:51 still to play in the game. And boy, oh boy, it's anybody's game. Notre Dame 46, Carolina 41 from Learfield IMG.
Every day in the U.S., more than 9 people are killed and 1,000 injured in crashes involving a distracted driver. You can't control other motorists, but you can control how you operate your vehicle. Avoid distractions while driving, like texting or checking social media. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/GoHeels.
To learn more, visit your local Trusted Choice Independent Agency, Insurance Service Associates in Forest City, or go to insureisa.com.
North Carolina's 26 electric cooperatives recognize the best classroom projects and the teachers who create them through the Bright Ideas Education Grant Program. These grants provide funding for creative projects in grades K through 12. Congratulations to Bright Ideas grant winner Lori Gill of Blowing Rock Elementary School. Her project, Improving Spelling and Writing Online with Co-Writer app, is sponsored by Blue Ridge Energy based in Lenore. If you're a teacher with a bright idea, visit ncbrightideas.com.
From star athletes to super fans, UNC Health is dedicated to caring for champions of all kinds. For you, the latest advancements and our greatest expertise are always in play to deliver personalized care with the utmost compassion. It's the kind of care that keeps champions like you and your family in the game when it matters the most. See our lineup at unchealthcare.org/sports.
Buffalo Wild Wings has new boneless wings with more meat and less breading. They'll turn any boneless hater into a boneless believer. Get to B-Dubs and try their new boneless wings. Dave Nathan, Eric Montross alongside for the call of this afternoon's game. We've got 11:51 still to play. Notre Dame 46, Carolina 41. Eric, the Trusted Choice of the game brought to you by the Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Right in your wheelhouse. It's the movement that Carolina has to have in the post and recognizing what sort of defense Notre Dame presents.
Sure, and you know, Day'Ron Sharp, we've talked a lot about him, and I was talking about him a minute ago. When he's caught it twice in this game, and he's made a really good move. But the final component of that move has turned into the defender, so over the opposite shoulder. So if you're going left, he's turning left, and there's the defender. He's got enough skill with right and left hand that he just needs to read the defender. That may mean not coming at it with this predisposed idea of here's the move that I'm going to make. Really relying at taking that extra split second to assess where the defense is. Then go ahead and make the determination of what move you need to make. But he's just a supremely talented young player as Garrison Brooks picks up a foul on the perimeter at the exact same place that Day'Ron Sharp did as he knocks Krzyzewski into the third row of the Notre Dame spaced out bench here. And, you know, again, another foul that you don't want to see if you're Carolina. But just to finish up, just taking your time at every position. Carolina's got to find themselves taking their time to capitalize on these offensive opportunities.
The Tar Heels defending right now, down by 5. Ryan enters the post to Durham. It's a pair of 11s matched up on one another as Sharp defends. Durham ducks his shoulder, gets inside the paint, forced to kick it back out to Hub with 8 on the shot clock. Hub a little pump fake, and Dayron Sharp, those long, lanky arms, poke the ball away across the far sideline, and that leaves Notre Dame a pretty demonstrative team with just 5 seconds on the shot clock and a lot of real estate to cover. Goodwin to trigger. Leschewski calls for the ball. Outside the free throw line, he drives, lost the ball, taken away by Johnson. Sharp was right in his face to force the turnover, and here comes Carolina with it down court, down by 5, inside 11.5 to play. Playtech, Johnson, Brooks, Love, and Sharp on the floor for the Heels. Brooks enters to Sharp, turns, drop step, and scores.
Now that time it was the simple play, right? I mean, Garrison Brooks caught it. He was missed in the post. Love missed him. Garrison Brooks had a seal. He could have just turned around and put it in with his nose. He was so close. But Dayron Sharp caught it in the right position, made a good easy move, and 2, count it.
Nothing easy there for Jawan Durham, whose 8-foot floater bounds off the back of the rim. Rebound to the Tar Heels as Playtech comes near corner. Again, back to Sharp. Sharp goes up and right through Jawan Durham. It's good again for Dayron Sharp, who's got 14 to lead Carolina, and it's now just a 1-point Notre Dame advantage, 46-45, just over 10.5 to play here from the Smith Center. Ryan on the bounce, swings it left side. Leschewski lets it go, and he drains another triple. All of his field goals here in the second half have been threes. He's got 17 in the game, 5 of 8 from distance, and a timeout taken with 10.5 to play. 49-45, the Irish took the TO. The Irish had the lead, and we'll go to a break as well from Learfield IMG College.
Start with a foundation of toughness, then add exceptional intelligence and dominating power. That's how you build a winner. And that's how Ford builds their lineup of vehicles with features like EcoBoost technology for a winning combination of power and performance. Another reason why Ford is America's best-selling brand 10 years in a row. Leaders aren't born, they're built. And in the Carolinas, they're built for victory. Learn more at buyfordnow.com or contact your Carolina Ford dealer today. Based on 2010 through 2019 calendar year sales.
This is your home of the 6-time national champions, right here on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers of Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. They continue to strive hard to keep that honor. Come on in and see for yourself. Take a look at the all-new design 2021 F-150 or reserve an all-new 2021 Bronco coming in the spring. Don't miss out on the automobile you've been wanting at the Sisk Family Ford price. Take your pick while the picking is good on Oak Street in Forest City.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. Fully equipped staff are ready to help you and answer any questions you have about insurance policies. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
Ford, built for victory, built for the Carolinas. Contact your Carolina Ford dealer today. Ford is built for victory. Again, see your Carolina Ford dealer, proud sponsor of Carolina Athletics. 10.5 minutes to play in the second half. Notre Dame 49, Carolina 45. Eric, it seems like it's been the Nate Leschewski, Dayron Sharp show with those two guys going back and forth, but from very different spots on the floor.
Yeah, Leschewski with 17 points, 8 rebounds. He's 5 of 8, so he's 6 field goals in the game. 5 of them have been three-pointers. He's 5 of 8 from distance, really carrying the brunt of the offensive load for the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. Sharp, on the other hand, 5 of 11 from the field. He's doing a lot of good things. He's got 14 points. The 5 of 11 has not been, it's not been in his favor. The role has not been there tonight. But boy, you wouldn't trade his shots right now really for anybody else's. Maybe save Kerwin Walton on an open 3.
Here come the Tar Heels front court, moving from left to right, clad in white and Carolina blue. Love tried to throw the lob for Brooks. All he could do is tap it back out to Platek on the near side, and still Carolina maintains possession. Enters the block to Sharp. There he goes with the half hook on the baseline. Won't fall. Tapped around. Puff Johnson can't drop it in. Sharp rolls it right over the top of the rim. And again, on a third, maybe fourth opportunity, Sharp fouled by Notre Dame. And I believe that was Leschewski picking up his third and the team's third so far in the half. Well, no matter the fact these shots aren't falling from point-blank range, you have to love the work ethic being put forth by Carolina.
Daron Sharp just giving every ounce of energy as he misses the free throw off the back iron. He was 4 of 5 prior to that point. I don't know who's tallying rebounds today, but there is no way that Daron Sharp has only 4 rebounds. I mean, the young man has been all over the glass.
Second free throw perfect for the freshman, who now has 15, and it's 49-46 with an even 10 minutes to play in the game's second half.
Here's a stat. Nobody outside of Walton has 9 points. He's the second leading scorer. Sharp with 15. Nobody else has more than 6 on Carolina's team. That's how tough the offense has been to come by.
Ryan drove left side, dropped it off to Leschewski. Little shoulder fake, got Sharp in the air, took a bounce, and dropped it in. Picked up the foul on Sharp. That's his second and the team's fourth. And Leschewski, with 19 now in the game, goes back to the free throw line, and that's just experience right there, outdoing youth.
Well, and look, he's been so smart. This is his first time to the line all night. And you look at this young man, and he's smart. He misses the free throw off the back end, but he's in the flow of the game. He's not forcing any shots, but he is a wonderful offensive weapon.
Love's three-pointer won't fall, but there's, guess who? Daron Sharp on the doorstep to lay it back up and in for points 16 and 17. 51-48. The Irish lead is 3, inside 9.5 to go. Leschewski has 11 of Notre Dame's 21 so far this half, as Hub finds Zona back out to Leschewski to Hub. A three-pointer kind of wedged between the glass and the back of the rim, falls off, and the rebound to Carolina. Heels with the ball down 3 on offense, approaching 9 minutes to go. Platek left wing, defended by Ryan. Love coming out to call for the ball. Platek dribbles it over to Brooks, who hands off to Love. The Tar Heels reset with 10 on the shot clock. Not a lot of movement from Carolina offensively as Sharp turns, seals, throws it over Zona, but won't fall. Rebound to Ryan, and the Irish walk it up the floor, nearing 8.5 to go, up by 3. Hub driving left side, over the head pass. Leschewski left open for 3, and he buries another one. 22 for Leschewski, Eric.
6 of 9 from behind the arc. What a shot.
He came into today's game shooting 66% from the floor and 57% from three-point land. The field goal percentage was the best of any player in the Power 5 conferences. The three-point percentage, 14th best in the country, and he has really exceeded those numbers in today's game. With the Irish up 6, Carolina with the ball. Love, 18-footer, good.
Good shot. I mean, it was a quick shot. There were no passes in that offensive set, but look, you're not going to tell Caleb Love or R.J. Davis or Puff Johnson or Kerwin Walton not to take an open 17-footer. I just think those are things you have to take.
Ryan drives right side. Brooks might have deflected the shot up against the backboard. The Tar Heels have numbers 5 on 4. Platek to Love. A step inside the three-point arc. 15-footer won't go, and the rebound to Leschewski. After missing his first 4, Love made a jumper and then just missed. Still 54-50, and Leschewski feeling it from way downtown. Oh, my goodness. That was from almost Cape Hatteras. And it's 57-50. Notre Dame matches its biggest lead. 25 for Leschewski. Eric, he's 3 off the 28 he had midweek against Virginia.
That was a phenomenal shot. I mean, he came down in transition and just picked it up. I think caught everybody off guard.
Love tries to answer a 3. Right side, give it to the freshman. Caleb Love makes it a 2-score game at 57-53. All 5 of his points coming in the second half as we near 7 minutes to play.
Now you just got to have a defensive stop. I mean, that's going to be the key. They're shooting 61% in this half, Notre Dame is, from the field.
Hub with a mismatch here. Brooks defending on the ball, swings it far side. Goodwin in the face of Johnson. The three-pointer's no good. Leschewski battling for the loose ball rebound, has it trickle off his fingertips and over the baseline, out of bounds to Carolina. 6:45 left to play in the second half, and we've got ourselves a good one. Notre Dame leads Carolina by 4, 57-53 from Learfield.
Hunt Brothers Pizza, the official pizza of Carolina Athletics, joins Tar Heels fans across the nation cheering Go Heels. Whether you're at home watching the game or out on the road, download our Hunt Brothers Pizza app to find a location near you. The Hunt family has been proudly serving our delicious original crust pizza to North Carolina families for over 20 years. With all toppings, no extra charge, and 10 to choose from, there's sure to be a topping combination for everyone to enjoy a Hunt Brothers Pizza.
Every day in the U.S., more than 9 people are killed and 1,000 injured in crashes involving a distracted driver. You can't control other motorists, but you can control how you operate your vehicle. Avoid distractions while driving, like texting or checking social media. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/GoHeels.
To learn more, visit your local Trusted Choice Independent Agency, Insurance Service Associates in Forest City, or go to insureisa.com.
Hey Carolina family, this is head football coach Mac Brown. As official sponsor of Carolina Athletics, Wells Fargo understands being a Tar Heel means there's no off season. With a Wells Fargo Tar Heels debit card, you can show off your Carolina pride no matter where you are. It's your colors, your team, your card. Visit wellsfargo.com and search Card Design Studio to learn more.
Copyright 2020 Wells Fargo Bank N.A. All rights reserved.
6 minutes and 45 seconds left to play here in Chapel Hill. Notre Dame leading Carolina 57-53. The Tar Heels have gotten their last 13 from freshmen, including a three-pointer from Caleb Love a moment ago. And those threes are brought to you by Blue Cross NC, reminding you to practice your 3 W's. Wear, wait, wash. We resolve to keep North Carolina healthy. Eric, if the Tar Heels win-loss record wants to get a little healthier, the Tar Heels have to find an answer defensively for what Nate Leschewski has done so far this half. He's only scored 17, and it seems like 3 after 3 has been uncontested.
I mean, you look at Leschewski. There's a North Carolina slip right there. You look at Leschewski and you say, of his 25 points, 7 of them have been in three-point form. 2 other field goals have come inside, but just on this last play, Caleb Love had him underneath the basket and was boxing him out, but Leschewski still came up with the rebound and kicked it out of bounds off of himself. So that was what gave us the dead ball where we are now. But you look at how he's playing. He is playing within himself. I can't tell you how smooth these points are. And you say, well, don't help off of him. Well, absolutely. That's part of the game plan. You hear Coach Williams talk about the players have to understand the scouting report. One of the things that Leschewski does is he puts your big guys in a position that they're not usually in, particularly freshmen such as Dayron Sharp, who flew at him last time on a made 3, but didn't get there in time. He's so used to going to the front of the rim. A guy like this puts you in a situation where he pulls the strings and makes you step outside.
Carolina has the ball after the media timeout. Black, Sharp, Walton, Davis, and Baycott on the floor with 10 on the shot clock. Davis a 3 dead away, short off the front rim and knocked off of Notre Dame over the baseline. It remains with Carolina. 6:21 left to play. The Irish defending up 4. Davis looking for a teammate, finds Black in the far corner. Out on the left wing to Walton. Now Davis dumps it inside to Baycott. Turns into a double team and will go the other direction.
There's so many people. I mean, there were 3, 4, 5 players inside there with Baycott. Baycott was down below the block. Dayron Sharp was trying to clear out from just stacked right above him. You had 3 Notre Dame defenders. And again, it's the position. You're so close to the rim, you say, I can almost taste the success of making this shot, but it's not the right shot because you're pushing it through so much traffic. Your percentage drops significantly.
That foul on Baycott is his 2nd and the team's 5th on Carolina. We're inside 6 minutes to go. The Irish have the ball in a 4-point lead. Shot clock inside 10 seconds. Goodwin with 5 on the shot clock. Has his pass stolen by Sharp. Here comes the big man down the floor. Get out of his way. He's a freight train, and he's scoring right at the cup.
Pretty smooth.
19 for Day'Ron Sharp, 57-55. The ball game draws tighter with 5.5 to play. Ryan back to Leschewski, wide open left side. This one won't go. Rebound to Davis, and the Tar Heels off and running. 3-on-3 break. Davis opts to run the secondary. Gives it to Bacon, driving at the free throw line. Lefty layup won't go, but Day'Ron Sharp, he'll absolutely go get it and tap it back in. He's got 21. It's a career afternoon for Day'Ron Sharp, and we're tied at 57. 5 minutes left in the game. Hub dribbling left side, swings it right side. Good one, uncontested 3, short. Rebound to Zona, and a new 20 for the Irish. 57 all our score. The Tar Heels have battled back from being down by as many as 7. Hub on the drive to Zona, back to Goodwin. Top of the circle, Ryan lets fly. Won't fall. Baycott, uncontested defensive rebound. And here come the Tar Heels with a chance to take the lead. Baycott, head of the key, left side. Walton gets by Ryan, who recovers nicely. Sends it over to Black. Enters to Sharp. Double team, does it matter? Well, not that time. It's bounded around off the glass, still won't fall. Sharp collects the loose change, and he's fouled again. Back to the free throw line goes the freshman, as it's Cormac Ryan picking up his second and the team's 4th. Sharp has 12 of the last 15 for Carolina. He's got 21 in the ball game, and it's just amazing. 8 of 18 from the floor. Most of those 18 feel like they have been at point-blank range.
You know, he's just got a nose for the ball. He's got a nose for the ball and nose for the basket, and he is gassed right now. Garrison Brooks coming out of it. If he just make it to the 4-minute mark, he'll get a nice long break. But he had enough composure, as tired as Day'Ron is, to get and make that first free throw. Day'Ron Sharp leads the team in free throw attempts. He's doubled up the next closest, who's Baycott with 4 attempts, but Day'Ron Sharp 6 of 8. Right now, as he's continued to put quite an impressive game together, and particularly the second half, makes the second free throw, goes over, gives a high five to Garrison Brooks, and now comes to the bench, and he is welcomed by every single player, saying, big fella, you have earned a little sit-down time. Get a quick breath. We need you back in the game. 23 in the ball game for Sharp. That's 10 better than his previous career high of 13. Which he hit for a couple of times in the first 9 games of the season. Tar Heels up 59-57. Durham to the basket, scores, and he's fouled. There's a foul called underneath by the baseline official, and Coach Williams has his hands on his hips as he just turns and walks away from the play. The Irish have tied the game. The foul goes against Leaky Black, who was really standing, straddling the block charge circle, and Jawan Durham, after making the basket, to the free throw line, where he's 15 of 19 on the season. You know, it's almost nothing worse as a missed free throw. You got a little bit of a mixed blessing there, but you know, if you're not going to foul the guy, then the worst thing you can do is put a tap on his shoulder where he has an opportunity for a three-point play. Leakey's been slow on a couple of defensive rotations today, and it's been costing him.
Irish back to the zone. Game tied at 59, inside 4 to play. Walton a 3, right wing, it's on the way. It won't go. Ball knocked off the backboard to Brooks, and the Tar Heels still have it as Davis's intended pass for Bacon stolen by Jogo. And Coach Williams pounding the scores table 1, 2, 3 times with under 3.5 to go. The Irish now have it back with hopes of breaking this 59 all game, as Davis poked his hand behind Hub and knocked it over the sideline in front of the Notre Dame bench. That'll take us to an official timeout. Wow, 3:22 left to play. Game tied at 59. Leschewski has 25 for the Irish. Day'Ron Sharp has 23 for the Tar Heels. We'll see if we get ourselves a result here coming up after this from Learfield.
To celebrate State Farm's surprisingly great race, we gave this game day jam surprisingly great lyrics.
I saved a lot this year because I called the pros. I am calling State Farm. I gotta make the phone call. We got that coverage here. Protect your car and home. I am calling State Farm. I gotta make the phone call. You can just call now. There's a little bit of great rates with a little bit of great. Look at my quote now.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
This
This is your home for the Tar Heels. The Tar Heels Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
McCurry-Deck Motors has been providing the stylish Buick for families for generations. Come browse a new selection and you'll find the car that everybody's talking about. The family-owned dealership is deeply entrenched in our community. They understand the needs of the customers and will work with them to find the perfect car, truck, or crossover for their lives. Experience the new Buick at McCurry-Deck Motors. Take a look around the website to learn more about everything offered at McCurry-Deck Motors, 1740 U.S. Highway 74A, Forest City. You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
Irish and Tar Heels tied at 59, and when you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. The other real deal might be Dayron Sharp today. He's got 23, by far and away a career high for the freshman, and maybe more importantly, Eric, when it's mattered most here, he's got 14 of the last 17 for Carolina.
Yeah, since the 12-16 mark, Adam Lucas giving us the numbers. Since the 12-16 mark here in the second half, Dayron Sharp has scored 14 of Carolina's 17 points. You want to talk about how important am I on the court? That's pretty important, big fella, and he's been doing it on both ends. I mean, he's been on the glass. He's been in the paint. He's got 23 points, 9 rebounds. He's 7 of 9 from the free throw line, 8 of 18. As we said, that's a little bit of a skewed number because so many of those are at point-blank range. And, you know, he's not getting credit for a lot of the offensive touches and what else he's creating. So we'll see how it continues.
Jogo gets it into Hub as we restart play. The Irish with the ball. Game tied at 59. Hub driving right side, flips it off the window and scores over R.J. Davis. Nice play by Hub, who's got 12 in the game, and that breaks the tie. Notre Dame 61, Carolina 59. Black dribbles into the near corner. Back to Walton. Davis, Sharp, and Brooks also on the floor for Coach Williams' team. Inside 3 minutes to play. Tar Heels with the ball down 2. Davis a 3. That won't give the Tar Heels the lead, but Black goes and gets the offensive rebound. 20 seconds on the shot clock for the Tar Heels now.
Notre Dame in that zone again, the 2-3.
Black inside the free throw line, bounces it out to Walton right side, gives to Black a wide open 3. It's short, nobody blocks out Leakey, and the Tar Heels have another crack at it. Still down 61-59 with inside 2.5 to play. Coach Bray stalking the far sidelines, calling for defense. Walton a long 3. Dead away, gets it to go, and the Tar Heels have the lead. 62-61. Kerwin Walton's 4th triple hands the Tar Heels a slim advantage late on in this one.
Thank goodness for a couple of freshmen.
Approaching 2 to play. The Tar Heels 62, the Irish 61. Ryan right side to Hub. Davis defends, bounces it into the right block. Durham, flips it to Jogo, cutting to the basket. Nice movement without the basketball by Jogo, who's got his first field goal of the second half. 5 now in the game. Notre Dame takes a timeout with 1:54 to go, and a 63-62 advantage. Boy, by hook or by crook, Notre Dame has found a way to stick with Carolina despite giving up a bunch of size in the post. Without Trey Wirtz and a few other players, it's a short roster, but Notre Dame with a 1-point advantage late. Still, though, plenty to be decided.
Well, we haven't seen what we just saw by Notre Dame's offense. We hadn't seen it much, thank goodness. I mean, they just drove the ball straight to point-blank range at the front of the rim from the perimeter. It's something that Carolina has been able to protect against. But here, the last 2 Notre Dame possessions have ended up in layups. That cannot happen at this point in the game. It has been an absolute aberration for Carolina to have to deal with that, and they got to slow it down.
How about the youth movement right now for Carolina? It's the 316th most experienced roster in college basketball, and if this stat doesn't tell the story, I don't know what does. Carolina's freshmen have scored the last 22 points going back to the 13:49 mark. So we are ready to go here with 1:54 to play. Carolina has the ball. Notre Dame, though, has the lead 63-62. Remember, the last time these two teams played, it was a 77-76 margin. Notre Dame getting the win on guess who's three-pointer with 1.8 seconds to go. That was Leschewski. Davis hustles across the white timeline here at the Smith Center. Passes right side to Black. Top of the circle to Brooks. Hands it off to Davis. Carolina down one with the ball. Walton to Brooks. Back to Sharp. Turns, spins, and dunks on the baseline right on Durham. And Carolina back out in front by a point, 64-63. The freshmen continue to pound it home.
Well, and Notre Dame went from zone to man, and that man-to-man opened up an inside seal for Sharp.
Hub goes back over to Durham, whose shot's blocked right at the rim, but Ramey Steins with a foul call, which will send Durham to the free throw line for a pair.
Yeah, Durham's only a 47% shooter from the foul line. Or excuse me, I'm sorry, wrong stat. He's not. I wish he were, but he's almost 79% from the foul stripe. So, but again, I think the bigger problem is the first free throw is a miss off the back iron. See, I was talking about him and he missed it. But the bigger problem is that's the last three possessions, layup, layup, layup that was a miss, but has resulted in free throws.
Durham's second free throw won't fall, and the rebound to R.J. Davis. Well, I suppose that's as good as a turnover. Two missed free throws, and Carolina still has the lead 64-63 with just over a minute to play. Brooks, a bounce, hands to Davis. Sharp now at the top of the circle, takes a bounce inside the arc, and with a minute to go and 10 seconds on the shot clock, Carolina needs to get moving.
I got an idea. Feed the post.
With 5 on the shot clock, Davis to Black. Inside the three-point arc, driving right side, blocked by Juwan Durham. And Notre Dame retakes the ball with 40 seconds to play. About a 14-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. Hub all the way to the basket, lays it in over Sharp. Hub with 14 and a 65-64 lead for Notre Dame. 30 seconds to go. 6-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock, and Coach Williams takes a timeout with 28 and 2/10 seconds to play. The Tar Heels down by a single point. And how strange is it, Eric, for as much as Notre Dame had torched Carolina from distance for a good portion of this game, it's been these layups and the seas parting inside that's really been the difference down the stretch.
And, I think everybody wants to be aware of your shooters. Well, good, you should be. But the thing, you have to protect the core, and the core is at the basket where it's a 99% chance they're going to make a layup. And, boy, they have done, the last 4 times, they've been to the layup. If you're a Carolina defender, you've got to stop the drive, and it can't happen 6 feet from the bucket because that's when you foul. You've got to stop them 15, 16 feet. That's what your help defense is all about. You have recovery to get to the shooter. You've done it all game. Now is not the time to let that stop.
Notre Dame again just with 14 fouls as the Tar Heels inbound with 28 seconds to play. Davis on the right wing, bounces to Walton, top of the circle. 12 on the shot clock, 17 on the game clock. Davis to Black, right wing. Leakey puts it on the ground, drives, goes off the window and scores. Carolina now retakes the lead, 66-65. Leakey Black connecting from in tight, and that leaves now 9.1 seconds left to go. Notre Dame takes a timeout, and these two coaches, two of the best in the business, will battle here in a 1-point game. Both programs looking for their first ACC win of the season. And Eric, if the last couple of games for Carolina aren't proof positive of how tough it is to win in this league, partner, I don't know what is.
Yeah, it's certainly, both these teams have a lot on the line. It's a young ACC season. Both of them want to get some kind of mark on the left side of the ledger here in the win column. Carolina right now has to do a couple things. Keep the ball in front of you so they don't get a layup. With 9 seconds left, they got plenty of time to get down the court. But defensively, Keep the ball in front, keep pressure, keep your hands up so that it's not easy for the dribbler to find shooters. If the dribbler does not try and take it to the basket, which they very well may, they may try and draw a foul. They've had that success that we've talked about here in the last several possessions. But remember, the other guy with the giant target on him, Leszewski, has not been active offensively for the last couple of minutes. He's a guy that they could go to. He's got size to shoot over Carolina players. He's also got that perimeter. You could think about a drive into the gut and a pitch back out. We'll see what Carolina is up to. Dave, we've got some new guys in white jerseys for Carolina that have come into the game.
Dayron Sharp, Garrison Brooks, Leaky Black, who just made that basket, giving Carolina a 66-65 lead. Andrew Platek and R.J. Davis defending for Carolina. Notre Dame has Leszewski, Durham, Ryan, Hub, and Goodwin, who will trigger from the baseline with the length of the court to go. 9.1 seconds left. Carolina 66, Notre Dame 65. The Irish are in the bonus. The Tar Heels have committed 7 fouls, both teams with a timeout. Goodwin runs the baseline, gives it to Ryan. Hustling it down the far sideline. Ryan spinning at the right elbow, gives to Durham. Baseline jumper, short off the rim. Leszewski can't get to it. It's knocked away over the sideline, and Carolina has its first ACC win of the season, and it wouldn't come in any more thrilling fashion, beating Notre Dame 66-65. Wow, what a finish.
Well, it took a lot of defensive movement, a contested shot on the baseline by Durham. Everything that Carolina showed a lot of effort, they showed guts. This is people will downplay the significance of this game right now with two teams that both had no wins in the conference, both being 0-2. This is a good win. This is Carolina needed that taste of victory right now. It wasn't always pretty. They weren't flawless. They had plenty of mistakes to talk about and get better on, but this one, we'll take it. It tastes pretty good.
Carolina had been 0-2 in one-possession games, losing to Texas and North Carolina State, but getting not just a one-possession win, but a one-point win over Notre Dame, 66-65. The Irish dropped to 0-3 in the league and 3-6 overall. The Tar Heels improved to 6-4 overall and 1-2 in the ACC. It also prevents Notre Dame from winning consecutive games over the Tar Heels for the first time since a stretch back in 2014 through 2016. Oh boy, we got a lot to get to now in the Coca-Cola post-game report. We'll send things back to our studio. Matt Krause will run you through the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard as the Tar Heels beat the Irish 66-65 from Learfield IMG College.
Today tastes like movie night.
Okay, whose turn is it to choose?
And everyone's favorite hit, pizza and Coke. Today tastes like front row seats for all. Like cushions and popcorn. And counting the seconds.
Pizza's here.
Today tastes like a slice of the action.
Hey, hit the light.
Like we belong here and now. And it never tasted this good. Coca-Cola. Together tastes better.
Every day in the U.S., more than 9 people are killed and 1,000 injured in crashes involving a distracted driver. You can't control other motorists, but you can control how you operate your vehicle. Avoid distractions while driving, like texting or checking social media. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/Go Heels.
To learn more, visit your local Trusted Choice Independent Agency, Insurance Service Associates in Forest City, or go to insureisa.com.
In a time when preventive care is more important than ever, routine oral checkups could save your life. That's why Delta Dental of North Carolina offers individual dental plans starting at less than $1 a day. For example, our large network of dentists can detect 120 signs of symptoms of diseases before they're life-threatening. Keep your healthcare costs low and your health at an all-time high with the power of preventive dental plans from Delta Dental of North Carolina. Choose your health first. Choose Delta Dental.
Carolina basketball continues after this.
Justice, Rosenbluth, LT, Jordan, Hansbrough, Geo. This is Jones Angell, voice of the Tar Heels. Certain names in Tar Heel athletics resonate across generations, bringing to mind an unmatched commitment to excellence. When someone mentions Smith's Drugs of Forest City, I think of a similar commitment to excellence. Since 1939, Smith's Drugs has served Rutherford County with the highest quality customer service and care. The friendly staff at Smith's Drugs not only provides you with prompt service, they give you the individual attention needed to understand your medication and how it works. This same level of care is exhibited by the staff in the Smith's Drugs Home Medical Equipment Department. And don't forget about the old-fashioned soda fountain, where you'll be served up the best pimento cheese sandwich in North Carolina. Call on Smith's Drugs of Forest City at 828-245-4591, located at 139 East Main Street in downtown Forest City, where they've been putting the customer first since 1939.
Do you need some extra money in your pocket? Try Insurance Service Associates, your local independent agent. We can shop your auto and home insurance with several companies to get you better coverage and the best rate. Insurance Service Associates at 127 East Trade Street in Forest City for auto, home, or commercial insurance. More choices, better coverage, best rate. That's Insurance Service Associates, 245-5301.
On a night where freshmen score 50 of Carolina's 66 points, it's the veteran Leaky Black who comes up in the clutch. His game-winning bucket with 9 seconds remaining puts Carolina over the top as the Tar Heels defeat Notre Dame 66-65 at the Smith Center. Matt Krause with you inside our Tar Heel Sports Network studios, welcoming you into the Coca-Cola postgame report. And where we get things started is by checking out our North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard. It's presented to you by North Carolina Farm Bureau. Helping you is what we do best. 2 other ACC finals from earlier today. Louisville a winner on the road against Boston College 76-64. Cardinals improved to 7-1 overall, 2-0 in the ACC behind a career-best 20 points from David Johnson. Additionally, 8 rebounds and 3 assists for Johnson in the performance. Boston College falls to 2-7 overall, just 0-3 in ACC play. Clemson wins it in a squeaker over Miami, 66-65. Amir Sims scored 25 points in the win for the Tigers, including a game-winning runner with 19 seconds to play. Clemson goes to 8-1 overall, 2-1 in the ACC. Miami dips to 4-4, 0-3 in conference action. To the top 25, final scores from earlier. Number 8, Texas steamrolls number 3, Kansas, 84-59 in Allen Fieldhouse. It is the worst home loss for the Jayhawks under Bill Self. Elsewhere, number 11, Creighton wins it at Providence, 67-65. Number 12, Missouri, a road winner. They take down Arkansas, 81-68. Second-ranked Baylor continues the trend of road victories, 76-65, the final for the Bears. They win at Iowa State. Top 15 showdown in Piscataway, New Jersey. Number 10, Iowa, behind 25 points from Luka Garza, squeaks past Rutgers, 77-75. 2 games in progress from the Big 12. Number 9, West Virginia trailed Oklahoma by 18 points at the half. Mountaineers trying to make a comeback at 66-60 Oklahoma. 3.5 minutes to play there. Elsewhere, 2:18 to go in the game. Number 13, Texas Tech, has erased a 9-point halftime deficit against Oklahoma State. The Red Raiders lead the Cowboys 61-60. 1-point advantage for Texas Tech. Again, just about 2 minutes to play there. Coming up here at the 6 o'clock hour, a pair of games in the top 25. Number 7, Tennessee is home to Alabama, and number 15, Illinois entertains Purdue. But our final score, Carolina 66 and Notre Dame 65. The Tar Heels improved to 6-4 on the season and 1-2 in ACC play. Before we proceed any further with the Coca-Cola postgame report, let's take a look at some government work. 10 seconds, station identification on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
You're listening to Tar Heel Basketball on 100.9 FM, 590 AM, the best of both worlds, WCAB, Rutherfordton.
66-65. Carolina defeats Notre Dame, and the Tar Heels earn their first ACC win of the season. Plus, Carolina goes to 3-0 in the Smith Center this year. More of the Coca-Cola postgame report, including the thoughts of Carolina head coach Roy Williams, when we continue after this timeout from Learfield IMG College.
Hunt Brothers Pizza, the official pizza of Carolina Athletics, joins Tar Heels fans across the nation cheering Go Heels. Whether you're at home watching the game or out on the road, download our Hunt Brothers Pizza app to find a location near you. The Hunt family has been proudly serving our delicious original crust pizza to North Carolina families for over 20 years. With all toppings, no extra charge, and 10 to choose from, there's sure to be a topping combination for everyone to enjoy a Hunt Brothers Pizza.
This season, there's one thing I'm looking forward to. Yeah, that. And the great game day food. We can still celebrate big because I shop at Food Lion. Like topping my sliders with bacon and cheese, adding a twist to my guac with roasted tomatoes, turning up the heat on my hot wings with jalapeno poppers on the side, and I'll pick up some treats in the bakery.
Food Lion's got the fun and affordable food you need to keep your game day spirit high, because this is our home. And that's our Food Lion.
Sometimes the simplest things can make the biggest difference. An extra pair of hands, a smile, or a shoulder. At North Carolina Farm Bureau Insurance, we feel the same about home and auto coverage, affordable rates, trusted service, and local agents. After all, making one simple difference in your life helps you make a big difference in another's. Farm Bureau Insurance. Helping you is what we do best.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we have a number of vaccines, including the Quad-Vac flu immunization at no cost with most insurance plans. If you have any concerns about the flu vaccination, please call our pharmacy and ask to speak to one of our pharmacists. We also have the Tdap, pneumococcal, and shingles vaccinations available. With COVID-19 continuing, we have masks, mask lanyards, hand sanitizers, disinfectant spray, and gloves while supplies last. Seating in our fountain is still limited to 65 patrons on a first-come, first-served basis. We are continuing to offer curbside pickup for the fountain and prescription pickup. Please utilize our drive-through prescription window at the back of the store. And remember that our back entrance is still closed to the public at this time. Please check our Facebook page for any updates on over-the-counter and gift shop items. Our home medical equipment department is ready to help you with any of your CPAP needs, mobility, bathroom safety, lift chairs, and any diabetic needs to include meters, test strips, and shoes. Please call us with any questions you may have about any of our services or message us on our Facebook page. We are located at 139 East Main Street in downtown Forest City. Our phone number is 828-245-4591.
100.9 FM and 590 AM. Recommended by 3 out of 4 truck drivers. The fourth one? Well, he just stopped off for coffee. This is WCAB.
They'll tell you I'm not joking. It's the truth.
CL Brown?
Hey, Coach. With Kerwin, obviously he brings shooting to the lineup, but what areas did he have to improve in the most to be able to be in a position to help you guys, like to be on the court enough to help you? Mm-hmm. He did today.
Well, I think the biggest thing is he's trying to get better on the defensive end of the floor, and he's trying to do that every day. I've been telling him for a couple of weeks that he's getting a little bit better and a little bit better and a little bit better. The defensive performance that we had in Raleigh against North Carolina State necessitated changing some things, and we were struggling putting the ball in the basket. And I think that Kerwin and Puff and Andrew, all three of those guys do some good things shooting the ball. So we've gotten each of the three a little more playing time, even though Andrew played probably the best defensive game, or at least the top 2 defensive games against North Carolina State. But there's a lot of things going on out there. And, you know, we got to lose ourselves into the team. We got to lose yourself into the game. And we do have I'm comfortable playing 10 guys. I really am, but I'd be a heck of a lot more comfortable if all 10 of them played well. And but Kerwin, to answer the question, he's getting a little bit better and a little bit better defensively. He doesn't take bad shots, and probably, and I've told him this, I recruited him because of his shooting ability. I'd like him to shoot a little bit more, but he's doing a great job of not taking bad shots.
Thanks, Coach.
Brett Friedlander, you're next.
Yeah, Roy, I know you like to say things always look better when the ball goes in the basket, but how much better do things look with an ACC win to kind of get you off the schneid there?
I think that was good, you know, and to think about it, guys, some of you old timers remember, and if not, you remember me saying it, but my first year as an assistant coach here, we won 5 games where the other team had the last shot to win 5 times and missed all 5. Last year, I think we had 6 games that the other team made the last shot to win the game. So the difference between winning and losing is so slight. And, you know, Leakey made a great drive to the basket and scored, and then we got to stop on the other end. You know, last year that ball kept going in, so I'm hopeful that it'll even out last year. But it's a good feeling right now. There's no question. The kids feel good about what they did. And we made a couple of big, dumb mistakes down the stretch. One of our turnovers was like a minute and a half to go. And you can't turn the ball over in the last 4 minutes. And we had some bad communication on a couple of switches against Nate. And Nate was fantastic. I tried to recruit him very, very hard. And he's 7 for 11 from three-point line. That's impressive to be 6'9" or 6'10".
And then could you address Dayron and the way he took the game over in the second half and really led that comeback?
Well, he did. He played very well. He's very active. He's a load around the basket. And I'm stunned that I look and he only had 9 rebounds. I thought he had 15. But I did tell him I don't need him to be 9 for 19. I think he's good enough to be efficient and go 9 for 12 or 9 for 13. But he was a man in there, and they got in a little foul trouble. Juwan got fouls early, and, without Wirtz, that's another guy that's a player for them. Their numbers weren't very good. Michael's been very unlucky. I think a couple of years ago he lost Bonzi and a couple other guys. They've had some injury factors over the years, but Lefesky almost shot us out, and then Hub was really big in the second half.
Thank you, Roy. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Jeremiah.
Oh, yes. Once again, congratulations on the win, Coach. Of course, the last couple of games, there have been some slight lineup changes. So I just wanted to ask you, what is the strategy when making these changes, and what differences or maybe even similarities have you seen since mixing it up a little bit?
Oh, I don't know. If you're losing, and we lost at North Carolina State, and I did not think we played well. State kicked our butts in every way, so I wanted to do something. So we made the change. I wasn't going to just do it for one game, and then it's no big deal, but it's almost funny. Now, RJ was about, what would you guys say, 35 seconds? 35 seconds late coming into the locker room before the game, so I took him out of the starting lineup and put in Caleb. And then I told him a lie. Said Michael Jordan was never freaking late. And then before the game started, I remembered that Michael was late in New York one time. I'll get cursed to look it up, but he got caught in traffic, and we didn't start him that night either. So I told RJ, now I'm comparing you to Michael Jordan. That's a pretty good place to be. But so that was the other one that would not have changed. If RJ hadn't been late, he would have stayed at the point guard as well. But things happen, and as a coach, the end of the possession there at the end, I wanted to get Andrew in for Kerwin. I probably would have gone small if they had Derwin out of the game. But Juwan was still in the game, so we played 2 big guys, and we were fortunate at the end.
Mike Cooper?
I'm sorry. Can I ask one more quick follow-up? I noticed that Walton and Sharp have increased their scoring since they have been put in the starting lineup. So can you talk just specifically about those 2 and what you noticed from them in this role?
Who did you say? Which 2?
Kerwin.
Dayron and Kerwin?
Yeah.
It's think about this. In the game we played against Georgia Tech, the 3 guys that did not start, Garrison, Leakey, and Caleb. Leak was not right, and I told you guys, those 3 played the most minutes. So it's not just who starts. Think that the 3 guys that I didn't start played more minutes than the other guys. So what I like to say is that when you're given opportunities, take advantage of those opportunities. Kerwin is playing about 12, 14 minutes a game until the last 3 games, and he's played more because we do need somebody else that can put the ball in the basket. And they're loading up on him. I mean, everybody on the other team, their staff screaming, shooter, shooter, shooter. And that's where he's doing such a great job of not taking bad shots. We can help him out more by recognizing that we got him getting more shots.
Thank you.
We got time for about 2 more, and then the players are going to come in. So Mike Topper and then Kip Coombs will go last.
Hey, Coach, good to see you. Listen, I know you want to work inside out, but after the last couple games, Andrew and Leakey kind of made it clear that they were not happy about how you guys were feeding or how they were feeding the big men. What did you make of your post play today? And obviously Dayron played well, but just how they were feeding the ball to your bigger guys.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about, Andrew and Leakey not being happy by me saying them throw the ball in the post, because frankly, my dear, I don't care what the hell they think. But I'll talk to them, and I don't think that they're going to say that they were unhappy about throwing the ball to Dayron or Armando or Garrison. And I've got Leakey in the room. Leakey, am I misrepresenting you? Not at all. So
it
understand that.
Game.
What's that?
I apologize, Coach. It was after the Georgia Tech game there.
Okay, it's after the Georgia Tech game. They're still not going to complain about throwing the ball into the post. They're not dumb.
I apologize. Not they weren't complaining that they had to. They just thought that they weren't doing it enough.
Okay, we're all right, because I was getting ready to tell y'all to
No.
go back to fucking first grade and read your dadgum notes or something. Okay. No, they should throw the ball inside. Armando's shooting 74%. Garrison shooting 47. Dayron was shooting 57. Walker Kessler was shooting 60. My guys aren't dumb. They may make a mistake or something, but they're not dumb. But I don't know what your question was, but I'll tell you that Leakey stunk it up the next to last defensive possession. Took his eye off the ball, and his guy laid it up. And in the huddle, I said, all right, you made a bad play. Now make a great one. Is that right, Leak? All right, so you can ask him about the great play he made driving the ball to the basket. Is that it, guys? Or you got one more?
Last one, Kip.
Okay.
Yeah, Roy, thank you. The last defensive possession, it looked like you wanted to overplay to keep the ball away from Hub and also away from Washevsky. Fair estimate?
Well, you think about it, our most experienced defensive players in the game were Leakey and Garrison, and they're our two best defensive players. That doesn't mean they play the best every possession, but they're our two best defensive players. And Leakey had Hub, and Garrison had Lefesky. And I think that what we tried to do is get them to spend some time in the backcourt so they didn't rush it down and have a few more seconds. And we almost made a nice play on the full court defense kind of thing. But again, those two guys, and we had Andrew in, another experienced guy. Dayron slides his feet really well. And who else did I have in the game? RJ. Okay. So I think we just tried to make them use some time in the backcourt. And again, we had our two most experienced players guarding their two scorers.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
All right, Lee, you're up.
Williams in the Continental Tire Coach's Corner following Carolina's 66-65 win over Notre Dame. Live radio sometimes can get a little dicey, and so if there was something that we could do to curtail some of the language that we just heard, believe you me, we do it, but just nothing we can do. The good news is on a day like this, Carolina gets the 1-point win over Notre Dame 66-65. Eric and I will come back to chat about how this one unraveled. And Matt Krause, after that, will take you the rest of the way here on the Coca-Cola Postgame Report. Carolina beats Notre Dame 66-65 from Learfield IMG.
Today tastes like movie night.
Okay, whose turn is it to choose?
And everyone's favorite hit, pizza and Coke. Today tastes like front row seats for all. Like cushions and popcorn. And counting the seconds.
Pizza's here.
Today tastes like a slice of the action.
Hey, hit the light.
Like we belong here and now. And it never tasted this good. Coca-Cola. Together tastes better.
Every day in the U.S., more than 9 people are killed and 1,000 injured in crashes involving a distracted driver. You can't control other motorists, but you can control how you operate your vehicle. Avoid distractions while driving, like texting or checking social media. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/GoHeels.
To learn more, visit your local Trusted Choice Independent Agency, Insurance Service Associates in Forest City, or go to insureisa.com.
Libman makes a difference. The Libman Mop Crew is part of our winning team by making sure the hardwood is clean and safe for the players every game at the Smith Center. No matter what kind of flooring you have at your home court, Libman has the tools to keep it clean. Their mops, brooms, and brushes are proudly family made in the USA. Visit Libman.com to see their whole lineup and for a store locator. That's Libman.com. Libman, the official hardwood floor care provider of Carolina Athletics.
When you're craving delicious, crunchy snacks, reach for the brand you grew up with. Utz. Delicious snacks like Utz Ripple, Wavy, or Kettle Classic chips, sourdough pretzels, or cheese curls. Utz snacks have been made by the same family for nearly 100 years. Cooked craft style with only the highest quality ingredients and delivered quickly for the freshest snacks ever. Utz Snacks. Freshness you can hear and authentic flavor you can taste with a satisfying crunch. Everyone loves Utz.
The 6-time national champions, right here on the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
This holiday season at Dunkin', we're cheersing to all with drinks that will really get you into the holiday spirit, like the signature peppermint mocha latte, the signature gingerbread latte, and the new chai oat milk latte. Whether you're visiting friends or getting the whole family together on a video call. Now if some of them could just find the mute button. That's better. Bring the cheers in with holiday-inspired drinks from Dunkin' and make this season a little extra special. And now you can send a virtual cheers in via the Dunkin' app with an e-gift card. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer.
Whether it's 12 miles to the Pee Wee football comeback of a lifetime, 80 miles to your first hole-in-one, or more like 8 shots to the first hole. Whether it's 240 back road miles to sleeping under the stars, or just a few blocks to the grocery store, Marathon has the fuel to keep your engine running at peak performance. Because you never know where life is going to take you. For quality fuel through every mile, fill up at Marathon.
Post-game coverage of Tar Heel basketball continues now. You're listening to the Carolina Ford Dealers Wrap-Up Show. Ford is built to fit your lifestyle. Check out the great offers on the vehicles that'll help you win the day at buyfordnow.com. Contact your Carolina Ford dealer, proud sponsor of Carolina Athletics. This is the Carolina Ford Dealers Wrap-Up Show.
66-65, Carolina outlasts Notre Dame in a thriller here in Chapel Hill. The Tar Heels getting this Saturday off to a great start. Remember, Carolina football coming your way at 8 o'clock later tonight. The Reed's Jewelers pregame show begins at 7 here on the Tar Heel Sports Network. But on the basketball court, the Tar Heels beat the Notre Dame Fighting Irish 66-65. Big fella, I don't know if this is going to be one they make a bunch of clinic tapes about. It's Carolina's fewest points scored on the season. Their worst field goal percentage in a game at 34.8%. It's also the fewest number of turnovers the Tar Heels have had in the game this season at just 8. But when it mattered most, I think that freshman combination of, name your player alongside Day'Ron Sharpe, and certainly the game-winning basket by Leaky Black, enough to get Carolina its first ACC win.
Cobble it together however you need to cobble it together. The bottom line is you got to find a way to win, and it doesn't always have to look the part. But when you end up with a point more than your opponent, that's good enough to celebrate. And I think, tonight we saw, or this afternoon we saw, several different things happen. One, we knew that there was a potential for an advantage inside, even though Leshewski and Durham are really talented players for Notre Dame and for Mike Bray for his squad. But Durham getting into early foul trouble kind of set the tone. When he picked up those 2 fouls, couldn't play for a majority of the first half. That really gave Carolina an advantage. It started to kind of pull back, give a little bit of a peek as to what could be. Carolina continued to stay true to what they needed to do, which was to go inside. But the real difference maker was Kerwin Walton, in my opinion. He opened up everything. It seems funny to say that one guy can have that much of an advantage or that much of a change in the game, but it was a stark comparison. When he was in the game, the defense for Notre Dame stayed tucked outside. They stayed tight on him. When he lined up on the same side as Sharpe, it was just a matter of whether Sharpe was going to make it or not, because he could get position, and then he missed a lot of shots inside. But, when you end up on the night 9 of 19, that percentage isn't wonderful, but the fact is you're doing the right things to get it there. And we just saw these guys really give a lot of effort, and that was good to see. Well, like I said, it wasn't flawless. There were plenty of things that they can learn from, but it was nice to see them pull out a victory for sure.
66-65, Carolina beats Notre Dame by a point. For Walton, knocking down 4 threes. That's now 7 3-pointers made in the last 2 games. That fills a big-time need for Carolina in terms of shooting the basketball. I'll give you another odd number that had lingered here for the first 9 games of the season for Carolina. The Tar Heels hadn't had a 20-point score in the first 9 games of the season. That stopped today with Day'Ron Sharpe getting a career-best 25. And it'll be interesting to go back and watch how Notre Dame defended him when Leaky Black made the game-deciding play.
It's interesting. Yes, the 25 points is impressive, but to think that Walton was your only other double-digit scorer so many times, and again, you got to look at the total score and think 66 points. Okay, I can see that there wouldn't be 4 double-figure scores, but you think about when Carolina wins ball games, typically they have more than 2 players in double figures. But as they say, it is what it is, and the fact is that Carolina did a good job of continuing to go to Sharpe inside. Walton did a nice job. I mean, even at the end, most of his shots were a result of movement, but in one of his final three-pointers, he took a couple of dribbles to his right and elevated. It showed some initiative on his shot to create that offense. So, again, these guys are going to find ways to put things together, and they did it tonight in the form of a big-time score from Day'Ron Sharpe.
Last two games played between Carolina and Notre Dame have been decided by a single point. The Irish winning the second matchup last year. The Tar Heels get the first of what we assume to be two matchups this year. And there is, at least for the time being, still another scheduled game between Notre Dame and Carolina to be played here at the end of the month. It's anybody's guess if that continues to be on the schedule or not, and the fact that, listen, this game was just put on the schedule a couple of hours ago, and yet it happened. But, again, if anything is for sure, a home court advantage is not what it once was in college basketball, and the ACC right now, we'll see what it looks like in another few weeks' time, because it looks like it is totally open for business right now.
Yeah, I think there are going to be a lot of opportunity. I mean, you're going to see reschedulings. We have already seen a number of them on our end. We're going to see a lot of them throughout the conference. I think it's going to be whoever can get wherever they can get to play these games. You're going to try and get through as much as you possibly can, and still, of course, have the safety of the players at the forefront of this. And but it's great to have flexibility, and I'm sure that Notre Dame doesn't love thinking about making true road trips down here. But the bottom line is it's competition. It's the ACC. It's conference play, and you're going to play as many games as you can. The players are going to look forward to those opportunities.
66-65, Carolina beats Notre Dame by a point. I've got to run over and get ready to host a football pregame show.
How about it? Let's go Orange Bowl.
But believe me when I say this, I'm leaving everybody in good hands, because Matt Krause will take you the rest of the way. I think Eric's going to stick around for another segment. It'll be complete with more stats, highlights, updated scores, and more of Coach Williams in the Continental Tire Coach's Corner. So, again, a big thank you to everybody who contributed on today's broadcast. Adam Lucas has already headed for the Hills, or maybe the post-game locker room session. And John Brockwell filling in for Ben Alexander, plus John Essick back in the studio. A big thank you to everybody, again, who helped out on today's broadcast. And, again, a big thank you to the Carolina basketball program for helping make this game happen, and the Tar Heels pulling it out in the game's waning second. 66-65, the Coca-Cola postgame report continues after this from Learfield IMG College.
Tired of cooking at home? Change it up without getting up. Just order Jersey Mike's through our app for no-contact delivery or no-contact at-the-door pickup. Jersey Mike's. Be a sub above.
North Carolina's 26 electric cooperatives recognize the best classroom projects and the teachers who create them through the Bright Ideas Education Grant Program. These grants provide funding for creative projects in grades K through 12. Congratulations to Bright Ideas grant winner Lori Gill of Blowing Rock Elementary School. Her project, Improving Spelling and Writing Online with Co-Writer app, is sponsored by Blue Ridge Energy based in Lenore. If you're a teacher with a bright idea, visit ncbrightideas.com.
Tired of cooking at home? Change it up without getting up. Just order Jersey Mike's through our app for no-contact delivery or no-contact at-the-door pickup. Jersey Mike's. Be a sub above.
Look around you right now. How many signs do you see? Probably dozens. Signs let you know whether you've arrived or departed, and often are the first impression someone has of your business. At Southwood, we strive to create lasting first impressions and let your customers know they've arrived. Whether indoor or outdoor, we specialize in commercial, multifamily, and hospitality signage. Southwood has served the Carolinas for 50 years and is proud to be the trusted signage partner of the Tar Heels. Visit southwoodcorp.com to learn more.
Hey Carolina family, this is head football coach Mac Brown. As official sponsor of Carolina Athletics, Wells Fargo understands being a Tar Heel means there's no off season. With a Wells Fargo Tar Heels debit card, you can show off your Carolina pride no matter where you are. It's your colors, your team, your card. Visit wellsfargo.com and search Card Design Studio to learn more.
Copyright 2020 Wells Fargo Bank N.A. All rights reserved.
This is your home for the Tar Heels. The Tar Heels Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers of Sisk Family Ford.
They have a proven record as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. They continue to strive hard to keep that honor. Come on in and see for yourself. Take a look at the all-new design 2021 F-150 or reserve an all-new 2021 Bronco coming in the spring. Don't miss out on the automobile you've been wanting at the Sisk Family Ford price. Take your pick while the picking is good on Oak Street in Forest City.
Hello, this is Dwayne Hunt with Insurance Service Associates. Are you on disability? Or maybe you're on Medicare? Or maybe both? Come see me, Dwayne Hunt, at Insurance Service Associates about a Medicare Advantage product brought to you by Humana. Please give me a call, 245-5301 at Insurance Service Associates, 127 East Trade Street, Forest City.
Hi, this is Jones Angel, voice of the Tar Heels, and you are listening to the sports station for the Foothills, WCAB in Rutherfordton.
Welcome back to the Carolina Ford Dealers Wrap-Up Show. Ford is built for victory. See your Carolina Ford dealer, proud sponsor of Carolina Athletics. 66-65 is your final. Carolina a winner over Notre Dame. The Tar Heels improved to 8-1 all-time in home games against the Fighting Irish after Leaky Black's game-winning bucket with 9 seconds to play. And Carolina earns their first ACC win of the season in the process. Matt Krause with you inside our Tar Heels Sports Network studios. Eric Montross still with us from the Smith Center. And Big Fella, as we transition into the UNC Health Champions of the Court, where we highlight our MVPs from the game. I think there's really only one choice, and that's Day'Ron Sharpe. 25 points for the freshman, 9 of 19 shooting, 7 of 9 at the foul line, agonizingly close to a double-double with 9 rebounds as well. Reminder that UNC Health is dedicated to caring for champions of all kinds to help keep you in the game at your very best. See our lineup at unchealthcare.org/sports. And Eric, 25 points, as we said, from Sharpe. Just all around a really impressive performance by the freshman today.
You know, Matt, you're certainly correct. I was thinking that, he certainly couldn't have done it without everybody else on the team looking for him to feed the post. But then I remembered he drove it the length of the court on a steal from the top of the key and laid it in all by himself. So it's possible that he could have done it on his own. But, the thing, I think, set aside the scoring, which is hard to do, but set aside the 25 points. The way he plays the game, the intensity that he brings to the court, the tenacity, and just that absolute, I'm going to try and get something good to happen. Just the amount of enthusiasm that he plays the game of basketball with, it is a lot of fun to watch. I mean, that's why you play the game. You play the game and you watch the game as fans. We watch it to see players play with that kind of enthusiasm. And I love when a player is rewarded for their enthusiasm with that kind of a performance. And he's gutsy, and he's done it all year long. It hasn't always, obviously, his high prior to tonight was 13 points. So it hasn't happened before to this level. But this Carolina team needed him. And I think whether he got a little shot in the arm of confidence, I don't think he was lacking confidence, but it doesn't ever hurt when you start the game. You know that your coach can downplay it, but the fact is that starters are starters for a reason, because you want them in the game to set the tone and the pace of the game. And from the very beginning, he was out there and he was a gutsy performance. But I think at the same time that we tip the hat to him, we got to really tip the hat to Kerwin Walton, who's maybe been on a steeper learning curve than even Day'Ron Sharpe here at this point in the season, because he was in a very early few minutes a game, 6-7 minutes a game, and all of a sudden he's ratcheted up. Because why? Because he's scoring. And the one thing that Carolina has not been able to do, even tonight, 66 points in a game is a really low-scoring game for them. And the field goal percentage, just a really paltry field goal percentage. But Kerwin Walton is out there because he's a scorer. He's going to see a lot more minutes. He and Day'Ron Sharpe formed a really formidable twosome this evening.
And it leads me right into my next question. They combined for 37 of the 66 points for the Tar Heels tonight. And how have you seen their confidence grow since they've been inserted into that starting lineup?
Again, we'll kind of add, just out of respect for Coach Williams, we'll put the kind of the air quotes of starting lineup and the potential impact kind of off to the side. What we do know is that, and we've said it from the very beginning, of this season. The more you do something, the more comfortable you get, the more confident you get. I don't care who you are. You put yourself in a position, whether you're in an office building or whether you're on a basketball court, you're going to get more confident the more times you do it, and that it becomes repeatable. So for Kerwin, the first few times he was a little, when he started getting minutes, when he started to have the expectation to shoot the ball, when he caught it, you could tell he was a little tentative. But here, as you move into the kind of the heart of the season, you can tell that even today he was looking for his shot. He knows that his coaches and his team want him to shoot the basketball. He knows that his team needs him to shoot the basketball, and so that helps. So he's on a pretty steep learning curve, and I think that that the way that this whole team blends together, we will see that experience will help us. It's been slow to this point, and it's been painful at some times to watch the situations, but you see the turnovers drop today. You saw individual performances go up. So this team's finding ways to cobble together, and certainly their first ACC victory tastes pretty good.
A number on the stat sheet that really jumps out at you is the rebound margin. Carolina 48 boards to Notre Dame's 27. That includes a 21-3 edge on the offensive glass. Some of that is stylistic between these two teams, but how critical was rebounding in earning Carolina this victory today?
Well, I mean, look, it's a one possession win. And so you think about if you had 21 opportunities of offensive rebounds, and you still just win by one, I'd say it was darn important. Every single one counted. I think that we knew that there was the potential for that kind of a steep difference between those numbers. Quite honestly, early on, I think it was like a 15-2 start to the game. I'd have to go back and see the play-by-play to get that exact for you, but it doesn't really matter. The point, then it kind of, pardon the pun, rebounded in Notre Dame's favor. And they pulled within maybe 5 or 6 rebounds. Say it was 21-14, and then all of a sudden the gates opened, particularly in the second half, where you saw it just become kind of this volleyball and a pinball in Carolina's favor, where they'd rebound 3 and 4 and 5 times even in a possession. And so that was the expectation coming in, that it would be hard for Notre Dame to combat that. I think one of the reasons it was really hard was because Juwan Durham got into foul trouble early. He really couldn't be as physical as he may have wanted to be. Leshevsky had so much success on the perimeter. Heck, there weren't many rebounds coming off of his shots anyway, but he found himself in a very comfortable zone tonight to find offense. His team needed it, so he didn't have to go in. He wasn't there to pick up some of those offensive boards or some of those defensive rebounds that turned into offensive rebounds for Carolina.
Get you out of here on this. Carolina gets the job done in a game that you described as, not the greatest shooting day for the Tar Heels, and the numbers reflect that, 35%. But a win's a win, 66-65 over Notre Dame. Next up, a Miami team that's 0-3 in the ACC. They'll be pretty desperate on Tuesday night. The road does not get any easier from here, does it?
Anytime you face an ACC team, it's not going to be easy. I mean, we've seen that season in and season out. 2020, 2021 is no different. This Miami team will present challenges, and it'll be something that Carolina will try to prepare for. The thing that Carolina has going against it right now is they're becoming rather predictable. Opponents know that Day'Ron Sharpe has to be successful, and Kerwin Walton is your shooter right now. Not to say that other guys can't make it, not to deny the fact that Leakey made a three-pointer, Garrison Brooks made one from the top of the key, but that's not going to be your night in and night out perimeter shooters. And so, it's wonderful to have success, but with that comes the added burden of doing it again. And consistency is the name of the game in basketball, and really in success of anything. Can you do it consistently? Not to say that you got to have 25 points and 9 boards if you're Day'Ron Sharpe every day or every time you go out, but this team has to find ways to consistently give balance to their scoring. They have to find windows of opportunity, and they have to take advantage of a lot of defensive opportunities. Tonight they had, you may have the stats right in front of you. I do not right now, but maybe 2 or 4 fast break points. That's unheard of for Carolina. Carolina's got to find a way to get their defense to start creating some offense and take a little bit of burden off of the half court, because the half court by itself is not going to win a lot of ball games. Even the number of really talented players, and we've talked about some very wonderful performances this evening, but the fact is if you're Carolina, your victories rely upon fast break points as a very important component of that, and they've got to start finding that going, and it begins, I think, in the next game with Miami.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head there, Eric. Just 2 fast break points for the Tar Heels in the victory today. We appreciate your insights all afternoon long. Looking forward to hearing more when Carolina visits the Hurricanes on Tuesday night.
Matt, thanks so much. You do a great job for us. We appreciate having you as a part of our team. Thanks to everybody down the line with our crew, and we've had some unsettled waters here, and we appreciate everybody's effort pulling this off.
Next man up, as they say, in this strange 2020-2021 season. Carolina wins it over Notre Dame 66-65 in the Smith Center this afternoon. When we continue on the Carolina Ford Dealers Wrap-Up Show, we'll bring you a full look at stats from this afternoon's game, plus the Coca-Cola play of the game. All that and more when we continue from Learfield.
Every day in the U.S., more than 9 people are killed and 1,000 injured in crashes involving a distracted driver. You can't control other motorists, but you can control how you operate your vehicle. Avoid distractions while driving, like texting or checking social media. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/GoHeels.
To learn more, visit your local Trusted Choice Independent Agency, Insurance Service Associates in Forest City, or go to insureisa.com.
Owning an LS tractor is about a lot of things.
For me, it's about lift capacity.
It's about the hydraulics.
Owning an LS, it's about how well it's made.
Steel, baby.
More features.
Standard features.
It's about the land. Making it better.
Having something to pass down.
It's about owning the best.
Find your local LS dealer at lstractorusa.com and see what it's about for you.
At UNC Health, we're experts in primary care and caring. Our specialists don't just see a condition. We see you, the whole you, mind and body. Because when we know you better, we're better at getting you well and keeping you well. And with more experts in each office, same-day appointments, and more urgent care centers, it's no wonder it's the better way of primary caring. Find the right provider for you and your family at uncprimarycare.org.
Duke Energy is honored to recognize social justice and racial equity grantee Center for Community Transitions for their work to address social justice and racial equity in our communities. In addition, Duke Energy is committed to overcoming racism in our state and has pledged to offer an annual social justice and racial equity grant cycle in North Carolina. Visit duke-energy.com/racial equity to learn more.
For this.
Safe, accessible, reliable. Breakthrough Physical Therapy, proud partner of Carolina Athletics, promises that your care will be safe, accessible, and reliable, making sure you're back to your daily activities sooner. Breakthrough has 7 locations throughout the Raleigh-Durham area, as well as several others throughout North and South Carolina. Contact Breakthrough, Carolina's choice for keeping you in the game of life today. Breakthrough-pt.com.
The expert dental care from UNC you trust to keep you healthy has a new name, Carolina Dentistry. As the first dental school in North Carolina, the UNC Adams School of Dentistry has been putting patients first since 1952. That's why we're first in care, for the people, and that's something to smile about. Visit carolinadentistry.org to learn more and become a patient today.
It's a final score from the Smith Center. Carolina 66 and Notre Dame 65. The Tar Heels playing just their 3rd home game of the season. Get the job done for the 3rd time in as many of those home tilts at the Smith Center as Carolina wins it over Notre Dame. Continuing on the Carolina Ford Dealers Wrap-Up Show. Reminder once again that Ford is built for victory. See your Carolina Ford dealer, proud sponsor of Carolina Athletics. We can report that Dave Nathan has made his way over from the Smith Center and is standing outside our Tar Heel Sports Network studios. He's getting ready to slide into this host chair for the Reed Steelers pregame for Carolina football and Miami in the Orange Bowl. That coverage begins at the top of the hour. But for now, Matt Krause with you, bringing you up to that point with the Carolina Ford Dealers wrap-up show recapping Carolina's basketball victory against Notre Dame. Time now for the Coca-Cola play of the game. And there's really only one choice for this one. It came in the waning seconds of the contest. The Tar Heels down by a point to the Fighting Irish, and Leaky Black comes up in the clutch for Carolina.
12 on the shot clock, 17 on the game clock. Davis to Black, right wing. Leaky puts it on the ground, drives, goes off the window and scores. Carolina now retakes the lead, 66-65. Leaky Black connecting from in tight.
Leaky Black with the runner to put the Tar Heels ahead by a point. Carolina would earn a stop on the other end of the floor and subsequently a 1-point victory, 66-65 over Notre Dame. That was the Coca-Cola play of the game. When you're stocking up for game day, be sure to grab a Coke. Coca-Cola, together tastes better. Go Tar Heels. Time now for your final look at the stats from this afternoon's game. That's presented to you by UPS, working together to achieve great things like the Tar Heels. That's problem solving. Visit UPS.com to learn more. UPS, proud partner of Carolina Athletics. The Tar Heels just 35% from the floor, 24 of 69. A matching 35%, 8 of 23 from behind the arc. Carolina's 71%, 10 of 14 at the foul line. You can contrast all that to Notre Dame's 47% shooting, 26 of 55. Fighting Irish attempted 33s. They hit 11 of them. That's a 37% success rate. Notre Dame was just 2 of 6 at the foul line, 33% in the game. That included 0 for 4 at the foul line in the second half. 10 giveaways for the Fighting Irish led directly to 14 Carolina points. Tar Heels turned it over just 8 times. Remember, we said all the way back at the top of the broadcast that Carolina had turned the ball over 18 times in 4 of the last 5 games. So a major step forward in that department today. Those 8 turnovers led directly to 9 Notre Dame points. Tar Heels dominate the rebound margin, 48-27. That included a 21-3 edge in offensive rebounds. Carolina leads in second chance points, 18-15. Bench points, 12-7. Carolina points in the paint, even at 24 for each team. Fast break points favoring Notre Dame, 10-2. 3 blocks for the Irish to 2 for the Tar Heels. 5 Notre Dame steals, 4 for Carolina. Notre Dame assisted on 17 of their 26 made field goals. The Tar Heels assisted on 15 of their 24. Individually, Day'Ron Sharpe leads the way for Carolina with a career-best 25 points on 9 of 19 shooting. He's followed in double figures by Kerwin Walton with 12, the freshman duo combining for 37 of the 66 Carolina points here this afternoon. Leaky Black chipped in 8 for Carolina, including the game-winning bucket with 9 seconds to play. 5 points apiece for Caleb Love and Garrison Brooks in the contest for the Tar Heels. 4 for Armando Bacot, 3 for R.J. Davis, Walker Kessler, and Puff Johnson, 2 points apiece. Andrew Platek, the only Carolina player to play and not score. Leading rebounder for Carolina with 10 boards is Armando Bacot. He's followed by Day'Ron Sharpe with 9 this afternoon. Leading assister for the Tar Heels, 4 helpers for Garrison Brooks in the victory. For Notre Dame, a pair of players reaching double figures in scoring. Nate Laszewski leads the way with 25 points of his own, 9 of 14 from the floor, 7 of 11 from behind the arc. Additionally, Prentice Hub, 14 points on 7 of 12 shooting for the Fighting Irish in their defeat. 9 rebounds in the contest to lead the way for Laszewski, so much like Sharpe, he goes for 25 and 9 in the game. Leading assisters, 5 helpers apiece for Prentice Hub and Cormac Ryan for Notre Dame. Add all those stats up, you see a Carolina victory, 66-65, the final score in favor of the Tar Heels. Carolina, with the win, improves to 6-4 on the season and 1-2 inside of the ACC. Notre Dame, with the setback, falls to 3-6. The Fighting Irish now 0-3 in ACC play. Hey, the Tar Heels converted 10 free throws as they were 10 of 14 from the line in this game, which means another 1,000 meals were donated to a local area food bank through Food Lion Feeds. Score to give more. Food Lion is the official grocer of the ACC. 66-65, Carolina a winner over the Fighting Irish. Time for another timeout, but when we return to the Carolina Ford Dealers wrap-up show, we'll take our last look at the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard, recapping games from around the ACC, the top 25, and beyond. It's next after this timeout from Learfield IMG College.
Start with a foundation of toughness, then add exceptional intelligence and dominating power. That's how you build a winner. And that's how Ford builds their lineup of vehicles with features like EcoBoost technology for a winning combination of power and performance. Another reason why Ford is America's best-selling brand 10 years in a row. Leaders aren't born, they're built. And in the Carolinas, they're built for victory. Learn more at buyfordnow.com or contact your Carolina Ford dealer today. Based on 2010 through 2019 calendar year sales.
Harris Teeter is proud to assist our customers and communities every day with their food and pharmacy needs. This year we've partnered with UNC, Duke, Wake Forest, and NC State to bring you the Big Four Grocery Assist promotion. Each week, one lucky contestant is chosen, and they win $5 in free groceries for every assist by each Big Four school that week. Plus, Harris Teeter will donate $10 for every assist throughout the season to the local food bank to support those in need. Visit harristeeter.com and look for the Grocery Assist page to enter today.
Duke Energy is honored to recognize social justice and racial equity grantee Mentor North Carolina for their work to address social justice and racial equity in our communities. In addition, Duke Energy is committed to overcoming racism in our state and has pledged to offer an annual social justice and racial equity grant cycle in North Carolina. Visit duke-energy.com/racial equity to learn more.
This is your home of the 6-time national champions, right here on the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers of Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. They continue to strive hard to keep that honor. Come on in and see for yourself. Take a look at the all-new design 2021 F-150 or reserve an all-new 2021 Bronco coming in the spring. Don't miss out on the automobile you've been wanting at the Sisk Family Ford price. Take your pick while the picking is good on Oak Street in Forest City.
Hello, this is Dwayne Hunt with Insurance Service Associates. Are you on disability? Or maybe you're on Medicare? Or maybe both? Come see me, Dwayne Hunt at Insurance Service Associates, about a Medicare Advantage product brought to you by Humana. Please give me a call, 245-5301 at Insurance Service Associates, 127 East Trade Street, Forest City.
Hi, this is Jones Angel, voice of the Tar Heels, and you are listening to the sports station for the Foothills, WCAB in Rutherfordton.
With drinks that will really get you into the holiday spirit, like the signature peppermint mocha latte, the signature gingerbread latte, and the new chai oat milk latte. Whether you're visiting friends or getting the whole family together on a video call. Now if some of them could just find the mute button. That's better. Bring the cheers in with holiday-inspired drinks from Dunkin' and make this season a little extra special. And now you can send a virtual cheers in via the Dunkin' app with an e-gift card. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer.
Carolina basketball has been brought to you by UNC Health, proud sponsor of Carolina Athletics. This is the Carolina Ford Dealers Wrap-Up Show.
66-65 is your final. The Tar Heels win it over Notre Dame at the Smith Center this afternoon. Matt Krause back with you in our Tar Heels Sports Network studios. Weirdly enough, Carolina-Notre Dame, not the only ACC game today to end with a 66-65 final score and see a game-winning two-point bucket in the final 20 seconds. More on that as we check for the final time the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard. It's presented to you by North Carolina Farm Bureau. Helping you is what we do best. We mentioned the other 66-65 game. It came in Coral Gables, Florida. Clemson trailed Miami 65-64 with 19 seconds to go when Amir Sims connected on a floater in the lane. It put the Tigers up for good. Clemson wins at 66-65. Sims, 25 points, 7 rebounds, 4 assists in the victory for Clemson. It propels the Tigers to 8-1 overall, 2-1 in conference play. Miami with the setback dips to 4-4 overall for the first time since the 2002-2003 season, and the Hurricanes will be 0-3 in ACC play when Carolina comes calling to the Watsco Center on Tuesday night. The other final score in the ACC from earlier, Louisville wins it at Boston College 76-64. David Johnson, a career-best 20 points for the Cardinals, including 14 of them in the first half, to go with 8 rebounds and 3 assists for the day. Louisville to 7-1 overall, 2-0 in the ACC. BC tumbles to 2-7 overall, 0-3 in conference action, despite 20 points from Jay Heath. Postponements galore in the ACC today. We've touched on it throughout the broadcast. Carolina was due to play Syracuse today. Notre Dame was due to visit Pitt, but 2 more games postponed late. Number 20 Duke on the road at number 18 Florida State. That one wiped out due to COVID-19 problems with FSU. Additionally, number 23 Virginia was due to host number 24 Virginia Tech. That game as well postponed. Virginia had a staff member test positive. Remember, the Cavaliers missed most of the month of December. They had just returned to play on December 22nd. So we'll see how long of a pause Virginia will have to take. Now, To the top 25, final scores galore. Number 8, Texas, on the road at number 3, Kansas. And this one was pretty lopsided. The Longhorns go into Allen Fieldhouse and win it 84-59. It's the largest margin of defeat for Kansas at home in the Bill Self era. Number 11, Creighton wins it at Providence 67-65. 12th-ranked Missouri handles Arkansas on the road 81-68. Number 2, Baylor takes care of Iowa State 76-65. Top 15 showdown in Piscataway, New Jersey. Number 10, Iowa squeaks past number 14, Rutgers 77-75. Luka Garza, a big game for Iowa, 25 points as the Hawkeyes earn a Big Ten road win. Number 9, West Virginia trailed Oklahoma by 18 points. The half in Norman nearly made the comeback, but ultimately the Sooners spring the upset on their home floor. 75-71 is your final. West Virginia suffers just its 3rd loss of the season, but already the 2nd in Big 12 play. Number 13, Texas Tech also falls, but they fall on their home floor. Oklahoma State heads to Lubbock, builds a 9-point halftime lead, only to see Texas Tech rally back and force overtime, but the Cowboys regroup and get the job done. 82-77 the final in OT as Oklahoma State earns the victory. 2 games in progress involving top 25 teams. Number 7, Tennessee leads Alabama 24-23, about 4.5 minutes to go in the first half in that one in Knoxville. Additionally, number 15, Illinois up by 10 on Purdue at the half, 33-23. Coming up at 8 o'clock, number 1, Gonzaga entertains San Francisco. The Dons looking for their 2nd top 5 upset of the season. They previously beat number 4, Virginia in a neutral court game in Bubbleville at Mohegan Sun in Connecticut way back in November. Number 17, Michigan State heads to Nebraska, 8 o'clock p.m. tip from Pinnacle Bank Arena in Lincoln. And the nightcap in the top 25 today, number 21, Oregon home to Stanford, 10 o'clock p.m. the start time for that one from Knight Arena in Eugene. On the football scoreboard, number 23, NC State falls to Kentucky, 23-21 in the Gator Bowl. Number 11, Indiana falls to Ole Miss, 26-20 in the Outback Bowl, so a pair of ranked teams suffering defeats earlier on today. In progress, the Fiesta Bowl, number 10, Iowa State leads number 25, Oregon, 31-17, about 3.5 minutes to go in the 3rd quarter there. And, of course, coming up at 8 o'clock, number 13, Carolina takes on number 5, Texas A&M in the Orange Bowl. It's the Tar Heels' first appearance at a major bowl since 1950 when they played in the Cotton Bowl. Our basketball final score, Carolina 66 and Notre Dame 65. So if the football Tar Heels can get the job done tonight, it'll be a 2-for-2 day for Carolina. That's your final check of the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard. One last break, then you'll hear once again from the head coach of the Tar Heels, Roy Williams, and we'll lead you right into the football pregame show. This is the Carolina Ford Dealers wrap-up show from Lear.
Hey, Carolina fans, are you a diehard Tar Heel looking to show your support from home this year? Join the Rams Club and make an impact on the Carolina student athletes you cheer for on the field, on the court, or in competition. Rams Club memberships start at $25 and are for Tar Heels of all ages. You can join the fun by visiting ramsclub.com/join. Go Heels!
Every day in the U.S., more than 9 people are killed and 1,000 injured in crashes involving a distracted driver. You can't control other motorists, but you can control how you operate your vehicle. Avoid distractions while driving, like texting or checking social media. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/GoHeels.
To learn more, visit your local Trusted Choice Independent Agency, Insurance Service Associates in Forest City, or go to insureisa.com.
Catches it, the spin move, drop step to the baseline. Two-handed jam. Steps back for 3. Nailed it from way downtown. Drives the lanes, kaboom, count it, and gets the foul. Are you kidding me?
Keep the excitement of game day going in a Nissan. With game-changing tech that makes every drive as exciting as a game-winning buzzer beater. Get to Nissan, proud partner of Carolina Athletics.
We're home for the Tar Heels. The Tar Heels Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
It's bow time.
So it's game time and you got a bunch of rabid fans.
Dad, we're hungry.
You head out to fire up burgers and dogs and go from grill master to MVP. Then you realize you're out of GAS. Yup, out of gas on game day. What do? Drop a big bow box on it. Game on. feed a family of 4 with 8 pieces of chicken, biscuits, fixins, and tea.
It's bow time.
As North Carolina goes back to school and to work, let Janney King Professionals ensure your facility is properly cleaned and disinfected for your employees, students, and customers. Our fogging and electrostatic disinfection services use EPA-approved disinfectants that mitigate pathogens at the cellular level and are safe in all applications. For schools, food services, hospitals, and office buildings, call Janney King at 919-852-1555 or go to JanneyKingRDU.com.
The expert dental care from UNCU Trust to keep you healthy has a new name, Carolina Dentistry. As the first dental school in North Carolina, the UNC Adams School of Dentistry has been putting patients first since 1952. That's why we're first in care, for the people, and that's something to smile about. Visit carolinadentistry.org to learn more and become a patient today.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield IMG College under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of North Carolina. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield IMG College. Announcers are provided by Learfield IMG College and approved by the university.
66-65 is your final score. The Tar Heels defeat Notre Dame by the thinnest of margins at the Smith Center today. Carolina earning their first ACC win of the season and improving to 6-4 overall in the process. Carolina playing just its third home game of the year. They've now won all 3 of their home showdowns at the Smith Center. So tough luck to know that Carolina next heads out on the road to take on Miami on Tuesday night. Let's bring you once again inside the Continental Tire Coach's Corner to hear from the head coach of the Tar Heels, Roy Williams. Reminder that the Continental Tire Coach's Corner is brought to you by Continental Tire. For what you do, for a dealer near you, go to ContinentalTire.com.
Hey, Coach. With Kerwin, obviously he brings shooting to the lineup, but what areas did he have to improve in the most to be able to be in a position to help you guys, like to be on the court enough to help you? He did today.
Well, I think the biggest thing is he's trying to get better on the defensive end of the floor, and he's trying to do that every day. I've been telling him for a couple of weeks that he's getting a little bit better and a little bit better and a little bit better. The defensive performance that we had in Raleigh against North Carolina State necessitated changing some things, and we were struggling putting the ball in the basket. And I think that Kerwin and Puff and Andrew, all 3 of those guys do some good things shooting the ball. So we've gotten each of the 3 a little more playing time, even though Andrew played probably the best defensive game, or at least the top 2 defensive games against North Carolina State. But there's a lot of things going on out there, and you know, we got to lose ourselves into the team, got to lose yourself into the game. And we do have, I'm comfortable playing 10 guys. I really am, but I'd be a heck of a lot more comfortable if all 10 of them played well. And, but Kerwin, to answer the question, he's getting a little bit better and a little bit better defensively. He doesn't take bad shots, and probably, and I've told him this, I recruited him because of his shooting ability. I'd like him to shoot a little bit more, but he's doing a great job of not taking bad shots.
Thanks, Coach.
Brett Friedlander, you're next.
Yeah, Roy, I know you like to say things always look better when the ball goes in the basket, but how much better do things look with an ACC win to kind of get you off the schneid there?
I think that was good, you know, and to think about it, guys, some of you old timers remember, and if not, you remember me saying it, but my first year as an assistant coach here, we won 5 games where the other team had the last shot to win 5 times and missed all 5. Last year, I think we had 6 games that the other team made the last shot to win the game. So the difference between winning and losing is so slight. And, you know, Leakey made a great drive to the basket and scored, and then we got to stop on the other end. You know, last year that ball kept going in, so I'm hopeful that it'll even out more to even out last year. But it's a good feeling right now. There's no question. The kids feel good about what they did. And we made a couple of big, dumb mistakes down the stretch. One of our turnovers was like a minute and a half to go, and you can't turn the ball over in the last 4 minutes. And we had some bad communication on a couple of switches against Nate, and Nate was fantastic. I tried to recruit him very, very hard, and he's 7 for 11 from 3-point line. That's impressive to be 6'9" or 6'10".
And then
Well, despite the 7-for-11 three-point performance and 25 points from Nate Laszewski, the Tar Heels win it over Notre Dame today, 66-65. Those were the thoughts of the head coach of the Tar Heels, Roy Williams, inside the Continental Tire Coach's Corner. Brought to you by Continental Tire, for what you do. For a dealer near you, go to ContinentalTire.com. So Carolina earns the win, 66-65. The Tar Heels improved to 8-1 at home all-time against Notre Dame, 26-8 all-time against the Fighting Irish in the 34-game series, and now 10-4 since Notre Dame joined the ACC in the 2013-2014 season. Up next for Carolina, as we mentioned a moment ago, it's a basketball road trip to Miami to take on the Hurricanes. That's set for an 8 o'clock p.m. tip-off on Tuesday night from the Watsco Center in Coral Gables. The teams met just once last season. Carolina posted the victory on its home floor at the Smith Center in late January. So the Tar Heels will take on a Miami team that will be in some desperation mode. The Hurricanes 0-3 in ACC play. As we said on the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard, they are 4-4 overall to start a season for the first time since 2002-2003. It's been a while since Miami has gotten off to such a tough start, but they have had a lot of injuries. Plenty more to discuss with the Hurricanes when we get to the Reed's Jewelers pregame show at 7 o'clock p.m. on Tuesday night. Select affiliates, the Bojangles Countdown to Tip-Off begins the coverage at 6:30. Carolina and Miami, Tuesday night at 8 o'clock. Speaking of South Florida, that's where the Tar Heel football team is tonight for the Capital One Orange Bowl. It's Carolina in a major bowl game for the first time since 1950 when the Tar Heels played in the Cotton Bowl. Carolina and Texas A&M, the number 13 Tar Heels, and the number 5 Aggies coming up from Hard Rock Stadium in Miami Gardens, a venue that Carolina just visited and posted a huge win over Miami in mid-December. Now the Tar Heels will try and replicate the success at that venue in their first major bowl game in 70 years. It's been a long time coming for Mac Brown and his Tar Heel program, a very special night for Carolina football, and it's the back end of our broadcast doubleheader here on the Tar Heel Sports Network. Our basketball final once again, Carolina 66, Notre Dame 65. The Tar Heel basketball team takes care of business on the front end. We'll see what the Tar Heel football team can do on the back end. Today's broadcast was produced by Tar Heel Sports Properties, the property of Learfield IMG College. General Manager Chuck Schrader, Network Manager Phil Brame, Network Coordinator Evan Williamson, Chief Network Engineer Ben Alexander, Studio Engineer John Essick, Spotter and Statistician is Jody Zoidner. For Dave Nathan, Jones Angel, Eric Montross, Adam Lucas, John Brockwell, and the rest of our crew, my name is Matt Krause, reminding you that our next basketball broadcast begins with the Reach Show's pregame show on Tuesday at 7 o'clock p.m. when the Tar Heels play Miami. Once again, our final, Carolina 66, Notre Dame 60.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
Longtime Carolina fans understand the road to this moment has been a long and sometimes frustrating one. So enjoy this. Is there disappointment in some players the Heels will be missing tonight? Absolutely. Is the opponent one of the nation's best teams? Without a doubt. But the Tar Heels are in the Orange Bowl. So let's enjoy this. They're here, and we're here to bring the game to you. The Tar Heels Sports Network's coverage of the first meeting between Texas A&M and Carolina and the 2021 Orange Bowl starts right now.
College football is about tradition.
Light that bell tower blue and give us that victory bell back.
You sing the same fight song. You tailgate in the same spot. You high-five the same friends when the Tar Heels find the end zone again.
Howe looking, standing tall, lets it go, man there. Touchdown! Touchdown, Carolina! Daz Newsome tiptoes in the right side of the end zone for 6.
This year will be different, but still, it's football. It's fall in North Carolina. And no matter what else has happened in 2020, the Tar Heels are going to play a game today. Maybe the game will look a little different this year, but we're going to make sure it sounds just the way you remember it.
It's a touchdown! A 76-yard run by freshman Nathan Means. Mr. Jordan meets Mr. Walker. Give to Leon Johnson, left side. Touchdown, Carolina! Good gosh, dirty! Switzer with the Jets, and he's done it again. Surratt intercepts it. Holy cow, Carolina's going to win!
Come join us for 2020 Carolina football on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
This is Jones Angel. Carolina is going against one of the best defenses it has played all season, and will have to do so without its 3 best skill players. The Heels have just crushed offensive school records this year, but face an incredible challenge tonight. Brian Simmons is a former All-America linebacker for the Tar Heels, has his number honored in Kenan Stadium, and played more than a decade in the NFL.
And what a great opportunity for the North Carolina Tar Heels today, playing a very good Texas A&M team. Carolina has earned the right to be here, and I expect them to play hard and execute well.
Lee Pace authors Extra Points and has covered Carolina for more than 30 years.
All the attention during Orange Bowl week this week has been on those 3 offensive skill players and a linebacker Carolina won't have tonight. But the Tar Heels still have 81 other players on scholarship, and Mack Brown and his staff have been resolute that 4 or 5 unfamiliar ones belong on the field and that it's a matter of next man up.
We'll have all those storylines to talk about, plus interviews with the head coaches, Mack Brown and Jimbo Fisher. We'll conclude our weekly conversations with Carolina great Jeff Saturday. We'll talk with Tar Heel quarterback Sam Howell and keep you up to date on scores from football, basketball, remind you about what happened in the Smith Center a little bit while ago. All of that and much more coming up. It's the Texas A&M and Carolina in the Orange Bowl version of the Reed's Jewelers pregame show from Learfield. I'm G. College.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. Fully equipped staff are ready to help you and answer any questions you have about insurance policies. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we have a number of vaccines, including the Quad-Vac flu immunization at no cost with most insurance plans. If you have any concerns about the flu vaccination, please call our pharmacy and ask to speak to one of our pharmacists. We also have the Tdap, pneumococcal, and shingles vaccinations available. With COVID-19 continuing, we have mask lanyards, hand sanitizers, disinfectant spray, and gloves while supplies last. Seating in our fountain is still limited to 65 patrons on a first-come, first-served basis. We are continuing to offer curbside pickup for the fountain and prescription pickup. Please utilize our drive-through prescription window at the back of the store. And remember that our back entrance is still closed to the public at this time. Please check our Facebook page for any updates on over-the-counter and gift shop items. Our home medical equipment department is ready to help you with any of your CPAP needs, mobility, bathroom safety, lift chairs, and any diabetic needs to include meters, test strips, and shoes. Please call us with any questions you may have about any of our services or message us on our Facebook page. We are located at 139 East Main Street in downtown Forest City. Our phone number is 828-245-4591.
Pre-game coverage of the 2021 Orange Bowl is brought to you in part by Coca-Cola. Together tastes better. Hunt Brothers Pizza, the official pizza of Carolina Athletics. Live Orange Bowl coverage continues. This is the Reed's Jewelers pregame show.
Coming your way from Hard Rock Stadium in Miami Gardens, Florida. Man, we're fired up to be with you for the 2021 Orange Bowl here on the Tar Heel Sports Network. Carolina and Texas A&M coming in a little more than an hour. Jones Angel, that's me, alongside Brian Simmons. So excited to have Brian with us. He's been joining us virtually for most of the year, but Brian is here with us in Miami Gardens. Lee Pace, who's done such a terrific job filling Brian's seat this year. Lee's going to be down in his normal position on the sideline today. Won't be quite as close as he normally would be on the sideline, but does have a cordoned off area where he will be this evening. And we're all excited to be here, along with Jody Zoigner, our statistician and spotter, Ben Alexander, our chief network engineer as well. Of course, this is part of a doubleheader broadcast here on the Tar Heel Sports Network. And started off well, Carolina basketball holding on for a 66-65 win over Notre Dame, and now it's time for a little football. It's the Reed's Jewelers pregame show, brought to you by Reed's Jewelers, your family-owned jeweler, trusted for generations. And Brian, it is the first time in school history the Heels are in the Orange Bowl, first major bowl Carolina's been in since way back in 1950, the Cotton Bowl that year against Rice. This is a moment Carolina football has wanted for a very long time.
And in a year like no other, what a great accomplishment for this team to play through all the adversity, to get here and play well, the type of football that they've played together, and the team has stayed together offensively, defensively. You have to give the coaching credit a lot of the credit, because to keep a team like this together, it takes a lot of knowing your team, knowing the locker room, having a pulse on that team. And Coach Brown and his staff has done a very good job. And regardless of who's playing tonight and who's not, I expect for those guys, these guys, to come out and play really well. So a bunch of guys that get an opportunity to play the night that wouldn't have normally, and they will stand up tonight.
And, Brian, it's been 7 decades since Carolina has been in one of the 4 major bowls. It's really amazing. You look back over Carolina history. I mean, the Tar Heels have had some really good teams. The 1972 team was 10-1. All it could get was the Sun Bowl. The 80 team won the ACC, was 10-1. Only got the Bluebonnet Bowl. Brian's last 2 teams, and Mac Brown in 96-97 only lost 3 games. Could do no better than the Gator Bowl. And that Larry Fedora team in 2015, 11-1 regular season, only the Russell Athletic Bowl. So Carolina has been on the cusp of getting this major bowl bid, but it took Mac Brown in this second iteration of his tenure at Carolina to get the Tar Heels to the promised land.
And Lee, the fact that it is such an important moment for Carolina makes the following fact so painful for the Tar Heels. They're going to be without 4 of their best players tonight. De'Ami Brown, Michael Carter, Chaz Surratt, and Javonte Williams all opting out of this game to focus on taking the next step to the NFL.
Well, Brown, Carter, and Surratt all took themselves out of the mix 2 weeks ago as soon as the announcement that Carolina was coming to the Gator Bowl was official. A little bit of a gut punch was Javonte Williams, who spent a week practicing before making up his mind. And offensive coordinator Phil Longo said that he spent Christmas afternoon dummying play calls for Texas A&M's defense, and he planned on getting the ball to Javonte about 30 times. So now they have had to rally and reconvene and come up with a new game plan. We've got Emory Simmons, Antoine Green, and Chafre Brown at the wideout. So I don't think the Tar Heels are going to miss De'Ami quite as much. Eugene Asante consistently has been a guy that Jay Bateman has talked about, is ready to play and is going to play very well. But there's no question that losing those 2 tailbacks is going to be the major point of emphasis for the Tar Heels. We're going to look and see at Josh Henderson, Elijah Green, and British Brooks, see who can step forward tonight.
And Lee, that's the big point right there. Who's going to step forward? Because listen, guys know when a guy in front of them can play, and they know those 2 running backs that were in front of them can play good football. But guys also want to play, and I'm sure there's been plenty of times where those guys say, "I want to play. I think I should be getting some reps." I mean, you understand the situation, but on a night like tonight, on a stage like tonight, you get an opportunity to go out there and play. And not only that, these guys are auditioning for next year also. Like, one of these guys are going to want to be the starter next year, and what a great opportunity tonight against a good Texas A&M team to go out there and say the job next year is mine.
Hey, guys, it may be that bowl games now are going to become more of an audition for next year and more of a beginning of spring practice. Mac Brown said, we're recruiting good kids. Some of them are going to want to go out early. We need to get used to this and not be surprised by it.
Yeah, Brian, I mean, I think it's a complicated issue because no one feels as though Carolina should tell Michael Carter and Javonte Williams and De'Ami Brown and Chaz Surratt what to do. Those guys have the opportunity to go. It is an understandable decision. So that's on one side. And then on the other side of it, the frustration that I think a lot of Carolina fans feel is valid too. They want to see their team at full strength when they're playing on this stage because it has been so long. So I think the frustration is understandable, but of course the decision those guys made as individuals is understandable as well.
Absolutely, and both sides have to understand and have a little bit of empathy and sympathy for both, right? Yeah. But ultimately, Michael Carter and Chaz, all those guys, they have to make the decision that they feel is best for them. And Coach Brown understands how this thing goes. He understands as he gets more players and guys that's going to get drafted, especially the first part of the draft, this is going to happen. This is a normal thing in college football now. This is not a atypical thing. This is what college football looks like at this time of the year now. Deal with it.
Lee, I think this game, though, really does cap what has been certainly a terrific season for Carolina, but just an incredible month for Carolina football. You had that 62-26 win against Miami right here in this stadium to cap off the regular season. Then you have that top 15 recruiting class that the Tar Heels signed, and now you're playing in the Orange Bowl. What a run here for Carolina football.
Well, you just think back a little over 2 years ago, Jones, to end the 2018 season on a cold, damp afternoon in Kenan Stadium, losing to NC State with a scrum in the end zone at the end of the game. And then just a little over 24 months later, what has happened, 180 degrees different. Carolina got a fresh start. Players like Michael Carter have talked about how much more fun playing football has become the last couple of years. And as Brian Simmons knows so well, what Mac Brown does well is he's an inherently great leader. And he has led this team from the doldrums and in the abyss and just not having the consistency that you want, and they're recruiting well. Everything is going really well. Tar Heels are clicking on all cylinders, and hopefully once we get past COVID, there might be some other opportunities along this in the next few years.
And Jones, I think another thing that we can't, kind of just glance over a little bit, Carolina played their way into this game, with that routing of Miami last week or 2 weeks ago. So they had to earn the right to play here. This bowl game didn't just fall in their lap. Yeah. They came down here with if you win, you're in the Orange Bowl. If not, you're not. And they accepted that challenge, and they played themselves into this game. So you have to give those guys a lot of credit. And those guys we talked about that opted out, they were a big reason why Carolina is in the Orange Bowl tonight at 8 o'clock.
Absolutely. I think one of the best performances for Carolina, considering the stage that it was on and what was at stake in that game.
Absolutely.
That Carolina football has played in some time, that rout of Miami a few weeks ago. See if Carolina can back it up, even though they are a little shorthanded against Texas A&M. We'll take a closer look at the Aggies, and I'll give you a sneak peek. They're really good. We'll talk about them when we return to the Reed's Jewelers pregame show from Learfield, IMG College.
What does Julie, who runs a thriving local business, have in common with the starting quarterback? Well, they both know how to hustle. As a small business owner, you rise before the sun and push till well after it sets. Outpace and defy expectations. Every quarterback needs a great team. UPS is here to support the hustle with tools and expert advice to help you be unstoppable. Visit ups.com/pivot for details. UPS, the official logistics partner of Carolina Athletics.
At UNC Health, we're experts in primary care and caring. Our specialists don't just see a condition. We see you, the whole you, mind and body. Because when we know you better, we're better at getting you well and keeping you well. And with more experts in each office, same-day appointments, and more urgent care centers, it's no wonder it's the better way of primary caring. Find the right provider for you and your family at uncprimarycare.org.
Live coverage of the 2021 Orange Bowl continues after this word from your local station. This is Tar Heel football from Learfield IMG College.
Have you been injured in an auto accident and need to know your rights? Dial 919 all fours. Have you been hurt at work? Do you know if you're getting every single workers' compensation benefit within your rights? Dial 919 all fours. Fighting for disability benefits and need someone in your corner? Dial 919 all fours. Have you been injured by a prescribed medication? Dial 919 all fours. For all injuries and disability questions, call Hardison and Cochran Attorneys at Law. 919 all fours.
Pandemic pain? Is this pandemic adding frustration, pain, and increased stress? Great news, there's hope without the use of pills or surgery. The experts at Breakthrough Physical Therapy have a cutting-edge program for that pain and stress. Call the location nearest for free information. Contact Breakthrough, Carolina's choice for keeping you in the game of life today. Breakthrough-pt.com.
It is a warm, muggy night. That's a shocker, right? In South Florida. And it is big-time football coming up. Orange Bowl, Carolina and Texas A&M. Both teams out on the field warming up. A&M has pretty much its entire team out there. Carolina has had its position groups out at the moment. Tar Heels have just some specialists out on the field. A&M will be moving, as you see it, if you're watching on television tonight, from right, or they're warming up on the left side of your screen, Carolina on the right. As we see it, we're actually on the other side of the stadium from where the cameras will be. So the Tar Heels warming up to our left, A&M to our right. And Tar Heels going with those mid to late 90 throwback uniforms again, the ones they wore against Wake Forest a couple of weeks ago, the one that Brian made look so good in 96 and 97. That's the Carolina blue helmets, Carolina blue jerseys, white pants. The big difference is so much navy is involved in the accents, navy blue involved in the accents, the shading around the numbers and letters and the stripes down the side of the pants. The Carolina blue helmets, of course, have that white NC on the side. There is some navy in the mid-helmet stripe that goes from front to back. Meanwhile, Texas A&M as the road team today wearing the white uniforms, white jerseys, white pants, the maroon numbers and letters, the maroon helmets with the white TAM logo on the side for Texas A&M. Let's talk about the Aggies. They're the opponent tonight, and Brian, they are impressive. Finished the season 8-1, including 7 straight SEC wins. They finished number 5 in the college football playoff poll, just outside the national semifinals. And from looking at this team, both on paper and on tape, they've earned all those numbers this year.
No question. And with this team, it starts up front, and that's on both sides of the football. Offense and defensive line, they're big, they're physical. From an athletic standpoint, they don't have a lot of guys, to be honest, that just jump out athletically, but they do have some top-notch athletes that can make plays. But for them, it's going to start up front, and it's all about, can Carolina accept that physical challenge up front on both sides of the football game? Think about the Notre Dame game. That is where we didn't get it done. And tonight we're going to have that same type of challenge in front of us, and we'll see if our offense and defensive line can step up to the challenge, because it's going to be a necessary thing, especially on the offensive side of the ball. That offensive line really has to step up and accept that challenge physically.
Yeah, Lee, offensively, A&M, they check all the boxes. A veteran quarterback, dynamic running attack. They really have a really good tight end, and as Brian said, a big, experienced offensive line.
Yeah, and they keep the ball 35 minutes a game, Jones. That's number 3 in the country for time of possession. In beating Tennessee in the last game of the year, they kept the ball for 44 minutes. Woo. Tennessee only ran 37 plays. So, and you're right, they've just got guys all over the field. Quarterback Kellen Mond, he has run and passed for 92 touchdowns in his career. He just needs one to tie Johnny Manziel, so he's in pretty esteemed company there. Isaiah Spiller is the tailback. First team All-ACC, averaged more than 100 yards a game. He's big and powerful enough to go inside, but he's also quick and sprightly enough to hit the edges. So that's a little bit of a combo Carolina has not seen a lot of. That tight end you mentioned, Jalen Weidermeyer, Mac Brown says he's a first-round NFL draft pick, and we've seen what tight ends have done in some of the bowl games. So he's going to be a big threat. But as Brian mentioned, guys, boy, they are really loaded up front. They have got 3 seniors and a grad student on the O-line, and they have allowed a total of 4 sacks all season. That is amazing.
Yeah, Spiller, and he's joined, by the way, in that backfield by Anais Smith, who used to be a wide receiver. They've moved him to running back, but he really is kind of both. He'll set up in the slot. He will be a receiver out of the backfield. They get the ball to him a lot. He has 10 touchdowns, 4 rushing, and 6 receiving this year. Spiller looks a lot like Javonte Williams, at least to me, in the way that he runs. A powerful back, can break a lot of tackles, but has speed as well. He's an impressive guy. So Spiller and Smith, 2 to keep your ears and eyes on for Texas A&M today. Brian, on the defensive side, A&M has really been one of the best in the country against the run. That's where they've been the best, holding teams to just 92 yards per game on the ground. And you look at some of the outputs that teams have had. South Carolina had 50 yards. LSU had 36 yards rushing for the whole game. Mississippi State had -2 yards rushing for the whole game. A&M really is stout stopping the run.
Yeah, and without a doubt, for me, it starts with number 5 and Bobby Brown. I mean, he is a big physical dude that you cannot move off the football. But what I like about him is the way he uses his hands. He gets off of blocks. He can penetrate. It starts with him. And then they have some athletic linebackers. They tackle well. They're just a sound football team. They only give up 3.3 yards per carry in the run game. That is very stout. So Carolina's going to have their job, cut out for them. But what I expect for Carolina to do is to come out with the quick passing game early, kind of supplement the run game with the short passing game, loosen them up, go some up-tempo, and then let your passing game open up the run game for you. Don't come out from the beginning trying to beat your head against the wall to force the running game.
Guys, I think one key element of this game and one interesting subplot is going to be the emotional element of the game. Texas A&M comes in. They were denied that shot at the college football playoff, so are they just going to pack it in that they didn't get in the playoff, or are they aggravated and they want to show that they were much better than Notre Dame? Carolina, by the same token, is not the same team that was here 3 weeks ago. Mac Brown talked about how people are glossing over Carolina losing those 4 key players, and Mac says, hey, these guys think they're good, too. They're on scholarship. They've got something to prove tonight, too. So it'll be interesting to see how the emotional aspect plays out.
Absolutely. In these bowl games, and I've said this before, but in the bowl games that aren't the playoff games, the team that wants to be here more and the one that's most excited to play in these type of games does have an advantage a lot of times in these games. I think both these teams seem to be excited to be here, want to show well and play well, and two teams that have had really solid years going against one another here in the Orange Bowl. We're excited to be in Miami Gardens, Florida, to bring it to you. But when we come back after this break, we're going to send it back to our Chapel Hill Tar Heel Sports Network studios. Dave Nathan's going to guide you through the rest of our Reed's Jewelers pregame show. We're working Dave tonight now. He did play-by-play for the basketball game. He's going to be in the studio for the football game. He'll get you through the rest of the Reed's Jewelers pregame show after this. That starts with a conversation with Jeff Saturday. That's coming up after this break from Learfield, IMG College.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
Do you need some extra money in your pocket? Try Insurance Service Associates, your local independent agent. We can shop your auto and home insurance with several companies to get you better coverage and the best rate. Insurance Service Associates at 127 East Trade Street in Forest City for auto, home, or commercial insurance. More choices, better coverage, best rate. That's Insurance Service Associates, 245-5301.
Justice, Rosenbluth, LT, Jordan, Hansbrough, Geo. This is Jones Angel, voice of the Tar Heels. Certain names in Tar Heel athletics resonate across generations, bringing to mind an unmatched commitment to excellence. When someone mentions Smith's Drugs of Forest City, I think of a similar commitment to excellence. Since 1939, Smith's Drugs has served Rutherford County with the highest quality customer service and care. The friendly staff at Smith's Drugs not only provides you with prompt service, they give you the individual attention needed to understand your medication and how it works. This same level of care is exhibited by the staff in the Smith's Drugs Home Medical Equipment Department. And don't forget about the old-fashioned soda fountain, where you'll be served up the best pimento cheese sandwich in North Carolina. Call on Smith's Drugs of Forest City at 828-245-4591, located at 139 East Main Street in downtown Forest City, where they've been putting the customer first since 1939.
Dave Nathan welcoming you back to the Reed Jewelers pregame show. The official Reed Jewelers kickoff time should be somewhere around 8:10. Reed Jewelers, your home for fine Swiss timepieces, beautiful diamonds, and the world's most luxurious jewelry brands. That's Reed Jewelers, trusted with life's moments. As we get ready for Carolina and Texas A&M in the Orange Bowl, Jones is getting ready to speak with Jeff Saturday.
Carolina in the Orange Bowl against Texas A&M coming up in just a few minutes here in Miami Gardens, Florida. Excited now to talk to former Tar Heel Jeff Saturday. And Jeff, have really enjoyed talking with you all year long, and what a way for this year to end for Carolina, coming off that dominating win over Miami a few weeks ago and now getting this opportunity to play in the Orange Bowl. As somebody who, of course, played at Carolina, follows Carolina so closely, man, how cool is this and impactful for the Carolina program that is playing in the Orange Bowl today?
Yeah, enormous, right? Joe, like when you look at this thing and think about how far this program has come just in a couple of years, playing in the Orange Bowl, again, rewards for really putting together a fantastic season. It's just awesome, man. Like as a fan, I don't know that it gets better, right? When you watch your team continue to kind of climb that ladder and get to go face, a team that was really had a strong chance of getting in the Final Four in the championship to kind of show, how far your program has come. I don't know there's a better way to finish the season. So I know I'm fired up to watch it. So proud of the Tar Heels and how far they've come and playing in this bowl. And for the recruiting alone, I just think it's going to pay huge dividends. So couldn't be more fired up, man. Excited to see this thing.
Jeff, of course, a big story going into this game for Carolina is the players that will not be available, with 4 guys opting out, including 3 on the offensive side, and Javonte Williams, Michael Carter, and De'Ami Brown, who accounted for more than 4,000 yards between the 3 of them this season. From the former player point of view, what's your take on this new trend in college football of guys opting out before the end of the season?
Yeah, you completely understand from their perspective, why they're making these decisions. It's financial security, potentially moving on to the NFL and all that implies, but disappointed for them as well as their teammates. I mean, in all honesty, when I know we never think about it from the player who's opting outside, but this is their real last chance to be with their guys. And it may seem inconsequential, and, these guys made the decision, but I can tell you none of them came upon this lightly. But it is disappointing because, all of those guys know how you just said it, 4,000 yards dramatically. This is going to impact the outcome of this game and how disappointed they are for their own teammates. They couldn't be out there working with them. But to me, it's kind of one of those unintended consequences that we've all seen because of the championship games that they have now, right? The whole Final Four thing. And if you're not in those Final Four, we're seeing this more and more. And it's just sad, man, because college athletics and some of these guys won't go to the next level. You'd love to see them put their best foot forward and really show that they can play with a Texas A&M or beat a Texas A&M when they're fully loaded. But there's nothing easy about this decision. I can say it both ways. But for me, man, I'm disappointed. I would have loved to have seen that offense, you roll out one more time. But no ill will towards any of those guys. I completely understand it from a man who did it for 14 years in the NFL. Look, it is a business, and it has completely changed. Once college is over, so I get it, but tough on me as a fan. I can assure you that I'd have loved to see all those dudes roll out today, so we could we'd have a much better opportunity, I can assure you.
So let's get to the game itself, Jeff. And from talking to the Carolina coaches this week, the number one thing they talk about with Texas A&M is how good the Aggies are up front, both on the offensive front and the defensive front. Carolina has seen some teams like that this year, most notably Notre Dame. Where can Carolina, in your mind, improve on what it was able to do against Notre Dame? How can it better hold up against some big and experienced fronts of Texas A&M?
Yeah, I think to your point. I think this is probably the best front they're going to face other than Notre Dame. But I'm hoping that they're going to learn so many things from the way Notre Dame kind of played them, bringing that kind of that key blitzer, we call it green dog, when a guy comes in and adds on late and tries to, mess up your blocking scheme because they're not showing the blitz. So I'm hoping that they can sort those things out and the communication gets better. And I think you can work on all of those things from a team perspective. I would also say one thing I'm kind of looking for, one thing about Carolina this whole season, right, the run game has been so proficient that most of the passing plays on the back end are kind of deep shot type mentality. I'm interested to see if they'll change that a little bit, and it will be more of a short kind of a check, what we call like a check down Charlie, right, where Howell's getting the ball out of his hands early, 5-yard gains instead of having that confidence in the run, but getting the ball out of his hands more often and quickly so that you can use that in spite of the running game. And so I'm kind of interested to see, because that's kind of a philosophy that a lot of teams have used in the past. I know Carolina has been so fortunate because of Williams and Carter that they haven't had to put that in. But with this spread style system, it's easily convertible. So I'm excited to see if that's something that we do today to get the ball and kind of take a little pressure off the O-line.
First time ever the Tar Heels in the Orange Bowl set to face Texas A&M. Jeff, again, thank you for your time, not just today, but all season long. Always appreciate your insights. So great for you to join us, and look forward to hopefully doing it again next season.
Heck yeah, man. Looking forward to it, brother. I appreciate the year, and go Heels.
Duke Energy is honored to recognize 2020 Social Justice and Racial Equity grantee 100 Black Men of the Triangle East for their work to address social justice and racial equity in our communities. In addition, Duke Energy is committed to overcoming racism in our state and has pledged to offer an annual social justice and racial equity grant cycle in North Carolina. Visit duke-energy.com/racial equity to learn more.
North Carolina's 26 electric cooperatives recognize the best classroom projects and the teachers who create them through the Bright Ideas Education Grant Program. These grants provide funding for creative projects in grades K through 12. Congratulations to Bright Ideas grant winner Lori Gill of Blowing Rock Elementary School. Her project, Improving Spelling and Writing Online with Co-Writer app, is sponsored by Blue Ridge Energy based in Lenore. If you're a teacher with a bright idea, visit ncbrightideas.com.
Carolina, Texas A&M. This is the 2021 Orange Bowl on the Tar Heel Sports Network.
The yard work, the shopping list, the in-laws.
There are plenty of things that can keep you from seeing the Tar Heels play on Saturday.
The garage cleanup.
But nothing can keep you from enjoying the game.
Tar Heel football, hear every game, home and away, on 106.1 FM Talk.
Want to turn up the excitement on your Saturdays?
You just got to turn up your radio.
You just got to turn your radio Carolina Blue.
Tar Heel football, hear every play of every game, home and away, on 106.1 FM Talk.
Our mailbox is painted Carolina blue. So are my kitchen appliances. My husband is a huge Tar Heel fan. He never misses hearing a game.
Once.
It was our daughter's wedding.
Tar Heel football. Every game, home and away, on 106.1 FM Talk.
The yard work, the shopping list, the in-laws.
There are plenty of things that can keep you from seeing the Tar Heels play on Saturday.
The garage cleanup.
But nothing can keep you from enjoying the game.
Tar Heel football, hear every game, home and away, on 106.1 FM Talk.
Pre-game coverage of the 2021 Orange Bowl is brought to you in part by Duke Energy, building a smarter energy future for you. Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. And by Wells Fargo, official retail bank sponsor of Carolina Athletics. Live Orange Bowl coverage continues. This is the Reed's Jewelers pregame show.
Dave Nathan welcoming you back from our studios here in Chapel Hill. Carolina and Texas A&M about ready to begin play from the Orange Bowl as we get ready to hear from Carolina quarterback Sam Howell, presented by Graduate Hotels, now open on Franklin Street. Of course, the fortunes of Carolina football turned a couple of recruiting cycles ago when he flipped his commitment from Florida State to Carolina. A season-opening win against South Carolina last year was later bookended by a Military Bowl victory. Stakes seem a little higher tonight in the Orange Bowl as the second-year Carolina QB sat down with Jones and Adam Lucas.
When I decided to come here, I definitely wanted to turn this into a national program as best as I could. I wanted to be a part of the change of really taking this program back to where it's supposed to be. I think playing in the Orange Bowl is definitely a big help in what we're trying to do here. Not only getting to the Orange Bowl, we want to win the Orange Bowl. I think that'd be huge for the trajectory of our program and where we're really trying to take this thing.
Has it surprised you, Sam, though, that it's happened so quickly? And I know you weren't here for those 2 years previous when Carolina only had 5 total wins in those 2 seasons combined. But has it been a little bit of a surprise to you that it's happened as quickly as it has?
Honestly, not really. I came up here a lot throughout my recruiting process, and I always knew there was a lot of really good players here. Yeah. And I was confident in my own ability too. So I knew if I came in and did what I was supposed to do, that we'd have a chance to be pretty good. And obviously with Coach Brown coming back and with his leadership, I knew that really we can take this thing where we want to take it. So I really haven't been that surprised, and I'm just really excited about where this program's going because I think it's going to be one of the best programs in the country coming up pretty soon.
I know this bowl preparation and bowl week will be different than last year's bowl preparation and bowl week, but what do you think you learned from getting ready for the Military Bowl last year that'll help you this year and also help some of your younger teammates?
Yeah, it's definitely a lot different, especially just not being there the whole week. Honestly, this kind of just feels like an away game. Yeah. We don't have all the events and stuff like that, so the main thing I kind of took away from the Military Bowl was, you have all the events and all that stuff, which are great, which are fun, but the mentality is still, you still go down there and win the game. You kind of have a lot of distractions. A lot of it's fun. I enjoy all that stuff. But definitely you just want to make sure that you keep the main thing, and our main thing is to go down there and win the football game. Because, with bowl games, you kind of have a lot of different events and some things that could distract some of the younger guys. So we definitely want to make sure we have the right mentality going into it.
It feels like a lot of times the team that wins the bowl game is the team that's the most excited to be there. And, of course, you got to go and execute on the field and all those different things. But just the excitement level, with everything that's gone on since the regular season came to a close, what is the excitement level, the focus level, in your opinion, for you, your guys, and the entire team?
Yeah, I think we're very excited. We know the opportunity that we have in front of us with playing a team like Texas A&M, who very easily could have been in the college football playoff this year, and just playing the prestigious bowl game as the Orange Bowl is. So we definitely know the opportunity we have. So we're very excited for that. Obviously we've had a couple guys opt out, but that hasn't changed our excitement. We still expect to win every single game that we play, and we're going in there with a lot of confidence, and we want to win the football game.
Does it change what you can do on the field, though, without those guys, without Diami, without Michael, without Javonte? Obviously, terrific players, as we know. Does it change what you feel like you guys can do offensively?
Yeah, I'd like to say no, but, the obvious answer is yes. Those guys are 3 really good players, and I think all 3 of those guys were All-Americans this year, so it's going to be hard to replace those guys, but we have some really good younger players that we feel really good about. They haven't had a whole lot of game experience, but they've had some experience, and we've seen them a lot in practice, and we know what we can do. We know what they can do, and so I'm excited for those guys to get out there and really show everyone else what they got, because I think they kind of have a little underdog mentality just because everyone's just talking about the players that have opted out, and they're not talking about the players that are actually playing in the game. So those guys kind of have a little chip on their shoulder, and I'm excited for those younger guys to get in there and play.
This will be 3 of the last 4 weeks of the season that you faced a top 10 opponent. And I know that's the level that Carolina football is trying to play at all the time. What have you gotten out of the Notre Dame and Miami game that you think will be helpful going against Texas A&M that's required to play at that level consistently for 80 snaps or whatever it is?
Yeah, I think you said it. Just the main thing is consistency. The Notre Dame game, you got to come out with the mentality and a physicality, and you got to maintain that for 4 quarters to win the football game. In the Notre Dame game, we didn't do that on the offensive side of the ball. We came out good in the first half, but we didn't do anything in the second half in that. And we just got to learn from that and move forward. I think we did a good job in the Miami game. We came out with some energy. We came out with a surge, and we just kept it on the whole entire game. So we just need to come out with the right mentality, the right physicality, and we can't let up, because against good teams, when you let up, you lose the football game. So really just knowing you got to play consistent all 4 quarters. If you take one series off, it could cost you the football game.
Sam, before we let you go, what should Tar Heel fans know about Texas A&M, just from looking at their stats, looking at them on film? What have you seen from them that Carolina fans should know?
Yeah, they do a really good job from what I've seen on the defense side of the ball. Their defense coordinator does a really good job mixing up different looks and give you different looks. They're really talented on the defensive line. They have a couple of really good players. And really, they're very athletic on defense. They have a lot of really athletic guys at linebacker and at the secondary positions. So it's definitely a great challenge for our offense. But we'll have a really good plan. Coach Longo will have a really good plan. And the younger guys have had a really good couple weeks of practice. So we're definitely excited about the offense in this game.
And that's Carolina quarterback Sam Howell. Time now for our injury report, brought to you by Breakthrough Physical Therapy, Carolina's trusted choice for safely keeping you in the game of life. For the first time all year, Lee Pace back down in his natural habitat on the sidelines. And Lee, up close and personal, had a lot of focus on who Carolina isn't dressing today, but from what you see, who is out there making waves?
Well, just in front of me, Dave, is the running back group. We've got Josh Henderson, Elijah Green, and British Brooks. They are ready to take the mantle and move on with the loss of Javonte Williams and Michael Carter. Absolutely beautiful night here, Dave. 74 degrees, no rain in sight. It's natural surface. It's going to be a fast field. Really, no new injuries to report. Carolina still is without Bo Corrales, DJ Jones, and Ed Montelis from earlier injuries. Other than that, the Tar Heels are relatively healthy. It's going to be an interesting night. About 13,000 fans are expected here at Hard Rock Stadium. So it's not going to be a whole lot of noise, but I've already heard the Aggie War Hymn being played here in Hard Rock Stadium, although there are no bands here, but it's going to be a lot of fun tonight, a lot of emotion. The Tar Heels have brought their entire team, so there are a lot of players, a lot of walk-ons, and a lot of guys who have not played who are dressed in jerseys and shorts and will be along the sidelines.
Good stuff from Lee Pace on the sidelines tonight as Carolina and Texas A&M battle in the Orange Bowl. Every sack is a sack to give back. For every sack the Tar Heels make this season, Food Lion Feeds will donate 1,000 meals to feed our neighbors in need right here in Chapel Hill. We'll take a break and come back. Jones will begin his 2-part conversation with Coach Brown in the Continental Tire Coach's Corner. Coming your way right after this from Learfield, IMG College.
Good things come to those who wait. At Jersey Mike's, they also come to those who don't. Download our app, order ahead, and skip the line. Cut to the Chase by Jersey Mike's. Be a sub above.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield of North Carolina resolves to help you stay healthy during COVID-19. Just a few simple steps called the 3 W's go a long way in protecting you and your loved ones. Wear a cloth face covering. Wait by standing 6 feet apart from others. And wash your hands often. Together, by practicing the 3 W's, we can resolve to improve the health of our state. Learn more at bluecrossnc.com/3W.
Good things come to those who wait. At Jersey Mike's, they also come to those who don't. Download our app, order ahead, and skip the line. Cut to the Chase by Jersey Mike's. Be a sub above.
Our live coverage of the Orange Bowl continues in a moment. This is Carolina football on the Tar Heel Sports Network.
For more than 30 years, Crumley Roberts has been caring like family, listening to learn and doing what's right as they stand up for you. This year more than ever, they are proud to support Carolina athletics and Tar Heels everywhere. Whether studying or teaching from home or on campus, we are all in this together as one Carolina family. Follow Crumley Roberts on Facebook and Instagram to find out how Tar Heels in the Crumley Roberts family are working to make a difference in the world today and how they continue to stand up for you. Go Crumley Roberts and go Heels.
Hey, all you Carolina fans, Nationwide agents are just like you. They support the Tar Heels, too. They are also proud to live in the Triangle, where they help families like yours with auto, home, business, farm, and life. Don't drop the ball. Get the professional coaching you need to win at life. Give Pete Seagroves in Chapel Hill a call at 919-942-8733 or Terry Nobles in Raleigh a call at 919-833-3803 and go Tar Heels. Nationwide is on your side.
It's the Reach Jewelers pregame show, and it continues with the Continental Tire Coaches Corner, brought to you by Continental Tire. Innovative technology, driving confidence for a dealer near you. Go to ContinentalTire.com.
Inside the Orange Bowl edition of the Continental Tire Coaches Corner with the head coach of the Tar Heels, Mac Brown. Carolina making its first ever appearance in the Orange Bowl. And, Coach, 5 wins in 2017 and 18 combined. 7 wins and a bowl victory a year ago, now an Orange Bowl appearance this season. How did all of this happen so quickly for your group?
Well, Jones, I'm so proud of these guys. Number one, we got here and had a lot of good young people that wanted to be successful that were here, which is a credit to Coach Fedora and his staff. I do feel like we hired the right staff, because we hired a staff that expected us to have some struggles and expected us to have to do some drastic things to get better fast instead of coming in and griping about how bad everything is. And they've been very, very positive. And then you get a quarterback. And you got to have a quarterback. You look at the Final Four teams, and 3 of them are up for the Heisman. And the other one probably should be Ian Book, the way he played against us when he was here from Notre Dame. And then these guys have recruited really, really well. We had a home run with Brian Hess, our strength staff, even this year. We were concerned about no spring practice, no spring workouts, limited in the summer, a lot of soft tissue injuries, and we've had very few. So I just think it's been a really good family project, and everybody's been on the same page. And I told the guys last Thursday that, guys, how many people are playing after January? They had no clue. I said 12. You're one of 12 teams in the end that gets to play. I said, how many teams are playing in bowl games in the ACC out of our 15? Some of them said, oh, I don't know. I hadn't thought about it. I said, well, think about it. There's 6 of us. There's 9 that aren't playing. So what you would have taken all this summer. So good for you that you're in a January 2 bowl. You're in a major bowl for the first time in 50 years. And you have overcome so much in the last 2 years to go from 2 wins to 2 years to the Orange Bowl. So don't take this lightly. You've actually made history here.
Coach, there have been plenty of opportunities for outside distractions leading up to this game. How has your team handled kind of all that outside noise and been able to prepare for the actual game coming up today?
I think we'll know here in a few minutes. I think, Jones, it's new for me. It's new for them. We didn't have anybody opt out last year. We're getting better players. We're going to have this in the future. College football is going to have this in the future unless they see some drastic changes, whether it's the playoff or I'm not sure why young guys don't opt out for playoff games, but they do opt out for January 2 bowl games. I mean, it makes no sense to me. If you're going to get hurt, you can get hurt either way. I feel like I love our 4 guys. Some of the players ask me, are you mad at them? No, I'm not mad. I'm disappointed for our team that they're not here. But one of our top boosters texted me something that really made a lot of sense to me, and it put everything into perspective, and that's unexpected opportunities give other people chances to step up. So this is really a thank you to the seniors that are playing today, but it's also a quick look at some guys for next year. and it'll be fun. We've seen guys improve in the last 10 days simply because some of the other guys aren't here, and they've got a better chance to play. So you not going to be as good when you lose your 4 most productive players, 3 on offense and 1 on defense and 2 captains. But we can be different, and that's what we've got to do. Our coaches have to be more creative today. We have to take more risks today. There's not one person in America outside of probably our locker room that thinks we can win, and that's okay. I said it doesn't matter. That we've had that before this year and last year. So we're going to have fun today. We're going to play our rear ends off, and I think this is a new team, and all the distractions from earlier 2 weeks ago are gone.
Coach, this may be, your answer may be the same as what you just said to this question, but you are losing more than 4,000 yards of offense with those 3 guys that aren't playing today. How does your game plan change offensively to try and still be able to move the football?
You've always got to run the ball some, but we can't have the same game plan if we had 2 of the best backs to ever play the game together. I mean, their stats were unbelievable. So we've still got the offensive line. We've still got to make some productive yards, but we're going to have to be more creative. We're going to have to throw it more. We're going to have to win some one-on-one situations in the passing game, and to do that, we've really got to protect well, because it's hard to protect against a team as good as Texas A&M when you can't run the ball consistently. So the offense got their hands full today, but it'll be fun to watch.
It is a terrific opponent in Texas A&M. Coach and I will talk about the Aggies a little later in our pregame show.
North Carolina's 26 electric cooperatives recognize the best classroom projects and the teachers who create them through the Bright Ideas Education Grant Program. These grants provide funding for creative projects in grades K through 12. Congratulations to Bright Ideas grant winner Lori Gill of Blowing Rock Elementary School. Her project, Improving Spelling and Writing Online with Co-Writer app, is sponsored by Blue Ridge Energy based in Lenore. If you're a teacher with a bright idea, visit ncbrightideas.com.
How are you the ultimate UNC fan? Because I got this air horn installed in my throat. Pretty sick, right? Yes. You look really sick. What doctor would even do this? Doctor? I did this myself. I mean, I can't swallow whole food, but still. Wait, what? Just gotta plow through it. Hey, can I get a couple of soups up there? What about some chamomile tea?
Don't be that guy. Get a fan card. The smart way to be the ultimate Tar Heels fan. Just go to unccards.com.
This is Carolina football on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
Whether it's 12 miles to the Pee Wee football comeback of a lifetime, 80 miles to your first hole-in-one, or more like 8 shots to the first hole. Whether it's 240 back road miles to sleeping under the stars, or just a few blocks to the grocery store, Marathon has the fuel to keep your engine running at peak performance. Because you never know where life is going to take you. For quality fuel through every mile, fill up at Marathon.
It's never lost on Window World that your home is your largest physical investment. Window World's integrity will be noticed from your very first moment of contact. The clean, professional installation of premium windows, siding, doors, and more are designed to last while leaving your home looking amazing. Window World and their lifetime warranty will always be there when it really matters. They're America's most trusted remodeler and a proud partner of Carolina Athletics, because the difference is integrity and always in the details.
Pre-game coverage of the 2021 Orange Bowl is brought to you in part by State Farm. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. And by Continental Tire, for what you do. Live Orange Bowl coverage continues. This is the Reed's Jewelers pregame show. Keenan Moments with Lee Pace, brought to you by Pinehurst. There's never been more to discover at the cradle of American golf. Go to pinehurst.com to plan your visit.
The first chapter of Mac Brown's career as the Tar Heel head coach ended with his 1996 and 97 teams posting a combined 21-3 record and landing in the state of Florida for the postseason. The destination both years was the Gator Bowl in Jacksonville, as the Tar Heels made quick work each year with wins over West Virginia and Virginia Tech. The latter win achieved received after Brown had just left for the University of Texas. Two themes of those teams were a double-barreled quarterback position with Chris Keldorf and Oscar Davenport, and a rock-ribbed defense accented by the playmaking ability of cornerback Dre Bly. In the 20-13 win over West Virginia, the Gazelle-like Davenport won MVP honors by passing for 175 yards and 1 touchdown and running for another, and Bly, a freshman, picked off 2 passes. And in the 42-3 rout of Virginia Tech a year later, Keldorf threw for 290 yards and 3 scores, and Bly returned a blocked punt for a touchdown.
Had 4 punts blocked on the year in 2 games, and this one's blocked. Picked up by Carolina, touchdown, Dre Bly. Blocked by Quentin Savage, and Dre Bly picks it up and runs it in for the touchdown.
Now Brown's back on the Tar Heels sideline and is joined by Bly as his cornerbacks coach. Here's hoping for another dose of that Florida bowl game magic tonight.
You can check out Lee Pace's Football in a Forest, the life and times of Kenan Memorial Stadium to relive more Kenan moments just like that. Well, Jimbo Fisher, like Mack Brown, has a national championship on his resume, one that came while he was the head coach at Florida State in 2013. But in 2017, the relationship between FSU and Fisher soured. Fisher wound up leaving Florida State, quickly landing at Texas A&M, a program starved for success. And now in year 3 of his tenure, the Aggies are on the precipice of a top 5 finish in the polls and a New Year's 6 bowl win.
Being the Orange Bowl and the Classic, be a part of that great history and tradition is a great honor. We're really happy and excited to be in the game and play a great opponent in North Carolina. And like I say, having Mack Brown, who I think is one of the great coaches in college football, and probably ended up being a Hall of Fame coach, and won his national championships, 250, 60 games, however many he's won. Great guy, great opponent. He's done a tremendous job with North Carolina to get them in the Orange Bowl, and how quick he was there, and how what that program was when he took over. It's an amazing accomplishment again, but it doesn't surprise you. Everywhere Matt goes, he wins, and that's going to be a very well coached football team who's playing great football and had a great win down there against Miami just a few weeks ago to put them in it. And now we're going to have our hands full. We need to play a great game, but we're excited and blessed to be there, and looking forward to finish this season.
Bo Fisher, the head coach at Texas A&M, leads us into our 15 minutes to kickoff presented by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. We'll take a look around the North Carolina Farm Bureau's scoreboard when we come back after this from Learfield IMG College.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. Fully equipped staff are ready to help you and answer any questions you have about insurance policies. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
McCurry Deck Motors has been providing an impressive selection of automobiles for over 50 years. At McCurry Deck, you can browse the great selection of GMC automobiles and drive away in one knowing you have gotten the best deal possible. The team at McCurry Deck Motors counts it a privilege to make you a happy and satisfied customer. Why not test drive one of the comfortable and stylish GMCs today? At GMC, we are professional grade. At McCurry Deck Motors, we're the home of GMC, Chevy, and Buick. 1740 U.S. Highway 74A, Forest City. You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
Right now, there aren't enough people donating blood, but you may have the A, B, or O blood type patients need. Give blood with the American Red Cross. Visit redcrossblood.org/missing types or call 1-800-RED-CROSS to make your donation appointment today.
Tar Heel fans, put your game face on and practice your 3 W's. Wear, wait, wash. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of North Carolina. We resolve to help North Carolina stay healthy. As we get you ready for the Orange Bowl, let's take our lease 24-hour towing preferred hauler of Carolina football equipment drive around the ACC. The Tar Heel basketball team got the better of Notre Dame earlier today with a 66-65 win in the Smith Center. In college football, North Carolina State falls to Kentucky in the Gator Bowl 23-21. Ole Miss beats Indiana in the Outback 26-20. And in the Fiesta Bowl, Iowa State doubles up Oregon 34-17. There is your drive around the ACC and look at the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard as we take a break and come back with more of the Continental Tire Coaches Corner after this from Learfield.
Texting while driving takes your eyes off the road for an average of 5 seconds. That's like driving the length of a football field with your eyes closed. Research shows you're 3 times more likely to get into an accident when distracted by a cell phone. I'm joining Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents to urge you and your family to put down your phone. Let's have a hands-free NC. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/Go Heels.
To learn more, visit your local Trusted Choice Independent Agency, Insurance Service Associates in Forest City, or go to insureisa.com.
When you're craving delicious, crunchy snacks, reach for the brand you grew up with. Utz. Delicious snacks like Utz Ripple, Wavy, or Kettle Classic chips, sourdough pretzels, or cheese curls. Utz snacks have been made by the same family for nearly 100 years. Cooked craft style with only the highest quality ingredients and delivered quickly for the freshest snacks ever. Utz Snacks. Freshness you can hear and authentic flavor you can taste with a satisfying crunch. Everyone loves Utz.
This is your radio home for the Tar Heels on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
It's fall, and that means the competition is on for the best tailgate at home. Let Cruisers stock all your food and beverages for your next home gate, garage gate, yard gate, heck, even a balcony gate. Cruisers is your quick one-stop shop for cold beer and drinks, hot food, fresh grab-and-go items, and game-time snacks. Show us how you home gate with Cruisers. Share a pic on Cruisers' Facebook page, and one legendary home gator will win a $50 Exxon gas card. Cruisers, let's go.
Think about the last time you moved. Remember how you said you'd never do it alone again? We know moving is tough, but at 2 Men and a Truck, we make it easy. We're the movers who care, and we'll prove it with our 96% referral rate and courteous background-checked movers. We're local and affordable. When you're ready, give us a call or find us online for a free estimate at 2menandatruck.com. For home and business moving, call the movers who care. 2 Men and a Truck. Tar Heel supporters serving the Triangle for 15 years.
It is the Reach Jewelers pregame show, and before we head to Coach Brown and Jones in the Continental Tire Coaches Corner, let's pause 10 seconds for a station ID on the Tar Heel Sports Network.
Just a couple of weeks after that dominating 62-26 win over the Miami Hurricanes, Carolina back in Miami today, this time to face off with Texas A&M in the Orange Bowl. I'm inside the Continental Tire Coaches Corner with the head coach of the Tar Heels, Mac Brown. And, Coach, you have referenced Notre Dame a couple of times this week when discussing Texas A&M, and the similarities with the two teams are striking. They're well coached, veteran quarterback, and really impressive along both lines of scrimmage.
Yeah, they're huge up front both ways, and Notre Dame stopped the run and put pressure on the quarterback, and that's exactly what Texas A&M does. And you start looking at Kellen Mond, and you start looking at Ian Book, and they're masters of managing the game. They don't make mistakes. You look up and don't think a lot about it during the game, and then he's 25 of 28 or 22 of 26, and they run the ball well enough. They're huge in the offensive line. They average 325 or something, and they're going to pound you with a 225-pound back that's all Southeastern Conference as a sophomore. And then when you get everybody up and have to stop the run, then they're going to throw it to a 6'6" tight end that's one of the best in the country. It's just a sophomore, or they're speed guys outside. So they are so much like Notre Dame across the board. It was interesting to me sitting there and watching on TV for 5 years that the committee had trouble picking between Notre Dame and Texas A&M, and I can see the same thing. I mean, if I'm sitting here as a committee member watching both teams, they're just nearly like bookends, and that's why we need to expand the playoff. But that's for another time and another thought. But how fortunate are we as a program? Because we're growing. We haven't been to an Orange Bowl. We haven't been a consistent factor in the top 10. So here we are. We play Notre Dame number 2. We play Miami number 10, and we play Texas A&M number 5 in 3 of our last 4 games. So we're seeing on a weekly basis now what it takes to be a top 10 team, and that's got to be a great learning process for our staff and our team.
To that point, Coach, what are some lessons from the Notre Dame game that you guys played a couple of weeks ago that maybe can be applied for you today against the Aggies?
Well, the biggest lesson was we were in the middle of it. And then for whatever reason in the second half, their front 7 on defense was tougher and more physical than our front 7 on offense. And we just got shut down with everything. Now we came back with a different attitude at Miami and did well. And I don't know why you play well in the first half and you don't a second. People talk about, well, they made great adjustments at halftime. They didn't. The adjustment was they whipped us. And that's what's tough. But I think that's what we had to see, and the players had to see. You can't be tough for a half against a top 10 team. You got to be tough for a game. And our defense hung in there till there was a minute 12 left to go in the game. So they gave us a chance to win the game. Our special teams gave us a chance to win the game. Our offense gave us half a chance. So our team knows today that something we should have known, but we didn't know, like going into Florida State, like going into Virginia. Shouldn't have lost those games. Well, why? I mean, they got players too. They got scholarship players, and we allowed those things to happen. Well, same thing with Notre Dame. They did better than we did in that second half. Miami, we had played better than Miami did. So today, it's going to be a fun challenge for us, but we know what we've got to do to win the game.
Last thing, Coach, A&M has really been able to effectively control the clock this season. They hold the ball better than 35 minutes per game. Is there a way to speed them up today?
No. Tennessee had the ball 37 plays on offense. 37 plays. So Jimbo Fisher is he's the master and same with Notre Dame. Beat you down, kill the clock, keep Sam Howell on the bench. Don't let him be out there. And then just keep pounding it and play action, and you look up and the game's over. And I think against Tennessee they had it 42-plus minutes, and Tennessee didn't do it. And then when you get on offense, you have to try to catch up fast, and then you get a quick 3 and out, so it affects your tempo too. So that's a huge part of this today. If they can run the ball against us and we can't run it against them, we will get beat.
Carolina and Texas A&M in the Orange Bowl. Coach, congratulations again on a terrific season to this point. I know you want to close it strong, and thank you for your time today.
Well, thank you, Jones, and thanks to all of our fans out there. We're sitting here in 2021, and it's a new year, and thank goodness 2020 is behind us. We learned a lot of tough lessons, but we're ready for a new start. Let's make 2021 our best year ever.
Today tastes like movie night.
Okay, whose turn is it to choose?
And everyone's favorite hit, pizza and Coke. Today tastes like front row seats for all. Like cushions and popcorn. And counting the seconds.
Pizza's here.
Today tastes like a slice of the action.
Hey, hit the light.
Like we belong here and now. And it never tasted this good. Coca-Cola. Together tastes better.
Hey, it's your home, and I need to ask you a few favors. In the kitchen, there's a spider stuck between the window and the screen, and I know it's dead, and technically it's outside, but it's still freaking me out. Can you flick it out or something? Also, just to save some money, and it's super easy, could you bundle your home and car insurance with Geico? Last thing, could you take the holiday decorations down? Yeah, I'm one of those.
Geico. For bundling made easy, go to geico.com today.
Live coverage of the 2021 Orange Bowl continues after this word from your local station. This is Tar Heel Football from Learfield IMG College.
For more than 30 years, Crumley Roberts has been caring like family, listening to learn and doing what's right as they stand up for you. This year more than ever, they are proud to support Carolina athletics and Tar Heels everywhere. Whether studying or teaching from home or on campus, we are all in this together as one Carolina family. Follow Crumley Roberts on Facebook and Instagram to find out how Tar Heels in the Crumley Roberts family are working to make a difference in the world today and how they continue to stand up for you. Go Crumley Roberts and go Heels.
Quality equipment is homegrown, made up of your family, friends, and neighbors. Growing up with the smell of fresh-cut grass, the sound of touchdown victories in the yard, and the pride of owning a John Deere tractor. We work hard to provide your land with what it needs at a price you can afford, and we go above and beyond for what you need. Here, you're not just a sale. You're a part of the Quality Equipment family. Visit Quality Equipment for our best John Deere tractor deals, or better yet, stop by any of our 27 locations across North Carolina and Virginia.
As we get back to Hard Rock Stadium in Miami Gardens, Florida, Jonathan Kim boots the opening kickoff through the end zone for a touchback. Texas A&M will have the ball first and working off its own 25-yard line. The Aggies will be moving from southeast to northwest. That's right to left if you're watching on television with us tonight. Left to right as we see it here in Miami Gardens. The Tar Heels won the toss and elected to defer. Eugene Asante is getting the start for Chaz Surratt tonight. Surratt, one of those 4 Tar Heels, electing to opt out. Texas A&M will keep it on the ground, and Spiller nowhere to go. Gimmel, Tamon Fox involved on the hit for Carolina, and A&M will be looking at second and 7 for the Aggies after a gain of 3. First ever meeting between the Tar Heels and Texas A&M. First appearance for Carolina in the Orange Bowl. Second all-time appearance for Texas A&M. They also were in the bowl game on January 1st, 1944. Another run and another good defensive play for Carolina, as Spiller is stopped again for a short gain by Tamon Fox, and that'll bring up third down. Texas A&M, Brian, very good on third downs this year, as the Aggies second best in the country, converting at 57%.
And it's because they're so effective on first and second down with the run game, so now third down becomes a lot more manageable. The playbook opens up and you don't have to be as risky.
This will be 3rd and 3 for Texas A&M. Mond, the veteran quarterback, making his 44th career start, is in the shotgun. He has Spiller to his left, and Mond, who so safe with the football, is going to throw, but throws incomplete. Tried to find Anais Smith angling to the middle of the field, but Kyler McMichael with good defense able to help knock it away, and A&M goes 3 and out on its initial drive.
And that's a good start by Carolina, being good against the run. And what that really does is that front 7 plays the run really heavy early on. Now those safeties can have trust in those guys, and they don't have to get his nose in the run game and be aware when A&M try to go over the top in the passing game.
Mond's only thrown 3 interceptions all year, so he is very safe and smart with that football. Threw that one off his back foot. And McMichael with good defense against Smith. Daz Newsome back to receive the punt from Nick Constantinou. Newsome, who figures to play a big role in this game for Carolina, makes the fair catch and brings in the football right short of the 20. It'll be at around the 18-yard line, where Carolina will have its first possession of the football game. So offensively, we know Sam Howell, of course, will be the quarterback for the Heels after that 50-yard punt when they start off at the 18. The receivers are going to be Antoine Green and Emery Simmons on the outside, Daz Newsome in the slot. Garrett Walston, the tight end. It is going to be British Brooks, the 5'11 junior from Gastonia out of Ashbrook High School, walk-on for the Tar Heels, special teams captain a year ago, who will be the tailback, and he gets the ball on the first play and goes nowhere. He is knocked down for a loss by DeMarvin Leal, a sophomore out of San Antonio, Texas, knocks down Brooks for a loss of 3, but that had nothing to do with Brooks. He was being hit as soon as he got the football. And he's going to immediately come out, and Josh Henderson, the sophomore from Pennington, New Jersey, will come in. Henderson has 18 carries this season. Brooks has 10. There are not a ton of fans here, but in this end zone, there are a lot of A&M fans, so you hear some noise as Howe, with pressure, is able to complete it over the middle to Walston at the 20. It's a gain of 5 on the play, and it'll bring up 3rd and 8 because that was 2nd and 13 for the Tar Heels. Lee Pace is on the sideline. We're going to go to Lee in just a second, but Carolina trying to play with some pace is already up to the line of scrimmage, and now hang tight.
The ruling on the field of a completed pass is under further review.
That's the voice of Larry Smith. He's the referee of this Big Ten officiating crew. And the replay official, Jim Kimmerling, is going to take a look at that last play. That was called a completed pass for 5 yards to Walston. So with this break in the action, let's go to Lee, our Pinehurst sideline reporter. Lee, what's going on?
Well, Jones, you mentioned the crowd noise. I was behind the Carolina in the north end zone where the defense made the 3rd down stop a minute ago, and there was quite a bit of noise from the Carolina fans who were in the end zone in the north end. And then you come down to the southwest end where, as you mentioned, there's quite a bit of noise from the Texas A&M fans. 13,000 people here tonight, but they are going to make a ruckus here, and there will be some noise issue as the game evolves.
We are going to take a timeout, Lee. They've decided to stretch this one to a full. Carolina looking at a 3rd down. No score, 12:26 to go first quarter from Learfield, IMG College.
For any surface in every season, there's a Continental tire that delivers superior performance. From ultra-high performance tires like the Extreme Contact Sport, to passenger touring tires to all-terrain light truck tires like the Terrain Contact AT, Continental has a tire that gives you confidence no matter the road conditions. Whether you're looking for summer, all-season, or winter tires, Continental Tire has something to fit your needs. Visit ContinentalTire.com to find your ideal tire. Continental Tire, a proud partner of Carolina Athletics.
Carolina, Texas A&M. This is the 2021 Orange Bowl on the Tar Heel Sports Network.
Today tastes like movie night.
Okay, whose turn is it to choose?
And everyone's favorite hit, pizza and Coke. Today tastes like front row seats for all. Like cushions and popcorn. And counting the seconds.
Pizza's here.
Today tastes like a slice of the action.
Hey, hit the light.
Like we belong here and now. And it never tasted this good. Coca-Cola. Together tastes better.
Established in 1995, Lee's 24-hour Towing is a family-owned and operated small business in Durham and Orange County, North Carolina. We have the equipment and experience to handle all size vehicles, whether it be your motorcycle, car, truck, SUV, family recreational vehicle, or even a tractor-trailer. We're prepared and available to upright, winch, and tow them all. We provide lockouts, jump starts, fuel deliveries, battery replacement on site with complete diagnostic equipment, and much more. Lee's 24-hour Towing, preferred hauler of Carolina football equipment.
The catch by Walston overturned upon review. So Carolina facing now a 3rd and 12 off its own 16-yard line, and a flag comes in. False start going to be called on Carolina.
False start. Offense, number 68.
Well, Heels going the wrong way. That was on Brian Anderson, the center. And again, it's not that there are so many fans here, but I do think already this is one of the loudest environments that Carolina has played in all season, Brian. Maybe Florida State, but that would be the only one that even compares. And the Heels have been under some heat here early on, and now that makes this 3rd and 17. Tar Heels will work with 5 receivers, 3 to the right and 2 to the left. How to throw? Under pressure, and it's picked off at the 20-yard line. And Texas A&M's Andre White able to take it back to nearly the 10. Not sure who Howell was throwing that to, because it went right to the Aggies.
And Jones, what I've known.
There is a flag down, Brian, on the near sideline as well. Let's get a word on that real quick.
Sideline interference, Texas A&M. 15-yard penalty from the end of the run. First down and 10, A&M.
So the interception stands, Brian, from Howell, and with White getting the pick, his first of the year and first of his career, but A&M will have to lose those 15 yards.
Yeah, and what Sam has to understand, he's going to get pressured tonight, right? And he has to stand in that pocket, set his feet, and step into the throws. Don't worry about the pressure. You're going to get hit tonight. Step into it. Be the big boy quarterback that he is, because he's a great college quarterback. Step into it and make those throws. And so he has to understand that early on. Carolina also has to understand offensively. You know, we talked about how Texas A&M keeps the football. That's the one thing that we cannot do. Every possession has to end with a kick tonight.
That's only for Howell. That is just interception number 7 on the season and just his third since the Florida State game. He has been very good with the football, but now A&M getting to start at the 28-yard line, and they'll keep it on the ground. Popping up the middle is Spiller for a good chunk on the first down run. So A&M, after Kevin Hester made the stop for Carolina, A&M getting to start at the Tar Heel 28-yard line after the interception. And now, after that run, they're at the Tar Heel 22 for a second and 4. There was 10 yards on the return by White. And then, of course, the penalty after that. So no score, but A&M has the ball deep in Tar Heel territory after the interception, and they will keep it on the ground again. Right up the gut, Tamari Fox made first contact for Carolina against Spiller, and that'll bring up third down.
And if Carolina defense can hold A&M to a field goal attempt, that is a win on this possession. So right now, Carolina is doing a really good job of stopping the run. A little too much on first down on that first play, getting 6. But 2 runs, Carolina just keep playing. Understanding Texas A&M are good enough. They're going to make some plays, but just keep tackling well.
Third and about 1.5 for A&M. Carolina, no Storm Duck defensively tonight. Also, Chris Collins out. Those two both announced right before the game. Of course, Duck hasn't played since the Boston College game. A&M on third and short. They keep it on the ground. Eugene Asante comes in to trip up the ball carrier Spiller, but I think he's able to fall forward for enough to move the chains. He only needed, again, about 1.5 yards, and that's exactly what he got to the 18-yard line to bring another set of downs for A&M.
And Asante did a great job of shooting that gap. Now just continue to run your feet and wrap the run up, but he did a really good job of recognizing the run and being aggressive playing downhill.
Bills have Tamari Fox, Kevin Hester, Ravo Hasek on the defensive front. Hopper and Taman Fox at the outside backers. Gimmel and Asante at the inside backers right now. A&M again keeps it on the ground with Spiller. He'll pop it to the left side. And Gimmel able to bottom him up for not much. Carolina's done a pretty good job here so far. Every play outside of the third down pass on the previous drive for A&M has been on the ground. And they've been churning out short gains for the most part. That one was of 2. And it will bring up 2nd and 8. No score, but Sam Howell throwing an interception picked off by Andre White on Carolina's third play. Has A&M in great field position. 10-18 and counting first quarter. Still 0-0. Mond is in the shotgun. He's going to throw for just the second time. Over the middle and incomplete. A diving attempt between the hash marks was made by Hezekiah Jones, a junior from Stafford, Texas. But again, good coverage from Kyler McMichael forces the incompletion.
And Jones, I'll tell you, we dodged a bullet on that. Spiller came out of the backfield on a wheel route, and there was a busted coverage over there. He was wide open on the left sideline, Carolina sideline. If Mond see him, that is a touchdown.
The ball did hit Hezekiah Jones's hands as he dove across the middle of the field, right in between the 2 hash marks at around the 5, but couldn't bring it in. 3rd and 8. Aggies 1 of 2 thus far on third down. Mond to throw, some pressure coming, gets it out of his hands quickly on the sideline, caught by Spiller. He's going to be right at the first down marker. Got to the 9. He's going to be a yard short. And we'll see what A&M chooses to do. Looks like they're going to go for it on 4th and 1, and there's a Tar Heel down.
Officials timeout.
And appears to be
injury.
In some pain. I think it is Tamari Fox who is down for Carolina and writhing around on the ground. A&M will be facing a 4th down here, as Tar Heels quickly have a bunch of their trainers around Tamari Fox, who is now rolled over onto his back. He was on his stomach, just kind of rolling around on the ground there after the play. It was odd. I didn't see it right after the play happened. It's almost as though it happened, or that he had felt the pain a little bit delayed. He is now up and is going to be able to walk off under his own power. So whatever it was, looks like he's okay now.
Yeah, Jones, it appeared the same way to me. He was standing up, and then all of a sudden it was the delayed reaction to some kind of pain or something.
So it will be 4th down. For A&M. This will be at the Carolina 9, and the Aggies are going to keep the offense on the field. Texas A&M hadn't gone for a lot of 4th downs this year, just 7 all season. They're 2 of 7, but this is just a yard needed. Mon will be under center, has a true eye behind him with Spiller at the back end of it. Carolina shifts on the defensive front. Mon still under center, gets the snap, turns, gives it to Spiller. He's hit behind the line, but breaks the tackle and hits pay dirt for the score. Carolina made contact with Spiller in the backfield, but he was able to keep his feet and get into the end zone, and the Aggies make the Tar Heel interception hurt.
You know, anytime you play a back such as Spiller, a big back that has good feet, it's imperative that you not only make good contact, but you wrap up and you run your feet. Because if you just come in with shoulder pads and you don't wrap him up, he will run through those tackles all night.
It was Tamon Fox who flashed through the line of scrimmage and didn't have a real clean hit on Spiller, just got an arm on him. And Spiller, first team All-SEC, was going to power right through that as the extra point is up and good for Texas A&M. So Spiller already with 28 yards on the ground. That has put him over 1,000 for the season. He had 986 coming in. We're going to take a break. Carolina's going to try again offensively when we return. Aggies 7, Carolina 0, 9:11 to go in the first quarter. From Learfield, IMG College.
North Carolina's 26 electric cooperatives recognize the best classroom projects and the teachers who create them through the Bright Ideas Education Grant Program. These grants provide funding for creative projects in grades K through 12. Congratulations to Bright Ideas grant winner Lori Gill of Blowing Rock Elementary School. Her project, Improving Spelling and Writing Online with Co-Writer app, is sponsored by Blue Ridge Energy based in Lenore. If you're a teacher with a bright idea, visit ncbrightideas.com.
What does Julie, who runs a thriving local business, have in common with the starting quarterback? Well, they both know how to hustle. As a small business owner, you rise before the sun and push till well after it sets. Outpace and defy expectations. Every quarterback needs a great team. UPS is here to support the hustle with tools and expert advice to help you be unstoppable. Visit ups.com/pivot for details. UPS, the official logistics partner of Carolina Athletics.
This season, Fox Sports South has your ticket to ACC football, including the UNC Tar Heels. Every week, get the latest with Coach Mack and UNC football with Carolina Insider on Mondays, followed by live ACC action every Saturday on Fox Sports South. Watch on most video providers, including Uverse Channel 1726, DirecTV Channel 646, and Spectrum Channel 50, or stream on the Fox Sports Go app. Fox Sports South, your home for ACC Saturdays.
Well, not the start Carolina wanted. After getting a quick 3-and-out on A&M's first possession, Tar Heels then throw an interception, and A&M took them 7 plays and a 4th down conversion, but they go 28 yards in 3:31 for the first score of the game. 7-0 Texas A&M, 9:11 to go in the first quarter. Nobody gets you closer to ACC sports than Sirius XM. Get a free trial to take your team with you on your phone, online, and at home. Start listening at SiriusXM.com/ACCSXM. Lee Pace, our Pinehurst Resort sideline reporter. Lee, what's going on down there on the Tar Heel sideline?
Well, Jones, it was interesting. Phil Longo really didn't have anything to say to Sam Powell until after the TV timeout and after A&M had run 4 plays. Longo spent most of the time talking with his fellow offensive coaches on the headset before he even said anything to Sam. So I'm wondering if maybe there was a misread, a misroute, something like that the coaches were trying to work out. It was certainly not an example of Longo finding Hal out and chewing him up one side and down the other for what looked to be an awful throw.
Yeah, I think in looking at it again, Josh Downs, Brian, was crossing across the field as the kickoff end over end with Newsome back to return it. Is going to go into the end zone for a touchback. Looked like Downs was crossing across the middle of the field, but Hal throwing off his back foot, it just sailed on him into the hands of Andre White.
No, I totally agree with you. That was just a missed throw by Sam. You rarely see those, but on that case, that's exactly what the case was.
And again, as you mentioned, A&M, Carolina ran 3 plays, and A&M was aggressively in the backfield on every play. So Carolina's offensive front is going to need to give Hal or the running back, whoever it might be, a little more time because they didn't have any on that last drive. Handoff to British Brooks on first down. Brooks with good yardage, powering over the 40, and here comes a flag at the end of the play as well. And we're going to go ahead and call it the Duke Energy Powerful Play of the Game, brought to you by Duke Energy, building a smarter energy future for you.
During the run, personal foul, face mask. Defense, number 9. 15-yard penalty from the end of the run, automatic first down.
So that is going to be Leon O'Neal who picks up the face mask, and good hard running from British Brooks. That'll get the run itself, got Carolina out to about the 42. So then add in the penalty, and the Tar Heels are going to be on the Texas A&M 43-yard line. And Brian, in the limited time that we've seen British Brooks, he has 19 career carries. He runs physically now.
No question. The carries that he's gotten, that's the one thing you can see about him. He does run hard with great energy.
He gets it again here, but is hit in the backfield as he tries to wrap around the far side of the Carolina line and is taken down for no gain on the play. In fact, a loss of 1 to make it 2nd and 11. Let's quickly go back to Lee.
And the Tar Heel bench area just exploded on that big run by British Brooks. He's very well liked, very well respected on this team.
So 2nd and 11 after the loss of 1. Howell in the shotgun. Play action. He's going to throw. Has Walston, who brings it in at around the 30-yard line. As Antonio Johnson defending on the play. But that should be enough for the first down for the Tar Heels to the Texas A&M 30. Gain of 14.
And it's good to see Walston involved in the offense early on because I think he has an opportunity to be a great weapon in this game.
Josh Henderson in for Carolina, gets the handoff. He pops up the gut for some positive yards. Leon O'Neal makes the stop. Carolina is furiously getting back up into position after the 5-yard run on first down to try to take advantage of some tempo and catch A&M napping. Howell to throw, rolling out to the right, keeping the football. Now he'll tuck and run down the sideline for positive yards and a first down as well as Howell is inside the 15-yard line.
He's the lead for 1 play.
That was an announcement. I believe somebody's helmet came
16
off.
from defense needs the lead for 1 play.
Brian George, who made the tackle, must have had his helmet come off and has to leave. Howell gains 13 yards on the scramble out to the 12-yard line. It'll be 1st and 10 for the Tar Heels there. They are down as, hold on. Here come flags. Down 7-0, 7:26 to go first quarter. Tar Heels are. But let's see here on the flag. Again, it's a Big Ten officiating crew. Carolina now with 46 yards of total offense. Most of them in this drive. They've moved off their own 25 to the A&M 12.
False start. Offense, number 72. 5-yard penalty, first down.
Well, that's Awesome Richards, and that hurts as Carolina at 1st and 10 at the 12, and now it's going to be 1st and 15 back at the 17-yard line.
And those are the penalties you can't play. I mean, you can't have when you're playing a team that's as stout as Texas A&M. It's going to be hard sledding all day. You can't give up those negative plays before the ball is even snapped.
British Brooks back in at the tailback, gets the handoff, big hole up the middle, and is able to get to the 10-yard line. Good run on first down by British Brooks. DeMarvin Leal, really talented sophomore defensive lineman, made the tackle on the play. They're going to say British down at the 11. So a gain of 6. Remember, that was 1st and 15, so now it's 2nd and 9. Howell in the shotgun, sends a man Newsome in motion. Howell will pull it away from Brooks, trying to roll around the far side of the line, and gracious me, he was swarmed down by Texas A&M and was hit by Buddy Johnson, the leading tackler, and here comes a flag. Flag is down. Again, that came after the play. Jaden Peavy was chasing Howell, and then Buddy Johnson made the hit.
After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct, defense number 9. Half the distance to the goal, automatic first down. This is number 9's first foul that leads towards disqualification.
So that's Leon O'Neal again, junior from Cypress, Texas. He had the face mask call earlier in the drive, and Brian must have been taunting or something over there in front of the Tar Heel bench.
Yeah, and on the flip side, when you have a team, Texas A&M, they're going to make you struggle to move the football, then you can't give away plays the way that they just did. But as a Carolina fan and sitting up here in the booth, we'll take it.
So it's 1st and goal from the 7 when everything is eventually marked off. Handoff to Brooks, hole up the mid. Oh no, Howe still had it. He faked me out big time and had to throw it away. I thought Brooks was heading for the score, but Howell pulled it away and threw it away, and it'll be 2nd down.
And just like you, it seems if Brooks did get that carry, he would have scored. Now, it's hard to tell if the defense didn't, they knew he didn't have the ball, so therefore didn't react to him. But from up here, it looked like the hole was there.
And then Howell just, after he pulled it away, his receiver out in the flat on the right side was double covered and just decided to throw it out of bounds. Howell's going to try again on 2nd and goal from the 7. Howell again pulls it away from Brooks, rolling out to the left side. A lot of Aggies there, and Buddy Johnson trips him up. Back around the 9 or the 10, and it'll be 3rd and goal. And the Tar Heels a long way to go to the end zone, at least in a goal-to-go situation here. They've got 9.5, 10 yards. And that's a couple times now that Howell has pulled it and then tried to run, but just hadn't really had anywhere to go.
Yeah, there was nowhere to go, and there was too many defenders with too much speed. Sam has to be smart with the football and just throw it out the back of the end zone. He had a receiver in the back of the end zone that would have protected him from the grounding call. Just throw it away. Don't take any negative plays tonight if you don't have to.
5 receivers in the formation, Brian. Play clock down to 2. 1. Howell just gets the snap, but maybe Carolina called timeout. I think that's the case. Tar Heels took a timeout with that play clock running down. And
first charge, timeout, North Carolina.
That'll send the game to a break. So Carolina down 7-0. Looking at a 3rd and goal from about the 9.5 with 5:15 to go in quarter number 1. Heels trying to get on the scoreboard late in the first quarter. 7-0 Texas A&M from Learfield.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
There There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. Fully equipped staff are ready to help you and answer any questions you have about insurance policies. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
In 95, I helped tow your trailer. And in 09, it was sparks from me, your chains, dragging behind your truck that accidentally started a wildfire.
Spark a change, not a wildfire. Visit SmokeyBear.com, brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Tar Heels down 7-0, 5:15 to go in the first quarter. Carolina, a goal-to-go situation, but it's a long one. 3rd and goal from the 9. Carolina football brought to you in part by State Farm with surprisingly great rates. State Farm is the real deal when it comes to home and car insurance. Get the help you need when you need it with personalized service from your local agent. Or use the State Farm mobile app when you're on the go. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. So far, Tar Heels 47 yards of offense, most of that on the ground, 33 yards rushing, 14 yards passing. A&M has been run heavy as well, 28 yards on the ground, 7 through the air. And in fact, Isaiah Spiller has all the yardage for A&M, 28 yards rushing and a 7-yard reception as well. Howell, rough start, just 1 of 4 for 14 yards. He has also thrown an interception. He has rushed the ball 3 times for a total of 8 yards. He did have one long scramble. That was a good one of 13 yards that got the Heels down into this area of the field. Jones Angel, Brian Simmons with you. And Hard Rock Stadium in Miami. Carolina and Texas A&M in the Orange Bowl. Heels down 7-0. They'll go 5 wide again. 3 to the right, 2 to the left. Now Josh Downs going to come in motion. And he'll get a swing pass on the right side. And A&M just had it totally bottled up. There was nowhere to go. Jalen Jones flipped the young receiver Josh Downs over with the tackle. And Carolina's going to have to settle for a field goal attempt.
And I don't hate that play call. I would rather for them to have been more conservative on that. Understand if we can get 3 out of it, it's going to be a long football game. You don't have to try to get all the 7 points back on one play. Take the field goal. Hopefully we can knock this in, and then you start the game over.
So Downs loses a pair on the swing pass. It'll be a field goal attempt of 30 yards by Grayson Atkins off the right hash, which is up and in. So the Tar Heels get on the board at the 4:31 mark of the first quarter with the Grayson Atkins field goal. 29 yards officially on the kick. Caps that drive for the Heels. We're going to keep it here in Hard Rock Stadium, Miami Gardens, Florida. Now 7-3. Texas A&M with the lead. Lee Pace, who has been up in the booth for a large majority of this season as our analyst. Glad to have Brian up here with us, and Lee back on the sideline. Lee, what's been going on down there?
Well, it's good to be back down here, Jones. Tar Heel wide receivers really pride themselves on their blocking ability downtown. That's been downfield. That's been one of the keys to the prolific running game, but on that play, Emory Simmons did not get his cornerback on the end, and that's one of the reasons that Josh Downs was taken down so quickly. Just not a good job by the Tar Heel freshman wide receiver in the blocking standpoint.
Tar Heels on that drive ended up with 11 plays, 63 yards, 4:40 off the clock before the Atkins 29-yard field goal coming at the 4:31 mark. Atkins now 11 of 17 on the year, but he's also been better as the year's gone on. He's made now 9 of his last 11 kick attempts. And Brian, Carolina, 3 passes. Brooks ran it 3 times. Howe ran it 3 times. Henderson with the carry on that drive. Carolina trying to stay true to who it is offensively, and that's run the ball effectively, play action, a lot of those reads for Howell on the RPO kind of stuff, what he wants to do, and they were effective on that drive.
Some good holes in the running game, so you have to be encouraged by the offensive line coming off the ball, creating a hole for British Brooks. Mostly you like British Brooks, the way he runs hard, so all that's been good. But for me right now, it just feels like looking at the Carolina offense, it feels like they're kind of hectic and just they need to relax a little bit. Kind of like in basketball, you know, when you used to play Arkansas in the 90s and they speed everything. You just go haywire because they were speeding up the game with their defense. I feel like Carolina's kind of taking to that effect right now. Just take a deep breath, slow the game down. If you have an opportunity to go with tempo and go pace, do it. But just relax, play your keys, come off the football. It's a simple game. You hit, you run, you catch, you tackle. That's what it is, and Carolina just have to settle in. Feel like right now they're trying to make too much happen on every play.
Yeah, it feels like two things. One, Carolina's trying to play a little bit with pace, it seems like, but it's also kind of speeding itself up. And A&M is so good defensively. I mean, look, this is one of the best defenses in the country. They are big, they are athletic, they're fast. Carolina can't help them out by not being who it normally is offensively. Of course, that's easy for me to say when the Heels are missing more than 4,000 yards of production among Michael Carter and Javonte Williams and De'Ami Brown. The kickoff, a touchback from Jonathan Kim, and A&M will start on its own 25. So 7-3, A&M with the advantage. And again, every yard that the Aggies have gained, 35 of them, have been by Isaiah Spiller, the 6'1 sophomore from Spring, Texas. He's already been over 100 yards 6 times this year, including some big ones. Florida, 174, 141 against LSU. He is a really good back, and A&M likes to lean on him. He's back in there. Standing to the right of Mon. Mon going to play action, though, and roll out. Dump it off to his really talented tight end, Jalen Weidermeyer. But it's a short gain as Gimmel and Asante are both there. It'll be a gain of about 3 for Weidermeyer, sophomore from Dickinson, Texas, a Mackey finalist for the best tight end in the nation. And Tar Heels did a good job there keeping that to a minimal gain.
And good job by Asante. And you see right there on that play why the coaches really like him, just his burst and his speed to close on the tackle. Really athletic kid.
So 2nd and 7 after the short pass to Weidermeyer. He's the leading receiver, by the way, for A&M, the tight end, with 45 catches coming into the ballgame. Mond will keep it himself out in open space with Tamon Fox. Tried to shake him. Kind of got Tamon wobbly on his feet, but the Tar Heel senior slowed Mond down enough by staying in the way that he was able to buy some time, and some help came, including Eugene Asante, to help eventually make the hit.
Yeah, you see Eugene Asante there, a couple other defenders, and that's what you have to do with an athletic quarterback. You have to get multiple helmets to the football, and Carolina did that on that play.
It'll be 3rd and 4, a gain of 3 on that quarterback keeper by Mond. A&M 1 for 3 thus far on 3rd downs. 7-3, Texas A&M. A little more than 3 minutes to go in the first quarter of the Orange Bowl. Mond will throw it. And dumps it off in the flat to Spiller. An immediate hit made, though, by Jaquarius Conley. And the Tar Heels get a stop.
And Conley really likes playing in this stadium,
Yeah,
because I remember the Miami game. He came out, and he had one of the better games as a defender, and coming out early on, making a big play right there, tackling a big, strong back in the flats. Good job by Conley.
Yeah, Conley had a career-high 6 tackles in that game against Miami. 2 of them were for a loss. He had a sack in the game and broke up a pass. The freshman from Jacksonville is somebody the Tar Heels really think is going to be a big part of their secondary for years to come, and made a great open field tackle there. So that's 3 possessions for A&M and 2 3-and-outs. Problem for the Tar Heels is the other one was a touchdown that came after the interception. A bullet punt in the Tar Heel sideline area, fielded at the 25 by Newsome. He steps through a tackle. Newsome at the 40 down the sideline and tripped up around midfield. Daz Newsome hadn't gotten a chance to see him much this year. He's only had 16 punt returns, but he's pretty electric in space, and he gives Carolina great field position.
And on the year, Daz has been, to me, a little conservative with field and punts, but on that one, he was very aggressive. And then you see right there what makes him special, his ability to make guys miss, his burst, his in and out, his quickness in and out of his cuts. Very good job by Daz, and that's exactly what the offense needed to get started at midline.
43-yard punt, but then a 23-yard return for Newsome. Carolina's going to have it at its own 49-yard line after the quality return by Newsome. Howe gives it to Brooks on first down and had a sliver there on the right side, and was able to sneak through there for a couple, crosses midfield into A&M territory, gain of 3. 2nd and 7. Again, DeMarvin Leal. We've called his name a bunch already. The young defensive lineman for Texas A&M with the stop. 2nd and 7. Tar Heels down 7-3. About 90 seconds to go in the first quarter. Howe gives it to Brooks again. And not much doing. Maybe 2 over the right side again. We'll say got to the 46-yard line before Buddy Johnson made the hit. And it'll be 3rd and 5 for Carolina.
And A&M is so good on defense. One, they know they can take away your run game with their front 7. Therefore, they don't have to commit extra bodies into the box to take away the run. So now they can play anything they want on the back end in terms of coverage. They can play straight man. They can play 2-man where you still have 2 safeties over the top. So they can be conservative and they can kind of dictate from a coverage-wise.
A&M's only given up 92 yards a game on the ground. Josh Henderson in the flat far side. Howe hits him, and he's able to get over the 45 to the 44, but that's not enough for the first down. It'll be a gain of 2 before Buddy Johnson with the stop. And, now, Brian, I got to think, with this field position.
You got to punt it, to me. I don't know what you're about to say.
I was going to say it's a bowl game.
The way your defense is playing, what you don't want to do is give Texas A&M the football at the at midfield. Make them have to earn everything they get. Don't set it up where they only have to travel half the field to score points.
Well, we're not going to know the answer until after the first quarter because Carolina's going to get the clock or let the clock run out. It will be a 4th and 3 from the A&M 44. When action resumes. So we'll see if the Heels are feeling frisky or if they want to try and pin the Aggies back. 15 minutes gone in Miami Gardens, Florida. A&M with a 7-3 lead over Carolina. Tar Heels on the Aggie side of the 50 with a 4th down decision when we return after this from Learfield, IMG College.
There is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. Fully equipped staff are ready to help you and answer any questions you have about insurance policies. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
In 95, I helped tow your trailer. And in 09, it was sparks from me, your chains, dragging behind your truck that accidentally started a wildfire.
Spark a change, not a wildfire. Visit SmokeyBear.com, brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
E-gift card. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer.
Hey, all you Carolina fans, Nationwide agents are just like you. They support the Tar Heels, too. They are also proud to live in the Triangle, where they help families like yours with auto, home, business, farm, and life. Don't drop the ball. Get the professional coaching you need to win at life. Give Pete Seagroves in Chapel Hill a call at 919-942-8733 or Terry Nobles in Raleigh a call at 919-833-3803 and go Tar Heels. Nationwide is on your side.
"15 minutes gone. Carolina down 7-3, and at least due to the personnel on the field, looks like Carolina's going to go for it here on 4th down. Tar Heels 10 of 16 on the season on 4th downs. This will be 4th and 3 from the A&M 44-yard line. Tar Heels now heading from right to left here in the second quarter. Carolina with 51 yards of offense in that first quarter, looking for 3 big yards here. Howell to throw. It's a design quarterback run. Howell has the first down and more. Makes a man miss. Bounces off a tackle and is eventually sat down around the 30-yard line. It was Damani Richardson who tried to lay a hit on Howell, but he was the one who was going backwards. Eventually, Keldrick Carper made the stop, but the design QB run, Howell gets to the 30 for the first.
And good job by scheme-wise of clearing out the box, going empty, and now you give Howell a chance to pick and choose where he wants to